The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476. Stand Up Unconvinced. When Yu Hengyi didn't know how to deal with the strengthened Li Jiyui, he suddenly found that Li Jiyui had stopped. Looking carefully, this guy's figure was a little smaller, even thinner than before. The person fell directly to the ground, looking very miserable. After seeing this scene, Yu Hengyi couldn't help but step forward, kicked Li Jiyui, who was on the ground, and asked, "Why aren't you awesome? Aren't you very powerful just now? After eating my elixir, is it true? Don't you think you can do it, Li?" Jiyui had a bitter expression on his face, and then he begged for mercy. "Yu, I suddenly lost my memory just now. I don't remember what happened. Did I offend you? Can I apologize? Can you forgive me?" "Forgive you? If an apology is useful, what do you need the police for? Although there are no police now, I remember in the Bible that Jesus was also betrayed by a traitor, so Judas was cast aside for more than 2,000 years. Now, I kill the traitor, which is considered under the witness of God. I did good deeds." Yu Hengyi said as he strangled Li Jiyui's neck, intending to strangle this thing to death. Shen Feng came over at this moment and said, "Pause, let me see how this guy's body is doing." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng checked Li Jiyui's body and found that Li Jiyui was very weak at this time. He couldn't even raise his hand, at most he could talk, and the skin on his belly was also very loose. Obviously the subcutaneous fat was consumed. It's almost time. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng has the answer. I probably understand that this guy was very strong before, because the energy in his body was almost consumed, which is equivalent to burning his life to fight. Now the energy in his body has been consumed a lot, and he can't continue to move, so he fell down. "Get off," Shen Feng said slowly. "I didn't expect this fruit to have such uses. If we supernatural beings eat it, we won't be able to increase our strength in a short time," Yu Hengyi said with a smile. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "You thought it was just a waste of energy? Look at this grandson's current performance. After the outbreak, he entered the sage mode, and he may have to rest for a few days. After the outbreak, the short term is I can't move, and I don't know if I can recover for a long time. It's a way to increase strength, don't be disgusted," Yu Hengyi said with a smile. "Okay, the experiment is over, you can deal with it, whether you want to use the tiger stool or the whipped pepper water. It's up to you. Even if you want to fly a kite, I don't care. I'm here watching the number of views of the video. By the way, see if there are any Chinese commenting." Shen Feng said casually. Yu Hengyi didn't need Shen Feng's advice either. He had his own way of torturing this traitor. Since Li Jiyui couldn't move for a short time, let himself think of a good way. Yu Hengyi grabbed the traitor and came out of the city. The soldiers who set up the bar didn't dare to stop Yu Hengyi. This is a ruthless man who came back safe and sound after rushing into the corpse tied alone. It's boring to charge him, right? Yu Hengyi found an ant nest, and then threw Li Jiyui on the ground, and cut several wounds on his body. Ants usually don't attack humans, but for the food in front of them, that's not the case either. Will refuse, especially the appearance of the smell of blood, has made the ants notice the delicious food on the ground. The ants quickly climbed onto Li Jiyui's body, and began to gnaw along the wound. The taste of the ant's bite was very difficult, because the ants would inject formic acid on the body of the prey to paralyze, and Li Jiyui suddenly felt his whole body was numb. The itching was unbearable, but now he wanted to scratch it, but he was so weak that it was difficult to move his fingers after being tortured like this. Li Jiyui didn't expect to survive, so he yelled at Yu Hengyi. No matter what kind of foul language he uttered, it was really ugly. Yu Hengyi couldn't listen anymore, so he cut off Li Jiyui's tongue with a single knife. Li Jiyui could only whine and yell, but couldn't say anything. Although human voices are formed by the vibration of vocal cords, they lack with the help of the tongue. It is a meaningless woo-woo-wah-wah, unable to utter a complete sentence at all. In the end, Li Jiyui died of suffocation. The reason was that his tongue was cut, and a large amount of blood flowed into his mouth. When he breathed, the blood entered the trachea, and he couldn't cough it out even if he coughed. Eventually, his airway was blocked and he died of suffocation. I'm also a caring person who loves small animals. Yu Hangai said to himself and returned to the city, and Wang Jiao in the city has already occupied the original government building. Now, she is the Lord of Fremantle, and if she wants to completely stabilize the situation, she needs to be powerful, just like Wu Song entering the prison city. You need to hide 100 killing sticks first. If you don't build up your power, the people below won't obey you. Wang Jiao chose Liwei's target to be the leaders of other bases. She invited the management personnel of the surrounding bases to come here for a meeting yesterday. In the meeting room, everyone was arguing endlessly. Instead of participating in the discussions of these managers, they listened silently. The area around the port will be my territory from now on. This area is the smallest, and I won't take advantage of it. I will give you other places. I will give you places like the port that have no oil and water. Nonsense, who doesn't know that the port is the most important thing? After the city is recovered, you can sail next. You can go to Cape Town, you can go to Arabia, you can also go to India and or you can reach Indonesia. You occupy port? Dreaming, since you want to fight for the port, I won't fight with you. I want the city in the south. The manors and farmland outside the city are mine. HMPH, you guys are good at calculating. All of you are looking for benefits. I have the world in my heart. I don't need these materials. I only need the population. Half of the population in the city will be given to me. Wang Jiao listened to the discussion of these people with no expression on her face. It was clear that Shen Feng and Yu Hangai were the main force to regain the city, but it was her, Wang Jiao, who actually occupied the city, and the people in these other bases didn't care about these things. Ready to carve up when you come up. This kind of shameless behavior is really normal. Finally, a group of people quarreled and talked for an hour, and finally got tired of the noise. At this time, they remembered Wang Jiao, who was sitting at the top. She didn't seem to say a word at this time. Someone also spoke, and said to Wang Jiao, "Thessia, why haven't you spoken? Why don't we divide the city into 10 parts? How about you choose first? This is what you did with us before." What was guaranteed at the time of the transaction. Wang Jiao nodded, stood up, walked in the meeting room, and said as she walked, "Yes, when I made a deal with you before, I did say that first release a large number of survivors, wait for me after mastering the city, everyone will share the territory equally, but now, I have changed my mind, and I want them all." In addition to Wang Jiao, there were also managers from 9 bases present at the meeting, all of whom were discussing the future territory. But at this moment, after hearing Wang Jiao's words, all these people were in a state of panic for a while, stunned, but then her words caused everyone to laugh. "Haha, is this woman stupid? Thessia, you probably think that after you occupy the city, this place belongs to you." She probably thought that she would be able to control the city forever after she fell in love with 2 powerful people, but she forgot that these 2 people will leave. Let me guess, how did she use these 2 supernatural beings? Is she trading with her body? Haha, it really fits her way. A group of people mercilessly started to mock Wang Jiao. The words of mockery were harsh, alluding to the fact that Wang Jiao had an improper relationship with 2 supernatural beings from other places, and the luck was only due to her body the first to occupy the city, and when necessary, the soldiers in these bases will use force to speak. There were dozens of people in the conference room, and the 9 chiefs were naturally sitting at the front, while the rest of the staff were at most accompanying. They were just assistants of these chiefs. Seeing the group of people in the meeting room mocking her constantly, Wang Jiao was not angry, but asked with a smile, "Have you read the history of China?" Everyone in the conference room looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't understand what it meant. Why did Hao Duan talk about the history of China? Could it be that this woman has gone crazy? Wang Jiao said unhurriedly, "If you have seen it, you should know. Hongmen Banquet. My little cutie, you can do it now, and eat all the 9 people in front of me." As soon as the voice fell, dozens of vines suddenly protruded from the window, grabbed a group of people sitting in the front row and took them out. The rest of the people were about to shoot, but at this moment, the door of the conference room was opened. More than 30 men with submachine guns, and a big man in body armor rushed in. "It's best not to move. This is a good thing we found from the police station. It fires very fast and can smash you into sieve in half a minute. After that, continue to feed the monster." Wang Jiao threatened coldly. The loyalty of this group of people cannot be unreserved. There is a good saying, loyalty, but the price of betrayal is not enough. Faced with the issue of life and death, These entourages were already timid, and slowly put down their pistols, not daring to fight. "If you don't mind, come here and have a look, my little cutie is eating now," Wang Jiao said lightly, and then led a group of people to the window. After the 9 leaders were tied up by vines, they were taken outside the window. At this time, everyone suddenly discovered that there was a huge plant with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the yard. The huge leaves could almost cover the room. In the center was a large plant. The sphere, below are the trunk and the rhizome has penetrated into the leader's body and is constantly sucking blood. Under the frantic sucking of the rhizome, the leaders of the 9 bases were immediately sucked dry of blood, and then threw it to the roots, waiting for the follow-up to be slowly absorbed. In front of such a monster, the remaining people have already succumbed. "I'm not sure I can defeat this monster. Now, your boss is dead. Next, the second in command will take over the position of boss. Sit in the front row and listen to me." Wang Jiao's words suddenly turned cold, and her tone was full of threats. The 9 second in commands were trembling, and sat in the front row, which originally belonged to their boss. Now, they were all worried that they would be treated like the boss. If they were eaten by monsters, it would be too miserable. "You scolded me just now. I just pretended I didn't hear it, but I can tell you directly that the 2 supernatural beings in China will leave here, but this monster will not. The only person who can control this monster is me. I don't want to die if you don't. Just follow my orders honestly." Wang Jiao spoke in the conference room. Her voice was not high, but everyone could hear her. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. "Now, those who are not afraid of death, those who want to resist, stand up," Wang Jiao said coldly. In the conference room, there were more than 20 people. None of them dared to stand up. After witnessing the death scene of the boss, they all became honest. "Very well, since you don't dare to resist, then obey my orders honestly and drive all the survivors under your command to the city. Gather the soldiers, and I will train them. Whether it is the dock, the manor, or the population and other supplies, now, everything in the city is mine. From now on, you will all be my subordinates." Wang Jiao continued. This group of people is obedient, lost their leader, and now they are constantly threatened. They have no choice but to compromise. Chapter 477. Which onion is he? Shen Feng originally wanted to give Franklin a gift. After all, this guy brought the traitor back, which is a great credit. Otherwise, Shen Feng really didn't have time to deal with this bastard. Woolen cloth. However, after much deliberation, Shen Feng couldn't find any suitable gift. He planned to give his own golden button as a reward, but Yu Henggai found 2 big gold bricks from Li Jiyui's body. Now, Shen Feng is gone. The specific reward method, the golden button, is no longer available. After much deliberation, Shen Feng saw the cloth bag on Yu Henggai's waist, and quickly said, "Xiao Yu, quickly take out a few fruits and give them to Franklin. This kind of good thing is enough for ordinary people to have powerful power in a short time. Those who are not comparable in terms of physical fitness, although there are side effects, but it works at critical moments. Yes, such a good thing is more than enough as a reward." Yu Henggai also reacted. Franklin looked at the 3 fruits that Yu Henggai handed over, and quickly took them. He didn't expect such a good harvest. He just saw the battle between Yu Henggai and Li Jiyui with his own eyes, so he naturally knew the effect of these fruits. Only when he was young, his strength and speed almost crushed Yu Henggai. This is a 5th-order supernatural user, although after the eruption is over, it will fall into a long-term power-off state, but it is better to have an eruption than no eruption. If it is necessary to fight at a critical moment and the strength is insufficient, and the eruption cannot be erupted, isn't it a dead end? Occasional outbreaks can save lives at critical moments. Thinking of this, Franklin took the 3 fruits and left quickly. This fruit is not the kind of tender and juicy fruit. There is not much water in it, the interior is mainly starch, and there are few seeds. Will the seeds in the future grow centenarians? As long as it can be properly preserved, it is impossible to deteriorate in a year and a half. Franklin left here gratefully, with 3 fruits in his hands. He knew that as long as he had this good thing, he would have a bright future. However, after Franklin left the office building, he found that a large number of survivors were entering the city. At the entrance, there were people registering. Not only the survivors entered the city, but also many people with guns came in. But as soon as they entered the city, the guns in their hands were confiscated. What happened? Franklin was puzzled when he saw this scene suddenly appearing in the city. After entering the city, Franklin went to meet Shen Feng directly, and the group of men he brought with him was to inquire around the city. For 2 years, everyone could only live in one base after another. Arriving from one base to another is nothing more than moving from one cage to another now. When entering the city, everyone feels very familiar. It seems that the once prosperous city has reappeared. Only living in the city seems to be able to feel human civilization. Once you leave the city, return to the village, and return to the wild, you will feel there are endless dangers to face, and the atmosphere is depressing. Wood also inquired about the situation in the city, but suddenly heard that the leader of the original Luzi base first invited managers from 9 other bases to attend the meeting. As a result, during the meeting, the benefits were divided unevenly. In the end, this woman killed 9 leaders and forced the rest to submit to her subordinates. Guns and weapons are being confiscated here at the entrance of the city. In fact, the purpose is to reorganize and disperse the personnel of all bases. Wang Jiao knows this very well, and must not let familiar people gather together, otherwise, things will happen. Opportunities will be greatly increased, and they cannot be allowed to stay where they are, which is not conducive to management. Wood then recounted what happened today, and then asked, "Boss, what should we do now? Are we going to fish in troubled waters?" Wood knows what the boss thinks, and the boss also wants a safe base, preferably a big city that can accommodate it, but now, the place where he is a huge city, which is simply a fat meal delivered to his door. Wouldn't it be itchy if you didn't do it? You're smart. Tell me, how can we take this city over? Franklin had no psychological burden on the matter of taking the city, and immediately asked his confidants for their opinions. Wood then whispered, "I mean to contact the people in the 9 annexed bases. I heard that the second-in-commands of these bases are all threatened. If we contact them, they will definitely be moved. No, let's go back right away. Go back to our canyon base." Franklin was not moved by Wood's suggestion, but chose an unexpected way. "Go back? Boss, I'm not questioning your decision. If you want to snatch this city, it's the most suitable time in the early days. People are chaotic now, and we have a great chance. After a while, we still want to snatch it. City, then there is no chance at all." Wood said quickly, "You don't understand anything. You think you can turn things around if you unite with the people from the 9 failed bases, but you forgot one thing. The guns and weapons of these people have been confiscated, and I heard that Fasai is hands with the help of mutated plants. You are still too naive to count on the help of a bunch of losers, and you need more power to fight for the city." Franklin said lightly regarding the current situation. Franklin can see very clearly that uniting the 9 annexed bases seems to be a good choice, but these people are all losers, and even all their weapons have been confiscated. Is there any threat from cunning Fesaya? Impossible. Ever since Franklin had thought of a good idea afterwards, Franklin returned to the northern base with a convoy. The soldiers guarding the checkpoint wanted to stop them, but they found that the people in the convoy had already left all the supplies they brought over. The people who left, except weapons, "I didn't bring anything, so just let them go. Just keep the supplies. As for these poor ghosts, let them go if they want to go," said the soldier at the checkpoint to himself. After returning to the canyon base, Franklin immediately started calling, and what he contacted was not the rest of the survivor base, but the native Australians. Australia is the closest continent to the previous god's domain, so it has been affected the most. Here, zombies first appeared, and after other countries discovered the situation in Australia, they also had the earliest prevention. Although the prevention method is it's just sending a text message to the people below, but compared to a country that doesn't know anything, it's already pretty good. In addition to the earliest appearance of zombies, Australia's supernatural beings were also the first to appear, even earlier than zombies. Although Australia's population is not large, it is still possible to gather 20 supernatural beings. Franklin has been flattering the supernatural beings in Australia before. No matter what these supernatural beings want, he will try his best to satisfy them. If the supernatural beings are lustful, he would rather send his woman to the other party's bed. If you like money, then you will send countless gold and silver. If the supernatural person likes to eat, then let cooks from all over the world make delicious food. To describe Franklin's decision-making in one sentence, it would be, use the material resources of the entire base to win the hearts of all supernatural beings, and the thousands of people in the canyon have been living in poverty, thanks to him, and the wealth in the base was basically plundered by Franklin. Of course, Franklin did not do this for nothing in making friends with supernatural beings so flatteringly. He has always had his own plans. Right now, Australia is leaderless, and zombies and mutant beasts are everywhere. The rich went to North America or Europe early, and the rest for the strong. Only the supernatural beings are left. As long as you have supernatural beings as your support, then you can get help at critical moments, and you can occupy an important place. Mr. Jianyi, I didn't lie to you. Now a big city in southwestern Australia has been recovered. This city is now controlled by a female supernatural person. Yes, she has no fighting ability. I want to ask for your help. Franklin, he said respectfully to the other end of the phone. Soon, an answer came from the other side of the phone, and the superhuman named Jianyi agreed to Franklin's request. Next, Franklin kept making calls, calling all the supernatural beings he had successfully dealt with, and in the following time, as long as there were enough supernatural beings on his side, wouldn't it be easy to snatch a city? 2 days later, 8 supernatural beings gathered in the canyon base, all of them male, and they were fighting supernatural beings. The supernatural person came to the canyon base, and immediately began to ask, "We are going to decide on Fremantle. Originally, we wanted to occupy Sydney or Canberra. Unfortunately, a tsunami appeared half a month ago. Then, how dangerous is Fremantle now?" Jianyi is a very strong man, and now he is sitting in the lobby carelessly, and the rest of the supernatural beings are also asking about the situation in the city. Franklin said hastily, "In Fremantle, there is now one supernatural being. The rest of the people are ordinary people. There are not many evolutionaries. In addition, there are 2 supernatural beings from other places, but they will disappear in a few days. If we want to leave, we can wait until these 2 supernatural beings have left before doing anything. By the way, we must also pay attention to the mutant plants. They can eat people. Isn't it just 2 supernatural beings from other places? We have 8 supernatural beings here, all of whom can participate in the battle. Why are you afraid of them too?" Jianyi immediately sneered, completely looking down on the supernatural beings from other places. "That's right. I heard that the supernatural being who was living on the island in the sea fleet before was forced to such a degree by a group of mutant beasts in the sea. It's ridiculous." The rest of the supernatural beings also echoed. A flame appeared in Jianyi's hands, and the temperature around him rose instantly. At this moment, he was very confident that no matter what kind of supernatural being he was, he would be burned to death in front of his eyes. Franklin quickly persuaded, "I heard that the supernatural beings who went to the sea to salvage meteorites before are all elites, and we must not underestimate them. Besides, we don't need to confront them head-on. We will go after these 2 people leave. Nothing will be lost." "Nonsense. I'm already a 4th-order supernatural user. Who in the world is stronger than me? If I were in the sea before, no matter what kind of sea beast it is, I would kill it in the end. Besides, you the 2 mentioned supernatural beings, who are they?" Jianyi was very confident at this time, and the arrogance on his face was obvious. He didn't think there was anyone who could be stronger than himself at this time. The rest of the superhumans also spoke one after another. "That's right, Jianyi is the strongest superhuman. If it hadn't been for the tsunami before, we would have recovered Sydney first. It's a pity that the tsunami suddenly appeared. There are too many buildings collapsing. We can only temporarily stop. If not, we will be the first to recover the Australian city." The group of supernatural beings present didn't pay attention to the 2 Chinese supernatural beings at all. Franklin watched this scene, but didn't know how to persuade him. At this time, he also murmured in his heart, "Perhaps, our Australian supernatural beings are even stronger. Perhaps, I don't need to care about Shen Feng and Yu Hengai." Seeing that everyone agrees with him, Jianyi waved his hand and said, "Since the defense in the city is poor, let's go together and kill the main management personnel in the city. From now on, Franklin, you are the city lord here. How to honor us in the future will continue. Okay, I will definitely let you gentlemen have a good life, and you can have whatever you want, as long as I can become the lord of the city." Franklin was ecstatic. Now, the harvest time has come, and all the hard work he has put in is not in vain. Chapter 478 Inflated Confidence. Australia is an isolated land. Even in North America, there is the Bering Strait connected to Asia, but Australia is surrounded by seas. Speaking of the degree of closure, Australia is definitely the most closed. Australia's isolation has also led to very strange culture here, that is, inexplicable self-confidence. People here are very confident, so they dare to provoke big countries and cut off their sales of coal and iron ore, and they are stubborn and say nothing. Acknowledge your mistake. I always think that I am very strong in a big country, But in fact, Australia is just the weakest continent, and its potential is still insufficient compared to Africa. Jiren obviously inherited the self-confidence of his predecessors, let alone Chinese supernatural beings. Even if North American supernatural beings appear here, they are not his opponents, and he is already the most powerful supernatural being in Australia now. No matter who it is, they need to surrender in front of themselves. I heard that after killing the supernatural being, you can extract a certain substance, and then transfer the supernatural power into someone else's body to create a supernatural person. I think these two Chinese supernatural beings are good materials. There are many supernatural beings, not because of the large population. Now, I am going to add a supernatural person to Australia. Jiren said with a smile. The rest of the supernatural beings also nodded, agreeing with this decision. That's right, if you kill these two Chinese supernatural beings, who will tell them not to buy our coal mines, our wines, or our wines, beef, and even send warships to scare us near Australia? Revenge, revenge, kill them, transfer abilities, and tell the world that Australia is strong. Franklin saw the current scene, and while he was ecstatic, he also had some worries in his heart. Are they really strong? If Australia is really strong, then how can the rich leave so easily? Could it be that the rich will not go to China? Run somewhere safe? Franklin couldn't help but grab the 3 fruits in his pocket. He had already made up his mind. If he was in danger, he would eat the fruits and run away. With a population of 100,000, that's enough to enjoy. Although the supernatural beings don't pay much attention to Fremantle's defensive power, for Franklin, this is enough to require his own desperation, so he summoned 300 soldiers in his base, all with guns, set off to the south mightily for the soldiers. Franklin has given them a guarantee that as long as they occupy Fremantle, they can have whatever they want in the future, and they can become the rich man of their dreams. Moreover, if they occupy the port, their wealth will continue to flow up here. After 3 hours, Franklin Yuan saw Fremantle from a distance, but at this time, there were more than a dozen tall watchtowers outside the city of Fremantle, all of which were built with steel bars and wooden planks. When it is raised, although it can accommodate people to enter, it doesn't look very strong. There is a watchtower ahead. We will be discovered, Franklin said to the supernatural beings beside him. After seeing the watchtower, Jiren looked normal, and said, let the convoy rush in, charge in the direction of the city hall, directly occupy the city hall, and then, what should I do? Don't I need to say more? I understand that the next thing to do is to kill all the managers there, so that there is no one left. It is better to kill the wrong one than let it go, Franklin said with a smile. After that, more than 50 vehicles broke through the road cart in an instant. Some soldiers wanted to stop them, but they were directly knocked away by the car. It was originally a road car with a few poles lying on the road, but now it is naturally unable to withstand the powerful impact at this time. The strong one was hit by a car, and it was broken into 2 pieces on the spot. The soldiers beside Luca quickly shouted loudly, the enemy is attacking, the enemy is attacking. Someone quickly used the walkie-talkie to contact the superior, saying that a convoy rushed into the city, but the superior did not react for a while. More than 50 vehicles rushed to the side of the building in one breath. In this building, there are all management personnel, and a large number of people are Wang Jiao's subordinates. They are her confidants brought from the base on the mountain. I am happy to successfully occupy the port city. However, at this moment, gunshots rang out instantly, and a large group of people in the building hadn't reacted yet, and they didn't know whether to fight or dodge. It is easy to succeed if you do mental arithmetic without intention, not to mention that Franklin has been preparing for a long time. After rushing into the city with people, he immediately shouted, kill all the people in here, they are you. The enemy has occupied the city and posts that originally belonged to you, and only by killing them can you really get this city. Franklin's subordinates were also unambiguous, and charged with guns and weapons. They shot directly at the people in the building, regardless of men, women, or young and old. The bullets flew out, and everyone was hit by the bullets and fell to the ground immediately. Wang Jiao didn't expect to encounter such a thing at all. Obviously, the bases around Fremantle have been annexed by herself. Even the fighters in these bases have been dispersed and reorganized, but at this time, I was attacked unexpectedly. What is going on, baby? Go and fight. These intruders are here to kill you. Only if you kill them can you survive. Wang Jiao hurriedly used her supernatural power to contact Bai Sulan in the backyard, hoping that at this time, Bai Sulan shot to kill the intruders. If there were only a few hundred people, Sulin would definitely be able to deal with them. Centennial Orchid is also very obedient. It has a great impression of Wang Jiao who can communicate directly, so it opened the leaves directly, and hundreds of vines stretched out directly, and immediately began to attack the group of people who shot. The vines meandered on the ground like poisonous snakes. Some invading soldiers noticed something was wrong and quickly shot at the vines, but the bullets hardly hit the vines. Dozens of soldiers rushing to the front were immediately entangled by vines, and then dragged directly to the backyard. The soldiers who were caught quickly called for help. "Hurry up, save me, I'm caught." Someone pulled out a sharp blade from his body, cut the vines frantically, and successfully rescued more than a dozen companions, but more than 30 people were still dragged away by the vines. After a while, there was a scream from the direction of the backyard. "What a big monster, save me." Franklin hurriedly hid behind Jiren, and said carefully, "Mr. Jiren, there are mutated plants hiding behind, and they look scary." Jiren is also unambiguous. "Isn't it just a mutant plant? What's there to be afraid of? Brothers, follow me and kill this monster." Jiren took the lead and rushed out, heading towards the backyard. At this time, on the top of the building, Wang Jiao was carefully observing below, and whispered, "This must be blocked. I just got at the city, after calculating for so long, can't be taken away." Wang Jiao didn't know why these people wanted to attack her, but when she thought about it carefully, almost none of the cities in Australia had been recovered, and the only recovered city was still in her own hands. After others became jealous, they naturally wanted to snatch it. While Wang Jiao was praying secretly, someone cast a supernatural power at this time, and a huge fireball was fired directly at the centenarian in the backyard. At this time, centenarian had just caught dozens of humans to absorb blood, feeling the smell and zombies are similar, and the ingredients have not changed, but now, the fireball appears, and the centennial orchid quickly closes the leaves. Boom! The huge fireball hit the leaves of centennial orchid fiercely. Although the leaves of centennial orchid contain a lot of water, plants are naturally afraid of flames. There was a crackling explosion, and the two leaves were burned directly. This is not over yet. After the first supernatural person appeared, the second supernatural person appeared next, and the surrounding iron products flew over immediately, and when they flew over, they gradually solidified into a big knife. The sword is 10 meters long, and the whole body is shining with cold light. Catcha, with a big knife, cut off the root of the centenarian orchid directly. Although the centenarian orchid has the word land, it is a genuine woody plant, but because it grows in the desert, it's just extremely short. The centenarian orchid had its rhizome cut off, and it was painful to eat. When it closed the leaves, it was ready to escape. As long as the leaves were still there, the centenarian orchid could continue to live. This is the unique and powerful vitality of mutant plants. It's a pity that at this time, it's too late to leave. Just when Bai Sulin wanted to escape, a supernatural person opened his mouth and shouted, "Help!" The powerful sound waves condensed and vibrated out in an instant. Boom! The centenarian sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters was instantly hit by the sound waves, and then shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiao's pupils shrank suddenly. Such a powerful Bai Sulin was killed by one blow at this time. The opponent was really too strong. There are so many supernatural beings. No, I'm no match. I'd better run. By the way, Shen Feng hasn't left yet. Let them help. Wang Jiao didn't dare to show her face. Taking advantage of this moment, she covered her face. She ran away. There was a drainage pipe on one side of the building. Although it was made of plastic, it could support the weight of an adult. Wang Jiao fled down here. As for Shen Feng on the other side of the city, he saw a comment from a Chinese netizen on his computer. Didn't Master Feng Shen have returned to China? It has been 2 days since Shen Feng uploaded the video. I have been observing the comments these days, and finally got comments from domestic netizens 2 days later. It seems that there are still many people who like to watch videos abroad. Reached, Xiaoyu, look, this video has already been seen by domestic people, and our goal has been achieved. Domestic guys must not continue to pretend. Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai. Looking at the comments on the video, Yu Henggai was packing his things. There was gasoline, rice noodles, and a lot of water in the room. After hearing Shen Feng's story, he felt a lot more relaxed. This is the best. I really don't understand who is pretending to be us. Exclamation mark. Moreover, she just pretended to be the two of us, so could it be that the news that the two of us are not dead has been known? How is it possible? We are thousands of miles away from China. Who can predict and know the news that we are still alive? I think there must be some other plan. Shen Feng shrugged and said at this moment, Lu Zhangqi rushed into the room with a lot of luggage in his arms, and said, Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, let's fight in the city center. Shen Feng didn't care, and said lightly, what are you worried about? Most likely, Wang Jiao is still trying to make an example of others. Didn't he just kill a group of people a few days ago? Now he's doing it again. It's really ruthless, but I saw a lot of people rushing towards the center of the city. The fire over there looks huge. I think the battle is not small at all. Lu Zhangqi still said worriedly. Yu Henggai also thought about it, and said, don't worry about it, we're leaving tomorrow, don't you want to go with us? Now hurry up and prepare your luggage, don't mind your own business. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai had already made plans. When they went to sea tomorrow morning, they would put Lu Zhangqi on the shore when they reached the north coast of Australia. After that, they would head north all the way and return to China in the shortest possible time. Although Lu Zhangqi is young, he is not afraid of death, so Shen Feng and Yu Henggai also took him with him. As for whether he will be able to return to his hometown and find his mother, that is unknown. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479. Gunshots and explosions kept appearing in the distance, and the direction of the sound came from the city center. For Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, they could hear such sounds clearly, but they didn't care, and they were right and left. It has nothing to do with me to help others merge. However, at this moment, the sound of shouting and shouting appeared near the office building where Shen Feng lived, and Shen Feng frowned and said, Xiao, go out and have a look. Why do I feel that the battle is spreading towards us? Yu Henggai was also a little dissatisfied. Even if it was a fight, the current battle seemed a little too big, right? Walking outside the office building, Yu Henggai first saw a group of people wearing red hats holding guns driving away the crowd in the distance. These people all wore red hats, and those without red hats used red turbans to wrap their heads. Constantly shooting, bang, bang. Bullets kept flying on the street, and one by one survivors were shot dead on the spot. The bullets penetrated the backs of these people, but finally pierced through the chests. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs kept pouring out. It can be seen that these people suffered indiscriminate disasters and did not die in the hands of zombies, but in the end they died in the hands of the same kind. What are you guys doing? Fighting is fighting, why kill innocent people? After Yu Henggai saw this scene, he immediately felt disgusted in his heart. If it was just fighting between bases, it would be normal. They want to occupy the city, and I don't feel much about it after seeing it too much, but now, these people wearing red hats are killing civilians desperately, which is really too much. What Yu Henggai spoke was in Chinese, so these people naturally couldn't understand, so a group of people wearing red hats pointed their guns at Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai didn't dare to resist the bullet, so he quickly dodged and turned to one side, then rushed up and cast a special ability, 5 times the gravity field. The gravitational field enveloped the more than 30 guys wearing red hats in an instant. Ordinary people feel very heavy when they are subjected to twice the gravity, but now that the 5-fold gravitational field appears, these people are immediately pressed to the ground. I can't move, and only my fingers can move a little bit. Shen Feng walked out of the office building, saw Yu Henggai's hands on scene, and couldn't help asking, Xiao Yu, what happened? Yu Henggai pointed to a group of people who were pinned down on the ground and said, Brother Feng, these people deserve to die, so let's forget about them fighting, but at this moment, they are still slaughtering civilians. Leave one alive, and kill the others. Shen Feng said calmly. Yu Henggai immediately beat down the killer. His feet kept pressing on these gangsters. One step on them could make people's chest hollow, sternum and ribs broke together, and these brutal butchers died on the spot. When there was only one person left, Yu Henggai withdrew the gravitational field, and this person finally felt relaxed. He couldn't breathe at all when he was pressed down before, but now he was relieved, and he gasped for breath. Lu Zhangqi, you ask him, why did he kill civilians? Shen Feng asked Lu Zhangqi to translate. Lu Zhangqi also asked quickly. The guy in the red hat saw that the situation was wrong. He quickly shirked his responsibility, and said, I didn't want to do this, it was our boss's order. Our boss said, We would rather kill the wrong than let it go. The boss is called Franklin. I didn't expect this guy to be so cruel. I missed him. Yu Hengyi gritted his teeth. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, let's go to the building and have a look. If it's really a heinous guy, then let's do it. This is the only thing we can do before we leave. Yu Hengyi also nodded quickly, then grabbed the red hat's head, twisted it hard, and directly broke the opponent's cervical spine. Once the cervical spine was broken, the nerves and blood vessels in the vertebral body were broken together. The person died on the spot. Even if he shirked responsibility, even Yu Hengyi couldn't forgive him. When Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi were approaching the center of the city, a person rushed out from the side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao said out of breath, "Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, please help me." Now a group of people suddenly rushed out and are still killing people and setting fires everywhere. Moreover, there are people with supernatural powers on their side. The Centennial Orchid has been shattered. Shen Feng looked at Wang Jiao contemptuously, and said, do you understand now? Only a strong force can protect the interests, otherwise, the benefits of having nothing will only be taken away by others in the end. Wang Jiao nodded quickly, and replied seriously, I understand, Mr. Shen, I know that my previous trickery was wrong. I promise, after this crisis is over, I will definitely build city walls, build factories, and build an army to strengthen yourself, but now, please help me one last time. For this request, Shen Feng did not agree, but continued towards the direction of the building. He needed to believe his eyes. However, as he was approaching the government building, Shen Feng already noticed that something was wrong. The fire in the city was too great, with thick smoke billowing, countless people were running around, and there were still many gunshots in the distance. There is chaos in the city. There are many corpses on the street, including women and children. They thought they would be able to live safely after returning to the city, but at this moment, they died in the chaotic situation, and even Wang Jiao could only running around. Shen Feng took a deep breath and said, Xiaoyu, let's go talk to the supernatural beings first and ask them to stop killing. If they don't agree, then we can only persuade them physically. The two walked in the front, and a guy in a red hat shot at Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi. Shen Feng did not dodge, and cast the Wind King barrier to block the bullets directly, and then fired two wind blades, ending it directly. Get rid of these evil guys behind Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi, followed by Lu Zhangqi and Wang Jiao, with two supernatural beings leading the charge. Wang Jiao was relieved, while Lu Zhangqi was completely at a loss, only knowing that following Shen Feng was the safest, so I dare not stay away. When the two came to the outside of the building, they saw directly on the top of the building, a group of people were holding another group of people to fly a kite. Seeing the situation on the roof, Wang Jiao's expression changed immediately, and she said, these people above are my confidants. I never expected that they would be treated so cruelly. The so-called kite flying, as the name suggests, is to fly human beings as kites. If there are kites, what about the kite string? There is a very long organ in the human abdomen, which is the intestines, and the kite string is this thing. A group of guys wearing red hats on the top of the building surrounded 8 young and strong supernatural beings, cut open a person's belly, grabbed a section of intestines, and then kicked the person downstairs, and then just a scream, ah! The moment the person fell, all the intestines were ripped out, and when he landed, he died instantly, and the ground was a bloody mess. After seeing such a terrifying scene, Lu Zhangqi's legs were already trembling slightly. He had never seen such a terrifying scene. Moreover, this kind of scene was made by humans. This is really the kind and compassionate person he once was. Heart race seems to have changed. Yu Hengyi couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, and directly accused the roof of the building. You bastards, what you have done is simply unreasonable. Why do you treat them like this? Lu Zhangqi, go and translate quickly, otherwise they won't understand. Shen Feng whispered. Lu Zhangqi walked forward tremblingly, but his teeth were clumsy and he couldn't speak a word. It was Wang Jiao who had the courage to translate Yu Hengyi's words aloud, and used supernatural powers to directly transmit them to the other party's brain. Haha. Jiren and the others immediately burst into laughter, completely indifferent to Yu Hengyi's question. Afterwards, this group of people chattered a lot. Wang Jiao looked embarrassed, but she still translated it. They said, 2 yellow-skinned monkeys, are you the adulterer of that woman? Did you really give her? Are you in the early stage? Don't talk about torturing this group of people, even you will die tragically in the end. Who told us to be supernatural beings? Moreover, you are also supernatural beings. Why do you still sympathize with these lowly human beings? What? You said that we are yellow-skinned monkeys. Who can bear it? You must do it. Yu Hengyi shouted. To him, yellow-skinned monkeys and East Asian sick men mean the same thing. Being used on his own body, the clay figurine still has 3 points of anger. If he pretends that he didn't hear it, he is not considered a Chinese person. But Shen Feng stopped Yu Hengyi and said in a low voice, Xiaoyu, wait a minute, I still have a few questions. Wang Jiao, you continue to translate. Ask them, what is the superiority of supernatural beings compared to human beings? Supernatural beings, isn't it the same race as ordinary people? Wang Jiao didn't dare to refuse, so she hurriedly asked this question, and after this question was asked, it caused a burst of laughter on the roof again, and then the group of people started shouting again, the supernatural beings are not human beings, the supernatural beings are gods, completely gods, because we possessing the power that ordinary people do not have. No matter who they are, they can only crawl under our feet. As for human beings, we can do whatever we want. Killing them is like pigs and dogs. If we tell them, they can only kneel down and lick us toes. After getting the answer, Shen Feng sighed a long sigh, and then said, no wonder the ancestors said that foreigners are uncivilized barbarians. Now it seems that it is true. In the eyes of these people, they are just like human beings. It is not a species, so let alone empathy, gaining strength, but not growing psychologically. This is a mental disability, and there is no need to persuade these people. Brother Feng, what exactly do you want to say? Yu Hengyi listened to Shen Feng's long speech, and he was a little confused. Is he going to do it or not? Shen Feng said heavily, these people don't treat themselves as human beings, so we don't have to treat them as human beings either. Let's do it. But leave their heads. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng rushed out in an instant. His figure was like lightning, and he came to the bottom of the building almost in an instant. Yu Hengyi also hurriedly followed. The eldest brother was making a move. The younger brother, couldn't just watch, and he really couldn't understand what these human monsters did. Hurry up and hide. These battles are not for you and me. Wang Jiao grabbed Lu Zhangqi and hid aside to avoid being exposed to other sight, but she still carefully poked out half of her head to peek. I want to see what the battle between real supernatural beings is like. After seeing Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi's actions, Jiren not only didn't pay attention, but also said loudly, brothers, watch out. Australia's #1 supernatural person, let them take a look today. What is it? A real strong man. After saying this, Jiren rushed down facing Shen Feng. Shen Feng was going upstairs along the wall at this time, while Jiren descended from the sky, as if he wanted to directly defeat Shen Feng from a condescending height. While still in the air, Jiren's body was burning with raging flames, and the flames were getting stronger and stronger, and finally even turned blue. The temperature in the air rose in an instant. Originally 35, the question of degrees Celsius has reached 60 degrees Celsius now, and the vicinity of the building is already in a state of high temperature. Yellow monkey, go to hell. I take your head, Jiren said arrogantly. Shen Feng jumped up. His body was as light as a swallow, and he couldn't use his strength in midair, and Shen Feng was already full of anger at this inappropriate guy. Chapter 480. Sitting in a well and watching the sky. Yu Hengyi's speed was not as fast as Shen Feng's, so he could only watch Shen Feng collide with a supernatural being falling from the roof. There was a loud bang in his ears, and Shen Feng was slammed to the ground. The clothes on his body were also a little scorched, but fortunately Shen Feng used the Wind King barrier to withstand the attack this time. Boss is really powerful. Kill this yellow-skinned monkey. The people on the top of the building immediately cheered when they saw that Jiren had smashed the Chinese superhuman into the ground. House gained the upper hand. After seeing this scene, Franklin breathed a sigh of relief instantly, with a smile on his face, and then said, it seems that our Australian supernatural beings are still stronger. Before, I bowed my knees to the Chinese supernatural beings. What a shame. Silly. However, at this moment, Shen Feng slowly got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and after landing, Jiren fell to the ground in an instant. His torso was full of wounds, and the dense wounds had been exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Blood flowed, and the ground was soon stained red. Jiren fell to the ground and could no longer speak. Although his eyes were still open, he had completely lost consciousness at this time. After seeing this scene, the people on the top of the building fell silent. They couldn't imagine what they saw. This is the most powerful person with supernatural powers in Australia. There are more than 20 superhumans in Australia, none of them belong to Jiren. Opponent, but what happened now? The strongest supernatural person on my side was killed in just one face-to-face, while the other party's clothes became much blacker. What happened here? Why can't I see anything clearly? Lu Hanqi poked his head out to watch the battle, but only found that the battle in the air flashed past, and the battle was over, so he couldn't help but wonder at this time. Wang Jiao's pupils shrunk. She could see the scene just now clearly. Standing in the distance, she could see a different picture. At the moment when the battle started just now, a flame-using supernatural being descended from the sky and attacked condescendingly. Mr. Shen charged from the bottom up, already lagging behind in terms of strength, but at the moment of contact, Mr. Shen protected himself, and instantly fired hundreds of wind blades, piercing through the opponent's body, but this person's body is full of flames, and the people above cannot see the wound. Wang Jiao explained, so, Mr. Shen was just knocked down from the air, nothing happened, but the other party was beaten into received by Mr. Shen in an instant. Lu Hanqi asked after taking the words. Wang Jiao nodded quickly, and said, Mr. Shen deserves to be the world's first supernatural being who broke through the barrier of evolution, but he killed a supernatural being with just one move. Mr. is hostile. This sentence is of course nonsense to Lu Hanqi. He will fight against Shen Feng when he is full, and Shen Feng needs to take care of him on the way home. Everyone on the top of the building was stunned at this moment. They didn't expect that the number one expert on their side was killed just by meeting him. What kind of monster is this supernatural being from China? Why is it so powerful? No, I'd better run quickly. The supernatural beings in China are too powerful. We can't be opponents. Franklin's mind suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Before, he felt that Shen Feng and Yu Hangai were not enough. However, now, in just one meeting, the invincible Jiren was killed, and Franklin was about to run away. No one is a fool, except for Franklin, who has the idea of escape. The rest of the people have also seen the situation clearly. The number one supernatural person in Australia has been killed, and the rest are still opponents on the opposite side? It's time to run away now. We must unite. The reason why Mr. Jiren was defeated just now was caused by a sudden sneak attack. Now we go together, we can definitely kill these two monkeys. What the supernatural beings thought after being shocked was, how can I survive? My side has angered the supernatural beings in China. If I surrender, I will definitely die. If I want to survive, I can only fight to the end. The other supernatural beings also nodded in agreement. Yes, I didn't expect these two supernatural beings from other places to be so powerful, but we still have 7 supernatural beings, so we must be able to win. When Shen Feng killed Jiren with one move, the rest of the supernatural beings panicked, but now they have no intention of running away. Instead, they decided to guard against danger. As long as they occupy the top of the building, they are still very difficult to defeat. At this moment, Shen Feng stretched out his finger to point at the top of the building, and then said coldly, a bunch of beasts standing on the top of the building, don't let any of you run away, you are already dead. Yu Hangai also caught up at this time, and praised, Brother Feng is amazing, just watch me next. When Yu Hangai saw the group of people on the top of the building, he knew that this place was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Just now Shen Feng was shot down when he wanted to go up to the top of the building. This is the best proof. It's not so easy to hold on, it's not so easy to capture. However, in Yu Hang's view, this kind of terrain is not difficult at all. Yu Hangai walked downstairs, and immediately displayed his supernatural powers. The 5 times gravity field directly enveloped the building. In an instant, the dust on the building kept falling down, and the group of people on the top of the building directly fell. It was crushed to the ground by the strong gravity. Shen Feng stood far away. This guy Yu Hangai is destined to have no teammates, because no one else can cooperate with his abilities. In the gravitational field, everyone except himself will be affected by gravity. Of course, Yu Hangai's ability is enough to change the situation. Boom. The group of people on the top of the building was immediately suppressed on the ground. Even the supernatural beings could only kneel on the ground. None of them expected such a situation to happen. After Franklin saw Shen Feng's strength, he couldn't believe these big talkers anymore, saying that he had no opponent in Australia, but he was instantly killed by one move, and he would surely die if he continued to stay. So he ran to the back of the building, grabbed the plastic hose and was about to slide down, but suddenly huge gravity acted on Franklin's body, and the weight of more than 800 kilograms acted on the thin plastic tube. The plastic tube suddenly couldn't bear it. Pressing on the plastic tube, it immediately broke the plastic tube, and then, Franklin fell heavily. Boom. Franklin fell heavily to the ground. Although he only fell from the height of a 5-story building, the gravity was 5 times that of before. Franklin broke more than 30 bones the moment he landed, and his hands and feet were twisted. It was in a bad shape, and the internal organs were ruptured after being severely injured. Franklin kept spurting blood from his mouth. At this time, he completely regretted it, and thought silently in his heart, if I had known that these two were so powerful, I wouldn't have come here now. I can't die. To live, Franklin struggled to find a centenarian fruit from his body, and then stuffed it into his mouth. This simple movement had consumed most of his strength, until he finally stuffed the fruit into his mouth, and Franklin finally breathed a sigh of relief after eating the fruit. 2 minutes later, a warm current appeared in Franklin's abdomen. The parts where the warm current passed, all the injuries were healed, and the bones were automatically connected to the fractured places, and even the broken internal organs were healing at this time. After gaining great strength, Franklin was finally able to stand up in the gravitational field. As long as his physical fitness is good enough, even in the gravitational zone, humans can last for a while. However, at this moment, Shen Feng, who heard the noise, circled half a circle and came to the back of Dakao. The first thing he saw was a mess on the ground. There were countless fragments on the ground. After being shattered, it was everywhere. It was obvious that after leaving the desert, it was very difficult for Centennial Orchid to resist attacks from the outside world. What surprised Shen Feng was Franklin. The guy he had met a few days ago. Franklin at that time was always very respectful, and he didn't dare to offend him at all. He is the one who came to capture the city. Confucius is still right. You can't judge people by their appearance. The guy who looks like a good person has done something worse than a pig. Shen Feng sighed helplessly after seeing Shen Feng appearing. Franklin immediately took out his pistol, aimed at Shen Feng and fired. Bang bang bang. The gunshot rang out, but the bullet finally stopped in front of Shen Feng, and the bullet had been fired. The Wind King barrier was blocked. Seeing this scene, Franklin also realized that no matter how much he attacked the supernatural being in front of him, it would be futile. Even with a gun in his hand, he could not kill him. Run away quickly. Since you can't fight, you can only count on the speed of escape to be faster. After being strengthened, Franklin did withstand the influence of gravity in a short period of time, walked out of the gravitational field, and started running towards the distance. Now there is no longer wishful thinking about snatching a city, but as long as he can survive. Seeing Franklin running away, Shen Feng just sneered, and then he chased after him leisurely, competing for speed in front of Shen Feng. It seems that he made a wrong choice. Once Shen Feng left, Yu Henggai was left alone to deal with the 7 supernatural beings on the roof and a dozen other soldiers with guns in their hands. Immediately, the 7 supernatural beings were crushed to the ground. They didn't know that this kind of attack existed in the world, so they were caught off guard. Now this group of people gradually reacted, so they slowly moved away from the attack. The roof stood up. A man walked to the edge of the roof, and while resisting the strong gravity on his body, he was casting a supernatural power. I order you now, kill me immediately. This person's ability is hypnosis radio waves, and this kind of hypnosis is deep hypnosis, and can even control the other party's actions. Even if the other party obediently kills their parents, the person who has been recruited will definitely complete it without hesitation. People in state are living puppets. However, at this moment, Yu Henggai just felt a strange emotion in his brain, which was a pessimistic emotion. Yu Henggai shook his head, and this emotion disappeared. This supernatural person must be a strong person who has broken through the evolutionary barrier. It must be a 4th-level supernatural person. I am only a 3rd-level supernatural person, so my supernatural ability will not work in front of him. The person with the ability was stunned at the time, because he did not expect this kind of thing to happen. Except for Jaren, his ability could not control the other people with the ability. No influence at all. This kind of character must be a strong person who has broken through the barriers of evolution. The rest of the supernatural beings didn't dare to be defeated just like this, so they all prepared to fight back. The supernatural beings who controlled steel went to the top of the building, directly cast their supernatural powers, pulled out many steel bars in the building, and condensed them into 20-meter long. The big knife slashed at Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai dodged the big knife slowly, with a mocking look on his face, and said, Don't you people in Australia learn the principle of leverage? Wielding such a long big knife consumes too much energy, and the speed is also very slow. The several supernatural beings on the roof were still attacking constantly. Some used sonic bombs to attack Yu Hengai, while others controlled colorless poisonous gas to float towards Yu Hengai. However, at this moment, the building swayed for a while, and then collapsed. Yu Hengai retreated quickly, and a burst of smoke and dust flew on the ground. Chapter 481. Sitting in a well and watching the sky. The collapsed building itself is very strong, and the level of earthquake resistance is also very high. Even if an earthquake of magnitude 7 occurs, it couldn't withstand it, so when the gravity field enveloped the entire building, the building was supported, but then these Australian supernatural beings did an unbelievable thing. Some supernatural beings pulled out the steel bars in the building. Without the steel bars, it is obviously impossible to stand firm if you only rely on concrete. Most of the tofu dregs projects have safety problems because of cutting corners and materials. The construction party and the enterprise get kickbacks layer by layer, and finally reach the hands of the workers below. The materials are as bad as they are. It's bad, but with lime plaster and tiles on the exterior walls, it won't show anything, and once the building lacks steel bars, it only needs to encounter a little unexpected situation, and it will almost certainly collapse. If a group of supernatural beings on the roof are condescending and defending, they can still last for a while. After all, their strengthened bodies can also move in the 5-fold gravity zone for a period of time, but now, these supernatural beings have chosen to withdraw from the building. The steel bars were used to fight, which caused the building to be unstable, and the moment it fell, the group of people were buried. Taking advantage of this time, Yu Hengai was about to step forward to observe, but in the courtyard outside the building, Wang Jiao poked her head out and shouted loudly, "Mr. Or I know that one of them can use poisonous gas. Once he inhales the poisonous gas, he will surely die, so you should cast the ability from a distance." Yu Hengai was reminded by Wang Jiao, so he quickly stopped. Although Yu Hengai was almost invincible in the gravity field, he was still not truly invincible. If he encountered a special attack, he would still be killed. To be on the safe side, Yu Hengai stood outside the ruins and continuously cast his abilities. Under the long-term suppression of the 5 times gravity field, even a person with abilities couldn't bear it. 30 minutes later, Shen Feng grabbed Franklin, who was powerless like a dead dog, and came back. During the chase, Shen Feng didn't even make a move. He just waited until Franklin finally exhausted the energy in his body and fell to the ground. Only then did he grab him back. "Zio. Are you still here? Are these people very powerful?" Shen Feng couldn't help asking when he saw that Yu Hengai hadn't taken down the supernatural being. After half an hour, Yu Hengai pointed to a pile of ruins and said, "The main reason is that I don't know if the people inside are dead or not. Some of them will use poisonous gas attacks, so I dare not go up to make up for the knife." Yu Hengai said honestly, "Isn't this right for my major? I'm not afraid of poisonous gas attacks. Now, you take this guy to stop the chaos in the city. I'll kill these people. As for the abilities of these people, I will take 6, I'll give you 2. Shen Feng said with a smile. When Yu Hengai heard Shen Feng's condition, he immediately quit. "It is obvious that everyone is fighting together, so why do you get 3/4 of Shen Feng? I'm the eldest brother. You are obedient. Go and quell the rebellion in the city. At worst, let you choose 2 abilities first, and I will choose later." Seeing Yu Hengai's displeasure, Shen Feng quickly gave in. "Okay, who told you to be the big brother?" Yu Hengai sighed, and then took Franklin to the city, summoning the soldiers in the city to encircle and suppress this group of enemies. The enemies all wore red hats on their heads, so it was easy to distinguish. Shen Feng cast Strong Fang Mighty and stepped forward. Under the strong wind, no matter what kind of poisonous gas will be blown away. The poisonous gas cannot function without the help of the wind, and if the wind is too strong, the poisonous gas will be blown away. It lost its effect directly. However, after Shen Feng approached the ruins, he found nothing, no one attacked him, and slowly opened the ruins, only to find that the group of people on the roof had been crushed to death by Yu Hengai's gravity field long ago. Ordinary people die after their internal organs are ruptured, but most of the supernatural beings have pale faces and cannot close their eyes when they die. HMPH, I really don't know what you think. You dare to challenge us with such little skill. Shen Feng can't understand these guys now. If they are powerful guys, for example, Andorf from Europe, casually causing an earthquake, Shen Feng really didn't dare to underestimate it, and as a result, 7 of these 8 people were crushed to death directly. They dared to provoke themselves with such little strength. I really don't know if they were brave or just too simple. Silly. When Shen Feng was wondering, Wang Jiao came up, and seeing that the incident had subsided, she couldn't help but said, "Mr. Shen, thanks to your help, if you need any help, just tell me, I will be satisfied." While talking, Wang Jiao showed a shy look in front of Shen Feng. Shen Feng pretended not to see it, but said directly, "Find me a laboratory and 2 chemists. If I can't find a chemist, I can find 2 college students majoring in chemistry." Of course Shen Feng knows what Wang Jiao means. Such a coy look, it is clear that she is playing hard to get. If she is really fooled, then she has to pay something. So when facing women's throwing arms, one must just be calm. A hint of disappointment appeared on Wang Jiao's face, and she said, "After the chaos subsides, I'll send someone to find the laboratory and chemists right away." "I wonder what you're going to do now." Shen Feng pointed to a group of people with supernatural powers in the ruins, and said lightly, "So many supernatural powers can't be wasted, right? I'm going to extract the powers of these people." "Why? You don't want to?" "Of course not. I can't object to Mr. Shen's actions. It's just that these people are all supernatural beings in Australia. Now that their supernatural powers are taken away by you, Australia's defense will definitely be even worse in the future." Wang Jiao euphemistically began to hint. It turned out that Wang Jiao also took a fancy to these killed supernatural powers at this time. Although they are bad, their supernatural powers are real. If they can get them, they can cultivate their own supernatural powers. The ones, it's none of my business. These superpowers are already the spoils of war for you, Hengai and me. You just want to make a profit without talking about it. Are you thinking too much? Temporary soft-heartedness will let go of so many benefits. A helpless expression appeared on Wang Jiao's face. After experiencing today's incident, she knew what kind of person is a real strong person. A person with supernatural powers is so powerful that no ordinary army can be their opponent. Exclamation mark. It's a pity that now he can't get the abilities of these supernatural beings. Speaking of which, why are these people so arrogant? Haven't they heard of my name? It stands to reason that I'm already famous all over the world, but these supernatural beings don't even take me seriously. What's the situation? Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked regarding Shen Feng's question. Wang Jiao quickly began to explain. Mr. Shen is from China. He should have heard a saying that there are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are called kings. This is the case in Australia. The rich have already sat down. The plane went to safe places such as North America and Europe by boat, but Australia was sparsely populated, and zombies broke out. 9 out of 10 people turned into zombies, and the army could not be formed. The remaining bases were 10,000 larger. There are many people, the smaller ones are hundreds of people, and the supernatural beings are almost the strongest force. Speaking of this, the answer is already obvious. In this impoverished land of Australia, a group of supernatural beings are used to running rampant. No matter where they go, they always face others with a respectful attitude. I thought, what? A frog in a well. You can only see a piece of sky above your head, and you think you have mastered a piece of heaven and earth. In fact, you are nothing. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders, making an evaluation for a group of ignorant supernatural beings on Yu Hengai's side. He grabbed Franklin and rushed in front of a group of red hats, beheading the guy on the spot, and the real gang was shocked immediately, and then ran away in all directions. Taking advantage of this time, the soldiers in the city finally gathered and began to encircle the guy with the red hat in the city. The speed of the action was almost doubtful. Was it prepared long ago? It turns out that whoever wins will help who. Now that we have won, these scumbags will come out to claim the credit. The style of scumbags in Australia is still the same as before. If it appeared, many people would not be killed or injured in the center of the city, but a group of guys who had mastered force liked to stand on the sidelines, so that many survivors were killed in the city. Shen Feng found a laboratory and wrote a formula for 2 people who studied chemistry to extract and make supernatural potions. If conditions permit, Shen Feng even hoped that they could directly extract the extraterrestrial elements, but they just recovered. It is obviously impossible to do it in Fremantle, so we can only settle for the next best thing. After making it into a supernatural potion, we can take it away. There are 2 supernatural potions made by the Corpse King's brain, one for each of Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, and the word unknown is written on the small bottle. Looking at the corresponding ability, Yu Henggai chose first. He specifically selected the ability that looked very strong, and chose a flame and a sonic attack ability potion after the ability was extracted. It was already midnight. Shen Feng looked at the 7 potion bottles in his hands and showed a satisfied smile. It seems that the ancients were right. Survive a catastrophe without dying. Already have a blessing. Walking out of the gate of the laboratory, Wang Jiao waited outside, and said respectfully, Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, the sailboat you ordered earlier has been delivered to the port. It is 8 meters long and has 1 mast. Sailing. Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now that Wang Jiao can be regarded as the lord of the city, it is not easy to be able to speak to him respectfully. He looked at the supernatural potion in his hand, and picked out one that said poison gas potion bottle and said, okay, for your obedience, I'll reward you. Wang Jiao happily took the supernatural potion in her hand. After hearing Shen Feng's refusal during the day, he gave up hope. He felt that the heads of these supernatural beings were not destined for him, but now however, Shen Feng took the initiative to give him one, which was a surprise. Afterwards, Wang Jiao said goodnight to Shen Feng and left here quickly. Brother Feng, can you stop being so extravagant? This is a supernatural potion. No matter how bad the supernatural potion is, it can be exchanged for dozens of tons of food. This is still priceless, so you just give it away. What about charging big money? Yu Henggai couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how much he looked down on the supernatural potion, it was something that could transform a person. It was too exaggerated for Shen Feng to give it away so directly. Shen Feng shook his head and said, what do you know? It's a hush money. Today we killed 8 supernatural beings in Australia. This matter was spread on the internet, and our reputation on the internet is bad, so let's say, after beating Wang Jiao, give her some sweetness to make her shut up obediently, and we can accept these 7 supernatural potions directly. Damn, you are still thinking about your reputation at this time. I think, one day you will definitely be dragged down by this reputation. Yu Henggai still thinks it is inappropriate. What he means is very simple. Isn't it the supernatural beings in Australia? Question mark. Kill it, kill it. What else dare to say? Regarding Yu Henggai's advice, Shen Feng shrugged and said, maybe, but I uphold the choice of multiple friends and multiple paths, and generally I don't like to make enemies. Yu Henggai had no choice but to persuade Shen Feng, so he had no choice but to go back to sleep. He was going to see tomorrow, so he should rest early. Chapter 482, Encountering the Natives Again. When morning came, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai got up early, took Lu's hanky to carry fresh water and food, and prepared to leave Fremantle, but the pier was full of farewell people. These people held banners and smiled on their faces. There were even 2 separate girls holding flower garlands for Shen Feng and Yu Henggai to wear. Of course, it is impossible for Shen Feng to meet casually in this kind of battle. The reason why so many people are sending Shen Feng off is because of Wang Jiao's organization. For Shen Feng and Yu Henggai's departure, it is natural to work hard. On the issue of face, we must take it seriously and let Shen Feng and Yu Henggai leave gracefully. Ever since Wang Jiao mobilized most of the survivors in the city, and more than 30,000 survivors stood on the pier and cheered continuously. Wearing a garland, Shen Feng looked at the group of people on the pier, and showed off to Yu Henggai. Look, my plan has succeeded. It's a big loss to exchange a precious and practical supernatural potion for cheers from others. Yu Henggai said mercilessly, yes, I think that if I come here again in the future, I will definitely receive a warm welcome. Shen Feng said with a smile, come on, I won't come to this broken place in my next life. I wish I could stay in China every day and stay with Qin Qa. Yu Henggai couldn't help urging Shen Feng to set off, and returning to China as soon as possible is the right way thing. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and showed his power. Yu Henggai pulled up the anchor. Lu's hanky hurriedly lowered the sail swelled up, and soon, the ship sailed towards the distance. Shen Feng steered the helm, not daring to stay away from the coastline, and not daring to be special approaching, driving along the west side of the Australian mainland with the existence of Shen Feng's ability. The journey must be smooth. Lu's hanky looked at the port that had gone away, and couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. He knew that he would probably never come back here again. In the future, I can no longer see the amiable leader and a bunch of friends in the base when Yu Henggai has nothing to do. He fishes on a big boat. The speed of a sailboat is no faster than that of a steamship. The speed basically depends on the wind. Fishing on a sailboat is the only pastime. While driving the boat, Shen Feng asked Yu Hangai, Xiao you made a bet with me before that if I killed the corpse king, you would give me a surprise. So what, surprise, Yu? Hangai pointed to the cabin and said, I know you like to read comics, so I found a lot of comic books and put them on the boat for you. How about it? This is a big surprise, right? As soon as Shen Feng heard that there were comics to read, he immediately became happy, waved to Lu Zhenki, and said, Boy, come and take the helm, I'm going to read comics. Lu Zhenki didn't dare to disobey the order, so he quickly took over Shen Feng's position and took the helm to let the ship move forward. He was also afraid that he would run aground, so he could only carefully observe his surroundings. Fortunately, the wind direction was always under Shen Feng's control. If you change, you will not encounter danger. The sailboat is made of a mixture of new materials and wooden boards, which seems to be in line with the theme of environmental protection. The cabin is not big or small. In addition to storing supplies, the rest can only sleep 3 people, but not when sleeping turnover, otherwise you will touch the other person's body. Shen Feng saw a cardboard box in the cabin, opened it, and found that it was indeed a comic book. When he was about to read it carefully, he suddenly found that the comic books were all in English. Shen Feng could only be blinded now. If you don't know the content by looking at the picture, who can understand it? Xiao, I was deceived by your kid. What's the so-called surprise? It's all in English, can I understand it? Shen Feng walked out of the cabin and said angrily. Yu Hangai smiled and said, I can't help it. Where can I read Chinese comics abroad? If there are Chinese, I can read the comics by myself. Why should I go fishing? Shen Feng thought about it, and chose to go fishing. It is better not to read comics that he does not understand, so as not to be confused after reading them. Although the 2 of them do not lack food and do not need fish to supplement protein, they can be entertained on the boat. The only way is to put on a sun hat, take off your shoes and sit by the boat, and start fishing. The waves turn up from time to time, the sea water will cover the soles of the 2 people's feet, and the fish are often hooked. The edible fish are killed by Shen Feng, cut open and hung on the boat to dry, and the inedible fish are handed over to Yu Hangai. Yu Hangai kicked him away during the period of sailing at sea. Lu Zhenki has been living with Shen Feng and Yu Hangai. With enough protein supplements, his body has grown stronger. Finally, after 9 days, the 3 of them arrived at Cape York in the north of Australia. From here to the north is the island of New Guinea, which can be regarded as entering Southeast Asia, and Lu Zhenki also needs to disembark at this time. When preparing to say goodbye, Shen Feng found 3 centenarian fruits from his body, handed them to Lu Zhenki, and said, Boy, there is nothing I can give you. These 3 fruits are good things to save your life. From now on, whether you live or die depends on your luck. Shen Feng is not optimistic that Lu Zhenki will be able to reach Cairns. It is still hundreds of kilometers away from Cairns. Whether it is in the forest or in the grassland, it is full of dangers, especially for Australia, where the rich are basically rich. Even without the power to protect the people, this is a poor country. It is impossible for a 14-year-old boy to go home without encountering danger. Of course, it is impossible for Shen Feng to give the supernatural potion as a gift. He did not see any potential worth investing in Lu Zhenki, so it is impossible to use the precious supernatural potion on him. I can give the fruit of the centennial orchid as a gift. Although this fruit can save lives at critical moments, it is not particularly valuable to Shen Feng and Yu Hangai. At their level, the danger that can threaten their lives cannot be solved by this fruit. In ordinary difficulties, it's not a problem for the 2 of them. For them, the fruit of the centennial orchid is tasteless. Lu Zhenki took the 3 fruits, and when he came to the shore, he put down his backpack, knelt on the ground and kowtowed, and said while kowtowing, 2 heroes from China, I am very young and have no skills, but I will remember the help you have given me, and if I become stronger in the future, I will definitely repay you. Shen Feng didn't respond, but Yu Hangai sighed, Boy, we didn't help you because we need your rewards, but because of your courage. In short, you can do it yourself, and see you later. Shen Feng then used his ability to drive the boat, and the sailboat sailed into the vast sea, heading towards New Guinea in the north. Yu Hangai can only say goodbye by fate. After all, in the apocalypse, maybe you will never see your friends again when you turn around. Just like how Xiao and K Yiming who went to sea together before, when they went to sea, everyone was full of spirits. Now, there are only a few who can go back. Lucas kept waving at the distant sailboat on the shore until he could no longer see anyone, then picked up the backpack on the ground and headed towards the southern city. Just wait and see, I will definitely become a strong man like you, and I will succeed. Lucas thought silently in his heart on Shen Feng's side. Sailing is heading towards New Guinea. There are too many islands in Southeast Asia. As long as you go in a specific direction, you will not lose your way. If you are in the ocean, you will be surrounded by boundless cities. It is the ocean, and there is no reference point. When a big wave hits, you will not know the north, south, east, west, and north. That is the real desperate situation, brother. Feng, I heard that there are also natives in New Guinea, do you know? Yu Henggai asked first. Shen Feng nodded and said, I know, what's wrong? I heard that they can eat people. Is it true? Yu Henggai continued to ask. Shen Feng shrugged, shook his head and replied, there must have been in the past, but after entering a civilized society, such things should no longer exist. Trust my judgment. Shen Feng had also heard of the savage tribe in New Guinea, but cannibalism was a century ago. How could such a thing happen in the 21st century, brother? Feng, don't forget that in Tasmania we encountered human flesh factories, and now, in this kind of tribe with a tradition of cannibalism, and it is still in the end, they are likely to resume the custom of cannibalism. Yu Henggai quickly explained, what are you trying to say? At most, we go ashore to find fresh water and food, and we don't need to deal with the natives. Why do you always care about these natives? Shen Feng asked while fishing. Yu Henggai smiled at this time, and explained, Brother Feng, I heard that New Guinea has a lot of fruits. Why don't we stay for 2 more days? Did you find the fruit illustrations? Go ashore and eat fruits. It's just a good time to supplement vitamins. Only then did Shen Feng understand Yu Henggai's meaning. It turned out that he didn't want to visit the indigenous tribes, but was greedy and wanted to eat fruits. The fruits that grow are very sweet, and there are many kinds of food that can be eaten. After passing through Southeast Asia, how can I feel worthy of this trip if I don't eat more fruits? Since you've said that, then go ashore and have a look. It's a good time to store fresh water. As for whether you can find fruit, it's hard to say. Shen Feng shrugged, which was considered to have satisfied Yu Henggai's request previously. Shen Feng thought that Yu Henggai would hurry up and return home, but now that Yu Henggai didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, Shen Feng was naturally willing to accompany him. When it was dark, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai came to the west coast of New Guinea. They tied the boat in the nearby mangrove forest and found a place to light a fire for cooking after landing. Brother Feng, come, try the pimple soup I cooked. Yu Henggai enthusiastically brought a bowl of pimple soup to Shen Feng. Yu Henggai didn't know other dishes, but he learned how to cook pimple soup these days. Although soup is simple to make, it is not bad to be able to cook it from knowing nothing about cooking. Shen Feng looked at the pimple soup in front of him, and said helplessly, I admit that you can cook, pimple soup is a must, but you can't eat it every day. Can you change the taste? Tomorrow. We'll go look for fruits when the sun breaks. Did you bring the illustrated book with you? Yu Henggai quickly promised that we would go to pick fruits tomorrow. However, at this moment, there was the sound of leaves rubbing against each other in the distance, and Shen Feng and Yu Henggai immediately became aware that something was moving in the woods not far away. Could it be that the mutant beast is here? Oh, it looks like there's going to be an extra meal tonight, Yu Henggai said to himself. Shen Feng listened attentively, but heard a lot of voices, and couldn't help but say, if it's really a mutant beast, there are quite a lot of them, and there's no end to the extra meals. The two sat quietly beside the fire, ready to fight at any time. Yu Henggai was carrying a long knife. Shen Feng was carrying a dagger, ready to fight at any time. However, when the two were sitting quietly waiting for the danger to come, a dozen brown-skinned people wearing grass skirts rushed out of the woods. These people were wearing grass skirts and naked to the waist, facing Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, who were having dinner. He rushed over directly, making strange voices while rushing back. Damn, savage. Xiao, your crow's mouth is showing power. Shen Feng saw the scene in front of him, and immediately reacted. It turned out that the one running in the woods just now was not a wild beast, but a local aborigine. Chapter 483 The Prophet. Seeing a group of guys in grass skirts rushing out of the woods, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai immediately recognized them. Isn't this the aboriginal people they were talking about during the day? I didn't expect to see the aborigines at night, and these aboriginals appeared here, mostly to grab food. Seeing this, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai both drank the pimple soup in the bowl in unison. The most important thing is to replenish their physical strength. If they fight with these aboriginals later, they really have no time to eat. However, at this moment, after a group of natives rushed to the edge of the fire, they began to untie the grass skirt without saying a word. Damn it, these aboriginals have too much taste, stay away. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately retreated with his bowl in hand, and Yu Hengyi did the same when the two saw the aborigines rushing out. Although they were surprised, it was reasonable. The rushing was nothing more than a desire to snatch property. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi had encountered such a thing before, but now, a group of the aborigines unbuttoned their skirts as soon as they rushed over, and they were all big and thick men. Could it be that they are here to rob sex? Seeing this scene, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi quickly dodged, trying to stay away from these guys. However, the two people's ideas were obviously wrong, because the group of aborigines then poured water on the fire, and the fire was quickly extinguished under the huge displacement of the dozen or so people. Brother Feng, what are these people doing? Yu Hengyi was immediately confused when he saw the actions of these natives. He built a good fire, why did he put it out? Shen Feng thought for a while and said, this must be because the aborigines in the mountains have never seen the world, and they don't even know how to make a fire, so when they saw the flames, they thought it was a scourge, which is very reasonable. They are all one help the uncivilized savages. Before that, Shen Feng often saw the situation of some indigenous tribes in the news, especially on some islands in Southeast Asia. Many primitive tribes did not even know how to drill wood to make fire. Although they entered the Stone Age, they were still primitive societies. However, when Shen Feng finished speaking, some natives spoke up. Although they spoke awkward Chinese, they could still be understood. Tourist, please don't say such insulting words. Although we are a little behind, we are not afraid of the flames. Brother Feng, it doesn't look like a savage. Yu Hengyi pointed to the natives and said, look, they can also speak Chinese. Shen Feng was also puzzled, and asked, aren't you aboriginals? Why are you wearing grass skirts? Some natives spoke up, we are natives, but we have entered a civilized society long ago. There is no way to wear grass skirts. Now we can't buy clothes, so we can only wear something simpler. Then, why do you want to extinguish our fire? Since you are not afraid of the flames, let us enjoy the fire. Now it is dark in the woods, and we can't see the surroundings clearly. Or, do you want to take advantage of the darkness? Robbery. Yu Hengyi continued to ask. 2. Distinguished supernatural beings, the prophet of our tribe wants to see you, so follow us. The leader of the native man said directly, prophet? He wants to see me? Does he know me? Shen Feng was puzzled. He had just landed ashore not long ago, so his identity was discovered. That's right, the prophet predicted that you two would go ashore yesterday, so we specially asked us to come to greet you. The prophet knows everything, and the two of you are invited here to help you. The leader of the natives said hastily. Yu Hengyi asked Shen Feng in a low voice, Brother Feng, do you think this matter is reasonable? How can there be a prophet in the world? I don't think it's right, but the identities of our supernatural beings have been recognized, and we have only been ashore for an hour, so it's strange that we were found so easily. Go and see, play by ear. Shen Feng's my heart is also in a fog. I don't know the identity of the prophet that the aborigines said, so I'm going to have a look. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi didn't know what the other party meant, so they planned to go and see first. As for the identity of the prophet in the other party's mouth, Shen Feng didn't think it was true. Many changes not foreseen at all. While walking, the leader of the natives yelled loudly, tourists, please follow me, don't litter anywhere, and don't step on the lawn casually. Follow me, you can see the best scenery. Yu Hengyi leaned into Shen Feng's ear and whispered, I bet this guy was a tour guide before. Brother Feng, do you want to place a bet? Nonsense, can you see it? Can't I see it? It's a losing game, why should I bet on him? Shen Feng said angrily. In Southeast Asia, the climate here is extremely hot, and the rainy season lasts for a long time. In some places, it is the rainy season for 8 or 9 months a year, and there are quite a lot of crops that can be planted. However, if you want to develop the economy, it is far from what the planting industry can afford. Since then, Southeast Asia has followed a path, that is, tourism, accepting foreign tourists, and money will naturally come. Ever since, although the aborigines seem to be very backward, in order to develop the tourism industry, many tour guides can also speak the languages of 7 or 8 countries. From this aspect, The Aboriginals' learning ability is even stronger than that of people in developed countries. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai followed the indigenous guides to an extinct volcano. There was a small road passing through a huge rock wall, which seemed to be a crack formed by an earthquake. In the central area, there was a white area with houses, and the farmland just doesn't like lighting. The whole valley relies on moonlight and starlight for lighting. Don't you have oil lamps? Lighting a lamp is not difficult, is it? Shen Feng couldn't help asking. The two of you may not be aware of the environment here. In New Guinea, it is not allowed to light up lights at night. Otherwise, monsters will follow the light and attack. Even if we hide in the volcano, local monsters will appear. The native said quickly. By the way, what's your name? Shen Feng began to ask the tour guide's name. The tour guide quickly said, my name is Emmys. This name was originally the name of a weed that blooms in summer. Let's go see the prophet first. Walking inside the volcano, there are cliffs all around. Except for the cracks formed by the earthquake, there is no passable road at all. Except for the houses, other places are all farmland. The crops growing in the fields are very lush, but Yu Henggai does not know what this is in the end. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were brought into a closed room with flickering lights. After entering, the two discovered that there was a young man in his 20s sitting in the room. Internet surfing in front of the computer. Then, what, you are a prophet? Shen Feng asked in surprise. He thought he was a guy in his 70s and 80s in the room, but he didn't expect that there was a young man sitting there, and he was still surfing the internet. This prophet is too out of place, right? Exclamation mark. At this time, seeing Shen Feng and Yu Henggai appearing, the young man quickly turned off the computer and said in Chinese, I saw the video you posted on the computer before, and I was calculating your distance. Here you are, you came here this evening. My name is Talutz, and I am also a superhuman. Are you a supernatural person? They all call you a prophet. Can you really predict the future? Yu Henggai asked in surprise. To Lucy brought Tumu Dunzi to the two, and after sitting down, he said, of course I can't predict the future. They call me a prophet because I can always predict the coming of danger, and I can predict the future ahead of time. Dodging, once or twice, everyone still thinks it is luck, but if the number of times is too many, they think I can predict the future. It's that simple. Shen Feng sat down with Yu Henggai and asked, then how did you perceive danger? Does it have something to do with your ability? Talutz nodded and replied, yes, it does matter. My ability is called electromagnetic induction. I can sense everything within a radius of tens of kilometers. The place where you landed is also within my induction range. And I have a computer here, so I can watch the news anytime, so I sent someone to invite you here. After Talutz said this, his true strength has also been shown. His ability is a natural ability, but his combat ability is not good, and it is useless except to inquire about the situation. Shen Feng continued to ask, then why do you send people to come to us? Seeing that you are farming in the volcano, you will not be short of food, right, brother? Feng, do you need to talk about it? Of course there is a lack of clothes. Yu Henggai interrupted, the group of people who brought us to the volcano just now are so poor that they don't even have underwear. Of course they want to buy us when they come here clothes. Shen Feng nodded, thinking it was indeed the case, otherwise, it would be impossible to explain this guy's purpose. Talutz quickly explained, please don't get me wrong, although we have no clothes to wear for the time being, but this is only temporary. We have planted rami in the field, and we will be able to wear linen clothes in a few months. I'm looking for you, because I have taken a fancy to the strength of the two of you, and I want you two to help kill a monster. After killing the monster, I will give you a good gift. Come on, we still have to hurry. We will start in 2 days. We don't have time to kill monsters for you. Aren't you a prophet? You can find a way to kill them with traps. We won't be greedy for cheap things. Shen Feng immediately refused. What? If I say, I can give you meteorites? Then, will you still reject my deal? Talutz asked with a smile. Meteorite. When Yu Henggai and Shen Feng heard the news, they immediately regained their spirits. Originally, the two were living on a deserted island in the sea because of salvaging meteorites, but now the meteorites are delivered to their door. Isn't this a great thing? Stop talking nonsense. The meteorite from beyond the sky was swallowed by the blue whale a long time ago, and it must be at sea now. You guys are probably trying to trick us into doing things for you. Do you think we don't understand anything? Shen Feng reacted quickly and asked Taluts directly. Yu Hengai also nodded hastily. There was a movement of God's domain in the sea before, and it was driven by a 1-kilometer-long blue whale. Everyone thought that the meteorite had been eaten by this thing, so now this so-called prophet said that he could give the meteorite to himself. That was obviously bragging. That's right, you're talking nonsense. You just want to trick us into working for you. Yu Hengai also said hastily. Taluts quickly said, I'm absolutely not talking nonsense. I saw this fall on the ground last month with my own eyes. It even caused a forest fire. This is a real meteorite. It's rare to see it in 100 years, damn. I thought it was that big meteorite in the sea. What do we want for an ordinary meteorite? Yu Hengai was speechless immediately. What can be done? That's right, it's useless to ask for it. This is the end of this matter. We will leave here tomorrow. Shen Feng also hurriedly stopped. Doing business or something is still too much time wasting, and staying on the island for 2 days is enough. It is uncertain how long it will take to kill monsters. Hey, don't worry, both of you, although this meteorite is not the one in the sea, but I think this meteorite is not simple, because after the meteorite fell to the ground, monsters appeared. What a coincidence. Taluts quickly said. Hearing this, Shen Feng quickly turned his head to discuss with Yu Hengai. Could this meteorite also contain extraterrestrial elements? Otherwise, how could monsters appear so easily? How would I know? Yu Hengai shrugged and said, I only plan to eat fruit, I don't care. Chapter 484, A Tree Makes a Forest. Shen Feng learned from the prophet that there was a meteorite falling on the ground, and he suddenly had a different thought in his heart. If the meteorites on the land and the meteorites in the sea have the same effect, wouldn't he be able to cultivate supernatural beings himself? Moreover, monsters appeared just as the meteorite landed, which shows that the meteorite also has some special effects. In that case, what about the meteorite? Show us. Shen Feng said directly. Talut smiled awkwardly, and replied, as for the meteorite, I don't have it now, but as long as you kill the monster, there will be one immediately, because the place where the meteorite fell is surrounded by monster habitats, so as long as kill the monster, then I can tell you the location of the meteorite. Damn it, this is an empty-handed white wolf. Brother Feng, don't believe it, he just lied to us to work for him. Yu Hengai immediately became unhappy when he heard that he didn't even have the meteorite in his hand. It was empty to fetch water from a bamboo basket. Taluts quickly explained, and said seriously, I am a prophet, why would I lie to you? Not only did I see the meteorite fall, but many people in our tribe also saw this scene. If you don't believe it, it will be a real loss. Big. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said, it's okay to let me make a deal. You have to provide us with food and accommodation for these 2 days, and besides, we don't eat ordinary things, we only eat fruits, and you have to take care of enough fruits. No problem, absolutely no problem. In New Guinea, there may not be anything else, but there are absolutely enough fruits, and you can find anything you want. Talut was suddenly ecstatic, and there was a powerful supernatural being to help him solve the crisis. It was just too good to be true. By the way, what does a monster look like? Is it a mutated animal? Shen Feng asked casually. Talut shook his head and replied, I don't know. No one has ever seen this monster. I only know that the monster hides in the woods. As long as there is fire, humans will be attacked. Therefore, in New Guinea, there are many places in New Guinea. Don't dare to light a fire, especially at night. Even if you light a fire, you have to secretly place it. After getting this answer, Shen Feng felt a little helpless, and left with Yu Hengai. After walking out, Yu Hengai praised Shen Feng. Brother Feng is amazing. We don't have to pick wild fruits by ourselves these days. Others will send them over. We eat his fruits for 2 days, and after 2 days we will eat them. Say it can't be done, just walk away. This is called prostitution for nothing. Shen Feng shrugged and said, you just want to take advantage, but I want to find a chance to find a meteorite. If this meteorite contains extraterrestrial elements, we will make money. I also said that I like to take advantage of it. When there is an advantage, you didn't take the big one. I dare say that if you find the meteorite, you will not give me too much? Yu Hengai said. Shen Feng said seriously, even if I take the lead, I will never forget you. This time, if I find the meteorite, I will give you 1/5. Look, isn't this what I said? If there are benefits, you will always take the lead. Yu Hengai laughed. Seeing this, Shen Feng just shrugged his shoulders. didn't answer anything, and went directly to find a place to rest, and the group of natives also vacated a room for the two of them sleep. The next morning came. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi got up on time, but someone had already placed a plate outside the door, which was full of fruits, and most of them were fruits that Yu Hengyi had never seen before. Hey, kiwi fruit is rare. It still has a yellow color. In the past, it cost at least 20 yuan a caddy. Yu Hengyi returned to the room with a plate. Shen Feng picked a passion fruit to taste, and at the same time explained to Yu Hengyi, this is actually a kiwi fruit. The seeds were stolen. After the improved variety was changed to a different name, it was sold back to China, and it was more expensive than kiwi fruit. Kiwi tastes about the same. Yu Hengyi tasted it and said, it's different, it's sweeter than kiwi. While eating fruit, Shen Feng was observing this indigenous tribe. With the side wall of the volcano as a barrier, it is impossible for ordinary mutant beasts to enter it. Hiding here, it is really a paradise. These people are quite trustworthy. They said they would provide fruit, but they really provided so much fruit. Shen Feng couldn't help but praise Yu Hengyi. Picked up another coconut, split it open with a knife, and then drank the coconut juice before eating the coconut meat. The only downside was that the coconut meat was too hard, and the taste was not very good. You full? Let's go and meet the monsters for a while. After eating all the fruits, Shen Feng was ready to act. Full? I just stuffed my teeth. Let's go hunting. Fruits are just a taste. I'm still hungry. Yu Hengyi replied lightly. The two were about to go out of the tribe. Yu Hengyi was observing the women in the tribe while walking. These women were not wearing grass skirts, but normal attire, but whether it was shirts or trousers, they were basically men's clothes. Mostly men save their clothes for women. What are you looking at? She's not a beautiful woman. It's impolite to keep staring at her. Shen Feng said lazily. Yu Hengyi pointed to the things in the hands of a group of women and said, Brother Feng, look, these people seem to be eating yams. It turns out that the food they are talking about is yams. Are they full? In Yu Hengyi's eyes, what he saw was a group of women peeling sticks. After peeling off the skin, there were white roots underneath, which were obviously yams. You should read more books. This is called cassava. Have you ever drank pearl milk tea? Pearls are made of this thing. At any rate, a high school student doesn't even know this. Cassava can barely be used as a staple food, but the skin is poisonous. Can't eat. Shen Feng explained. Oh, so that's it. I've learned a lot. Yu Hengyi nodded quickly after hearing Shen Feng's explanation. He was still very envious that Shen Feng knew so much. Shen Feng did not expect these people to grow cassava. It stands to reason that in Southeast Asia, it is more suitable to grow rice, which can be grown 3 times a year. But looking at the topography of the crater, it is immediately clear that the water source in the volcano not many. Rice planting is not easy, but cassava planting is simple, and the yield is not bad. It is easy to feed more than 3,000 people in this volcano. It's pretty clean here, but it's not a paradise. Once mutated birds attack from the sky, the inside of the volcano is extremely flat and unobstructed. As long as they are attacked, there will be heavy casualties. Shen Feng looked at the people here. Environment, couldn't help but say, yes, your yes how is the safest, the throat of the southwest, a major town, nothing can compare to it. Yu Hengyi said perfunctorily. He found that every time Shen Feng came to a place, he liked to observe the situation. It was almost obsessed average. You don't understand this. In the current chaotic world, no one knows where the danger is coming from. Therefore, every time you go to a place, you need to observe the terrain and find a way out. Only in critical moments can you save your life. Shen Feng said plausibly. After leaving the volcano, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi first went to the mangroves by the sea to have a look. Seeing that the boats were still there, they were relieved. The next step was hunting. In the tribe, they could only eat cassava to fill their stomachs. Or go hunting. Shen Feng found a wild boar in the forest. It had long tusks and a hard mane. Shen Feng caught up with it and stabbed it with a knife. The dagger pierced the wild boar's fur, but it couldn't cause substantial damage. It aroused the anger of the wild boar, causing the wild boar to rush indiscriminately, and the small tree would break immediately after being attacked. After Shen Feng saw this scene, he had no choice but to use the wind blade. Dozens of wind blades flew out, piercing the wild boar's body immediately. The heart of the wild boar was pierced in an instant, and blood splattered immediately. A minute later, The wild boar moved incredible, light light the fire, and continue to eat barbecue. You can still eat fruit later. Shen Feng hurriedly greeted Yu Henggai while lighting the fire. Yu Henggai looked around worriedly, and said in his mouth, "If the monster comes here now, it will be bad. I need to find monsters. Besides, we are on land now. What kind of monsters can hurt you and me? Only sea beasts can hurt us. On land, no animals can attack us." Shen Feng, but he wasn't worried at all. He wasn't in the sea now, but on land, he wouldn't be attacked by any weird things. Yu Henggai thought about it. It was indeed the case. The mutated beasts on land, even if the mutated elephants appeared here, they were not his opponents, so why should they be afraid? However, while the two were lighting the fire, they gradually felt something was wrong. It seemed that the sunlight above their heads became more and more sparse. Half an hour later, the forest was completely dark, with only a faint light entering the forest, and the surroundings became gloomy. I'll go to the top of my head to see if there's anything on the tree. Be careful around. Shen Feng said carefully while grilling meat. Yu Henggai looked in all directions, always on guard against possible dangers. Shen Feng jumped up, jumping and climbing on the branches, and soon came to the top of a big tree. Looking around, he found nothing unusual, but the surrounding branches seemed to be growing crazily, almost in the blink of an eye. A leaf has grown. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately understood, quickly descended to the ground, and said seriously, "Xiao, the so-called monsters are mutated plants, and the sun above their heads is covered by leaves. Now, the mutated plants are gone." Coming. When Yu Henggai heard this, he immediately looked around and asked at the same time, "You said monsters are mutated plants? Then, what kind of plants are they? It is impossible that this large forest is all mutated plants, right?" Shen Feng looked at the fire, and said, "It's okay, plants are afraid of flames. We have a fire here. I believe these mutated plants dare not approach casually, but, didn't the prophet say that? Monsters like to attack places with fire, and these mutated plants may not be afraid of fire." Yu Henggai was still very nervous and worried about the current situation. As soon as the words fell, a stream of water appeared in the sky, flowing straight down, just in time to extinguish the fire on the ground, and suddenly, the forest became darker at the same time. Countless vines drilled out of the forest, and began to twine towards Shen Feng and Yu Henggai. "Xiao, split up and find the body of this mutated plant, otherwise, we will be exhausted sooner or later." Shen Feng made a decisive decision, spotted a direction and rushed out. He threw away the wild boar, then dodged the attack of the vines, swung the long knife in his hand, and cut off the vines around him, protecting himself for a while. Shen Feng kept running towards the north. Plants like this kind of attack must have a body. Therefore, the plant hard in Yazhou is like this, and the centenarian orchid in Australia is also like this. Now, the mutated plants in the rainforest must also there is a body, and only by killing this body can the crisis be completely resolved. I miscalculated. I thought it was a mutant beast eating people. I didn't expect it to be a mutant plant. I don't know how big the coverage area of this mutant plant is, and I don't know where its body is hiding. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. After running in the dark woods for a long time, Shen Feng finally saw the light in the distance, and rushed out in one breath, only to realize that he had left the rainforest, and there was an open space outside the forest, with many weeds on the ground, but no trees are growing. Let's go. The coverage of this mutated plant is really too big. Is such a large forest covered with a body of mutated plants? Is it too exaggerated? Shen Feng was shocked. After walking out of the coverage area of the mutated plants, the vines couldn't keep up with his speed, but they never gave up. If the diameter of these 10 kilometers is the diameter, then the forest is really too big. Chapter 485 Towering Tree. Shen Feng can't imagine that a mere mutated plant has a huge coverage area and is not afraid of flames. This is even more exaggerated. It means that the weakness of plants has been solved. Difficult? Come on, let's go back. Hoarding the prophet's fruit for 2 days, forget it, it's too difficult here. Shen Feng sighed, and chose to detour back. Even if Shen Feng was very fast, it took a full 2 hours to return to the volcano. At this time, Yu Henggai had already escaped from the forest, but he was in a lot of distress and his clothes were tattered. In the process of escaping, it was scratched by a branch. "Sister-in-law, is cassava delicious? Can I try it?" Yu Henggai said cheekily. Originally, he had caught the wild boar. If the mutated plants hadn't appeared, Yu Hengai would have been full by now, but he was attacked and had to throw the wild boar away. Now that he came back, he could only eat cassava with a cheek. Here. You are. The Khan big sister hastily brought a bowl of boiled cassava to Yu Hengai. It is full of carbohydrates, which can definitely replenish energy, but it lacks nutrition, vitamins, and protein, and it is even more impossible. There is fat, and if you eat too much, you will appear puffy. Yu Hengai was also really hungry. Rushing out of the woods had consumed a lot of his energy, and now he urgently needed to replenish his energy. Look at your talent. You don't eat politely at all. You don't know how to say thank you. Shen Feng scolded angrily, and then looked at the big sister. Then what? Give me a bowl too. By the way, thank you. You. While eating the tasteless cassava, Yu Hengai said, you still eat cassava like me. What's the difference? Have you found the body of the mutated plant? Shen Feng shrugged, gnawed on the cassava and said, I didn't find it. The area is too large. It is estimated that there is an area of more than 100 square kilometers, which is covered by this mutant plant. If you want to find the body, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. What about you? I'm more dangerous, but you run fast. You said separate and run and disappeared. I used my ability to suppress the actions of the vines along the way, so I could escape. I found out that as long as you leave the range of shadows, these mutated plants will not be able to catch up. Yu Hengai replied. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were squatting outside a house eating cassava, and they both planned to give up, not because they didn't want to kill the monster, but because the monster hid too deeply. In 2 days, eat more fruits. Anyway, you and I will basically not come to Southeast Asia in the future. If you miss it, you will have nothing to eat in the future. Shen Feng persuaded Yu Hengai, and Yu Hengai obviously understood the meaning of Shen Feng's words, and he could see that Shen Feng was retreating now, so he continued, I didn't say that I couldn't come to Southeast Asia. If the world is peaceful in the future, I will also bring Kin Kiwi to come. Those who eat fruit here are too hot at night and there are more mosquitoes, which is not good. The two chatted while eating cassava. I have to say that cassava is very suitable for filling the stomach. After eating it, the feeling of fullness will last for a long time, but the taste is not very good, and it is broken into starch. The pearls in the milk tea are better at this moment. Taluts came over. Wherever he passed, all the natives bowed their heads respectfully and called him prophet. He was very satisfied with this title and attitude, and always had a warm smile on his face. You, too, you must have gained something by coming back so soon. Lucy asked Shen Feng and Yu Hengai. Shen Feng nodded, and said seriously, that's right, we have a clue. In short, we need to replenish energy after collecting more fruits in the past 2 days. As for the battle with monsters, we can only find out after 2 days. Yu Hengai was very satisfied with Shen Feng's answer, and couldn't help but give up his thumbs up. He was obviously about to give up, but in the end he planned to cheat on food and drink for 2 days. This is the real shamelessness. Shen Feng is now talking about business with a mentality of stopping losses in time. Anyway, it is impossible to find the body of the mutant plant, and he has no time to do this. Take the time to eat the fruit and walk away. After all, others can't do anything to themselves. However, at this time, Lucy said to Shen Feng, Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, please follow me, maybe I can help you. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai looked at each other, both showing suspicious expressions. Obviously they didn't think others could give them any specific advice at this time, but they still followed Taluts, even if it was a useless suggestion. It's better than nothing. Taluts led the two of them to the bottom of the cliff, then pointed to the top of the mountain and said, let's go up. Shen Feng looked at the top of the mountain, which was more than 200 meters high, and couldn't help but said, how can I go up this 90-degree cliff? I'm fine, can you guys do it, Mr. Shen thinks too much? This is not a 90-degree slope, but an 85-degree slope. In addition, we are not climbing directly. There are pine trees on the cliff, and there is a rope here, along which we climb up. You can reach the top of the mountain. Taluts said hastily. Lucy was the first to grab the rope and began to climb up the mountain. Shen Feng didn't need a rope. Ascending, he was also the first to reach the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is quite spacious, and it is a circular area, which is relatively flat, and you can see the distance from here. This region of Southeast Asia is located on the boundary of the plate, so there are many geological activities, so there are many volcanoes, and volcanic eruptions often occur, so it is not difficult to find volcanoes in Southeast Asia, and there are many hot springs. If it was in the Taiping years, this place it really is a vacation spot. Looking at the lush scenery in the distance, Shen Feng suddenly noticed an abnormality. In the northern area, there was a huge tree that rose directly from the ground. According to visual estimation, it could be more than 100 meters high. It was the tallest tree in the world before. It is more than 60 meters, less than 70 meters, and now, some trees can easily grow to a height of more than 100 meters. If it grows after the end of the world, then this tree grows too fast. Mr. Shen, look, this is what I'm going to tell you. Have you seen that big tree in the sky? Every night, an electromagnetic signal will appear in the direction of that tree. And the direction in which this signal appears is the approximate direction in which monsters appear. Talutz pointed to the towering tree in the distance. Damn, can't you say it earlier? You have to wait until we come back after going out and suffering. Shen Feng said angrily. Yuhangai also pointed to the torn clothes on his body, and said, "You are not real. Do you know what kind of danger we encountered in searching for the monster? Let me tell you, this monster is not a mutated animal, but a mutated plant." Mutated plants? No wonder I have never seen the true face of monsters. It turns out that they are mutated plants, hiding in the rainforest, so it is really not easy to be found. Talutz suddenly realized that the monsters in New Guinea are mutated plants. This is not easy to deal with. Shen Feng looked at the towering tree in the distance and said, "It seems that this towering tree is the body of the mutated plant. Only by finding a way to cut down or burn this tree can we truly eliminate this danger. Forget it's impossible. The fire we started, the fire has been extinguished. It is obviously impossible to burn such a huge tree, and it is impossible to cut it down. It is better to think about it in the long run." Yuhangai sat on the ground, looking at the distant forest in a daze. What Yuhangai said about taking a long-term view is nothing more than one sentence. "Show it off," Talutz explained. "Actually, the large forest you see is actually just one tree." "A tree? How to explain?" Shen Feng asked. Talutz said, "This is a tropical place, and the banyan trees in the rainforest can form a forest from one tree. When the banyan tree grows up, it will grow aerial roots from the tree. That is, the roots that grow in the air can also absorb water. Water and nutrition, after falling to the ground, can also grow into a big tree, but in fact, this is connected to the mother body. There are more and more banyan trees, and more aerial roots. In the end, a big banyan tree grows into a forest. Only then did Shen Feng realize that the mutated plant he and Yuhangai encountered was just one from the beginning to the end, but its coverage area was too large, and it was completely justified to say that it was the largest creature in the world. At night, I'll go over there to see, when exactly does the electromagnetic wave on the tree appear? Shen Feng asked. "When the moon rises above the head, there will be electromagnetic waves for an hour, and after an hour, the electromagnetic waves will disappear." Talutz said quickly. After getting this clue, Shen Feng had an idea in his mind, and the rest of the day, he continued to eat fruit. At dusk, Shen Feng set off, carrying a gasoline barrel with him, and he thought about why he would eat fruit during the day. If the flame is extinguished, it must be because the fire is too ordinary and can be extinguished easily, but it is different with gasoline. Even on the surface of water, gasoline can burn. I want to see what kind of mutated plants are catching people everywhere. The flames formed by firewood will be extinguished, but what about the flames formed by gasoline? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Yuhangai stood at the door and shouted at Shen Feng, "Go early and come back early. Don't force yourself. Come back if you really can't beat it. There is no need to risk your life." Shen Feng shrugged, didn't say anything, just left like a ghost. The speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly at all. Shen Feng found the direction of the towering tree, stepped on the leaves and kept moving forward. Even if he was carrying a gasoline can, standing on the leaves was no problem at all, because Shen Feng also had a trick of walking on water. Even if he's standing on the water is no problem, and now standing on the leaves is naturally even easier. The closer he got to the towering trees, Shen Feng found that the trees around him were getting thicker and thicker, with vines hanging down from the sky, and many vines still had water drops on them. The climate in the rainforest changes as it is said to change. During the journey, the sky suddenly began to rain, and the dense rainforest was suddenly dark. Shen Feng stood on the leaves and looked down. Apart from the sound of rain, there was nothing in the forest. He couldn't hear any of them, not even the chirping of insects or birds. Shen Feng's body was drenched in no time. He didn't use the Wind King barrier, wasting energy to block the rain, which is very unwise. When Shen Feng came near the towering tree, he was taken aback by the situation in front of him. Beside the towering tree, there were all thick and strong trees. Trees more than 20 meters high could be seen everywhere, and in these above the trees, vines and rhizomes hang down one by one. At the end of some rhizomes, there are animals hanging one by one. There are humans and mutant beasts, all of which are hung under the rhizomes. A cage that wraps the animals in it, and some rhizomes have stretched straight into the inside of the corpse, as if they are absorbing nutrients. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng suddenly remembered the plants imprisoned in Yazhao's laboratory. A cage protruded from above, and all the captured animals were stuffed into the cage, and finally, the corpses would be digested by the animals inside the cage. The liquid corrodes and eventually turns into energy, which provides the tree people with energy. Oh. Go. Are there tree people in this place? Shen Feng quickly looked around, wanting to see if there was any danger. If the tree people were found, Shen Feng would of course turn around and run away without saying a word. He might be able to kill 1 or 2 tree people now, but Shen Feng still couldn't deal with a large number of tree people. The rain didn't last too long. After half an hour, the rain stopped, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the moon and starry sky reappeared overhead. Taking advantage of the darkness, Shen Feng quickly poured gasoline around the roots of the big tree. At this time, there was not much gasoline left in the gasoline barrel. The big tree was so big that its diameter alone 10 meters, and the height is even more unpredictable. The nearby trees are not enough to see, and no tree can compare to the towering tree. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, Finding Meteorites. Shen Feng looked at the towering tree soaring into the sky, and didn't even know how tall the tree was. Out of curiosity, he climbed up. When he reached the top of the tree, he realized that he was already in the sky. It's in the sky. The height here is at least 150 meters, the surrounding area is dark, full of woods, and the deep sea can be seen in the distance. If such a tall tree can be cut down to make a long table, it would be magnificent. It's a pity that no one can come here except me, Shen Feng said to himself. Standing on the top of the towering tree, Shen Feng couldn't help but start thinking wildly. If he could cut down this big tree and make it into furniture, it would definitely break the Guinness Book of Records. However, he wanted to enter the depths of the banyan forest. Ordinary people can't do it. Once they are discovered, they will definitely end up being entangled in vines and taken away. While Shen Feng was quietly waiting for the moon to rise above his head, the branch on which Shen Feng was sitting suddenly began to shake. This was clearly the canopy area, but the branches at the center parted towards the sides, exposing the trunk. Shen Feng was startled by the scene, and quickly grabbed the branches under him. Staring at the trunk without stopping, the moonlight passed through the open area on the top of the tree crown and shone on the trunk. At this moment, a hole slowly opened in the trunk, and a round object appeared under the hole. There were no organs on this object. That is, there are a lot of holes. After the sphere appeared on the top of the tree trunk, it was bathed in the moonlight, and there seemed to be gas exchange in the hole, as if the sphere was swallowing moonlight. I'm going. This is really a monster. I've learned how to cultivate. Am I dreaming? Shen Feng couldn't help rubbing his eyes. He couldn't understand the scene in front of him at all. If it is the body of the mutated banyan tree, then it is too weird. However, Shen Feng then realized that this sphere was probably the core part of the mutated plant. At this time, the sphere was exposed to the outside world, and it should be killed. If such a good opportunity is missed, it maybe can't wait for the next opportunity. As a result, Shen Feng immediately jumped up. Countless wind blades gathered around his body, and fell in the air, ready to smash the sphere on the tree trunk. After Shen Feng fell down, he took out his dagger and chopped it down instantly. The diameter of this sphere could be 80 centimeters, and the body was covered with holes, but this sphere was extremely hard. Fortunately, there are endless wind blades around Shen Feng, and the wind blades fell instantly, and the sound of jingling can be heard in the ears. No matter how hard the outer shell of the sphere is, it was still chopped by the wind blades. When all the 5,000 wind blades were fired, The surface of the sphere was already pitted, and it collapsed in an instant. Shen Feng's series of actions were all completed in an instant. The mutated plants hadn't reacted yet. After the surface of the sphere was smashed, a passage was exposed on the tree trunk. Inside the sphere was a huge tree tumor. Pulled downward by a rhizome. I'm going, it's still this thing. I didn't expect to learn the essence, and I added defense to the fragile body. Seeing that the tree tumor wanted to escape, Shen Feng immediately chased after him, condensed the wind blade in his hand, and flew out in an instant. It's a pity that the passage was closed in an instant, and the wind blade pierced the tree trunk, penetrated 20 centimeters, and then disappeared. Shen Feng thought that the sneak attack was a sure thing, so he was very relieved, but he didn't expect that his all-out attack could only smash the hard outer shell of the tree burl. Apart from that, he couldn't do anything. It was to scare the snake away, so that the tree tumor escaped at the same time. The many branches of the tree crown closed together in an instant, and Shen Feng standing on the trunk was instantly trapped by the thick branches and leaves. His whole body was pitch black, and the attack of the banyan tree also appeared at this time, and an attack appeared in the air instantly. He shot countless vines and attacked Shen Feng's position. Shen Feng quickly avoided, but found that the surrounding area was densely packed with vines, and he couldn't dodge all the vines. Damn it, how did these vines determine my location? It's totally abnormal. Shen Feng couldn't do anything in the dark and narrow space. Escape from the canopy of the banyan tree was the most important thing now, so he didn't have time to think about it. The banyan tree's attack method is accompanied by the wind. Boom! Shen Feng stomped hard on the tree trunk, and his speed exploded completely at this moment. His speed surpassed the speed of sound at this moment, and the tree trunk shook endlessly. The top of the originally pitch-black trunk was rushed out by Shen Feng with his body. There was a gap, and the moonlight mixed with starlight shone in from the sky. The leaves fell one after another, while Shen Feng rushed out of the top of the trunk. The huge air wave blew all the fragile leaves down, declined slowly after landing. There were still countless vines entangled around him, so Shen Feng had no choice but to use a company like the wind to dodge the surrounding attacks at a very fast speed. When he reached the bottom of the big tree, he took out a lighter and quickly ignited the gasoline in an instant. A raging fire ignited under the towering tree, and Shen Feng quickly moved away from the bottom of the tree to avoid getting burned. Swollen areas appeared on the top of the banyan tree, and then burst, and clear water flowed down from the tree. The fire extinguishing method of the mutated banyan tree is so simple. It stores enough clear water in the body, and when it finds a flame, it splashes clear water go down. Boom! After the clear water fell into the flames, it did not extinguish the flames. Instead, it caused the gasoline to float on the ground, and the fire spread to farther places. Shen Feng hid aside, originally planning to avoid the attack of the vines. For the mutated plants, the attack method is basically very simple. Most of them grow vines on their bodies, and then rely on the vines to wrap around other people's bodies. But after igniting the gasoline, Shen Feng suddenly found that the surrounding vines did not continue to attack him, but kept approaching the direction where the flames were rising, as if they wanted to extinguish the flames. But in the end, even the vines were also ignited. Shen Feng stood in the distance watching this scene, and suddenly had a guess in his heart. Could it be that the way the banyan tree preys depends on temperature and light? Now there is a flame, no matter it is light or temperature, it is the place where gasoline is ignited the most obvious, so these vines have all diverted attention. In order to verify the guess, Shen Feng deliberately approached the vines, wanting to see if the vines would attack him at this moment. But even if Shen Feng touched the vines were still approaching the direction where the fire appeared. Although it has just rained in the woods, it seems that it is unlikely to cause a fire, but the flames ignited by gasoline cannot be easily extinguished. Under the continuous burning of the flames, the towering trees also became shaken, and the outer bark of the big banyan tree was already shattered. It was basically burnt and made a crackling sound. However, at this moment, all the surrounding banyan trees seemed to have received the order, and they stretched out all the vines and roots, as if they were welcoming something. When the shaking of the big banyan tree became more and more violent, the trunk 50 meters away, a gap was opened, and the tree tumor whose defense had been broken rolled out of it. When it fell, it was caught by the vines, and then disappeared into the woods. Shen Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. Whether it is the plant heart in Yuzhou or the centenarian orchid in Australia, it is impossible for the tree tumor to leave the body. Once it leaves the body, it will die instantly. At most, the plant heart can rebirth, but centennial orchid couldn't do this. As a result, at this time, The tumor in the banyan tree was able to take the initiative to transfer when it saw that the body was in danger. This is really too exaggerated. By the way, didn't Lucy say that? The banyan tree is a plant that forms a forest, so it is said that his body is this forest. No matter where the tree tumor goes, he can quickly find the carrier, which is very difficult. It's done. Can't we burn the whole forest? Even if we want to burn it, we don't have so much gasoline. Shen Feng thought distressedly, and Yu Hengai, who was on the top of the volcano in the distance, saw the fire, and felt that Shen Feng probably succeeded. He couldn't help but take out the lotus mist from the side, bit it down, and began to comment, "My friend Shen Feng, you are absolutely trustworthy, and you will do what you say. Now that the fire is burning, the mutated plants will definitely be burned to death." Yu Hengai had nothing to do and couldn't find any means of entertainment, so he brought a lot of fruits and came to watch the battle on the volcano. Although he didn't know the specific situation, he could get a general idea by looking at the fire. It proves that Shen Feng's arson plan has also succeeded. Beside Yu Hengai, Lucy sat, but he was not as optimistic as Yu Hengai, because he had been using his supernatural powers, and immediately confirmed the identity of the mutated plants. "It's not good. This mutated plant is still running away. Mr. Shen wants to burn this thing to death. I think it's difficult." Talut shook his head helplessly. Yu Hengai looked at the flames in the distance. At this time, the flames had climbed to the top along the bark of the huge banyan tree, and even the crown of the tree more than 100 meters high was ignited. It stands to reason that no matter what kind of mutated plants, now they should have been burnt to death, but Talut said that the mutated plants had escaped, which is hard to say. "It's a pity that my ability can't help much. If I deal with mutated animals, no matter how many they come, I can successfully suppress them, but with mutated plants, I don't have this ability." Yu Hengai said helplessly. After speaking, Yu Hengai picked up another carambola from the plate and began to taste it. When Yu Hengai and Lucy were watching the battle, they were guessing about the situation on Shen Feng's side, but Shen Feng also felt that he was in a predicament. The two weaknesses of mutated plants, one is fear of flames, and the other is that they can't do whatever they want. Now that the mutated banyan tree has solved it, Shen Feng couldn't attack the weak point of the mutated plant, and suddenly felt helpless. Shen Feng stood next to the burning tree, and the surrounding woods were not affected, so a barrel of gasoline only burned a big tree, although the largest tree in the banyan forest has been burned. But for a piece of land for a forest of more than 100 kilometers, such a little damage is still too slight. Not even for damage. Boom! The burning towering tree slowly fell down, crushing countless small trees, and the flames were about to spread. But at this time, the banyan trees in the forest began to spray out the stored water, gradually extinguishing the fire. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately wanted to return. It seemed that the flame attack could not destroy the mutated banyan tree, so he had to eat for 2 days before decisively leaving. When Shen Feng was thinking this way, a light suddenly flashed in the corner of his eyes. Looking carefully, there was a light reflecting at the root of the collapsed banyan tree. Shen Feng felt a little strange. After walking in, he saw a black lacquered stone lying at the root of the big banyan tree. There were many lines on it, which were bubble lines formed when entering the atmosphere. It is a meteorite. This meteorite is only the size of a football, in the shape of an egg, and there are roots winding around the meteorite. It is conceivable that this huge tree grew on the top of the meteorite. This also shows that the emergence of mutant plants is indeed true related to meteorites. The east corner of the lost, the mulberry elm harvested. Shen Feng's heart burst into excitement. This huge mutant banyan tree was probably formed due to the impact of meteorites. A meteorite the size of a football can cultivate 1,000 mutants for himself no matter what. Are you capable? Although he failed to kill the mutated plants, Shen Feng's goal had already been achieved. He successfully found the meteorite. Between the gain and the loss, Shen Feng didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Chapter 487. Shen Feng stepped forward and picked up the meteorite. Despite its small size, it was still very heavy, weighing more than 40 kilograms, much heavier than pig iron, and extremely hard. It's good luck. Fortunately, I have never given up. Finally, I have gained something. Shen Feng said to himself. Next, the meteorite that Shen Feng was carrying was about to leave. As a result, before he knew it, the fire had been extinguished, and the temperature of Shen Feng's body became the highest around here. The vine changed its target and turned towards Shen Feng. Start attacking again. Shen Feng didn't dare to underestimate these vines. If he was really caught by these vines, he would be locked in the cage again. Therefore, Shen Feng performed follow the wind and ran towards the south continuously. The speed of the vines could not keep up with Shen Feng's speed at all. Often the banyan tree detected Shen Feng's temperature and just mobilized the vines to prepare to attack. Shen Feng had already charged. It has gone a long distance, and the length of the vines is limited. As long as it is out of the attack range, it is impossible to continue chasing. Finally, 2 hours later, Shen Feng returned to the base in the volcano with a meteorite in his arms. After entering the room, Yu Hengai didn't know where he went. He wanted to find to Lucy, but he didn't have this chance. Alone, Shen Feng lit an oil lamp in the room and began to observe the meteorite. For this tribe, after living in the modern society for decades, it is of course very uncomfortable to return to the era of hunting and gathering. There are no TV sets, no mobile phones, and even there are no lighting facilities, and the only generator and computer are still in the hands of the prophet. Ordinary people want to light, they can only light oil lamps, and they have to cover the windows to prevent the light from shining outside. The oil lamp used by Shen Feng is made of sheep oil, and the wick is made of grass heart. After the light is lit, it can only barely illuminate. It's no wonder that the ancients became famous all over the world by lighting up the lamp to read at night. How could it be possible to read the text clearly under such a dim light? It's really not easy. Shen Feng muttered such a sentence, and began to observe the meteorite. There are large and small bumps and depressions on the meteorite, which look not very regular, and some places are fairly flat, but these flat places reflect the light. Otherwise, Shen Feng really missed the meteorite. It feels different from the meteorites in the sea. I heard that the meteorites in the sea are mainly gray. The meteorite in my hand is black, so the color doesn't match. Does it really contain extraterrestrial elements? Shen Feng murmured in his heart. Even though the meteorite was found under the big banyan tree, it might not contain extraterrestrial elements. Shen Feng watched in the room for 2 hours, but couldn't see anything. At this time, Yu Hengai also came back with a fruit basket, and said as he walked, "There are indeed a lot of fruits in Southeast Asia, but there is also a problem. There are not many people now managing the orchard. Many fruits are sour. I ate a papaya. Oh, it's really, before." He finished speaking, Yu Hengai saw the meteorite on the table, hurriedly walked to the edge of the table in 2 steps, and said in surprise, "Is this the meteorite? Brother Feng, where did you find it?" "I burned the biggest banyan tree, and the body of the mutated banyan tree ran away. I didn't catch it, but I found this meteorite in the root area of the tree." Shen Feng simply explained. Yu Hengai swallowed, and then said, "You said before, give me a quarter of the meteorite, don't break your promise." Shen Feng said flatly, "It depends on the situation." "What does it mean to look at the situation? Can you go back on what you said before?" Yu Hengai couldn't help asking. Shen Feng explained, "If there are extraterrestrial elements in it, you won't have your share. If it doesn't contain extraterrestrial elements and is an ordinary meteorite, I can give you half of it." "Brother Feng, you're not being righteous. You want everything, aren't you too greedy?" And it's inappropriate to backtrack. Yu Hengai couldn't listen any longer. He had clearly said something before, and now temporary repentance is not too much? Shen Feng shrugged and said, "That's why you didn't listen carefully to our previous agreement. What was said before, the 2 of us killed the mutated plants together, obtained the meteorites for the trade, and then we divided them. But now, I brought the meteorite back, and you didn't help me, so I'd be willing to give you some leftovers. So what bicycle do you need?" Yu Hengai thought for a while, and was about to refute, but Shen Feng didn't want to give him a chance to refute, so he put the meteorite on his bed, lay on it and went to sleep. "I will curse you, this meteorite must not contain extraterrestrial elements," Yu Hengai muttered, and then lay on the bed. There were 2 beds in the room, both of which were wooden beds covered with hay. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai no choice but to sleep on a plank bed. The climate in Southeast Asia is really hot, and there are a lot of mosquitoes. The houses are built of adobe, which cannot stop the mosquitoes from entering, so living here is really a tormenting thing. It is an indigenous tribe, and it is impossible to find mosquito nets. I could only endure the bites of mosquitoes, and finally got up until dawn, and then got up listlessly. Everything in Southeast Asia is good, but it's too hot and there are too many mosquitoes, so it's not very suitable for living. Yu Hengai woke up sleepily. Shen Feng looked at the meteorite on the bed, went out and brought in a fruit basket, and had fruit for breakfast. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi went out to have breakfast, found an open space, sat on the ground, then opened a coconut to drink coconut juice, and then ate the fruit. The breeze was blowing. Looking at the surrounding scenery, there was a feeling of comfort. However, when the two returned to the room after breakfast, they found that the meteorite that had been placed on the bed had disappeared. Shen Feng turned his head and looked at Yu Hengyi. Before he could speak, Yu Hengyi quickly argued, "What are you looking at me for? I went out with you, and I would steal your things." Yu Hengyi was wronged. Obviously he hadn't done anything. Why Shen Feng was the first to look at him? Shen Feng said, "I'm not suspicious of you, but I want to ask if there are any suspicious people who have appeared recently. Let's go find Taluts." "How do I know who is suspicious? I don't know any of these people, so everyone is suspicious," Yu Hengyi said hastily. Shen Feng took Yu Hengyi with him, and immediately walked towards Taluts's supplies. After entering, he told what happened just now. The meteorite was stolen, unexpectedly. At this time, Talut said straightforwardly, "Don't look for it. I took your meteorite and I have already hidden it. Next, you continue to complete our deal and kill the monster. Otherwise, if not, I will not return the meteorite to you." When Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi heard this sentence, they immediately showed expressions of disbelief. They thought it was stolen by some ignorant native, but now Lucy actually admitted that it was the meteorite that he took away. What exactly is going on? Shen Feng held back the anger in his heart, tried to keep himself calm, and asked, "Why? I brought the meteorite back. Why did you steal it?" Now, Shen Feng still doesn't want to turn his face completely. After all, everyone has known each other for a while, and the two of them have lived in other people's tribe for 2 days. Nice. However, at this time, Lucy said as a matter of course, "We made a deal before. You must kill the mutated plants, otherwise, I will not return the meteorite to you. As for the meteorite, you brought it back. So what? The meteorite fell on our territory in New Guinea. That is our thing. Without my permission, it is impossible for me to give it to you." After hearing this theory, Shen Feng's eyes were wide open. Is there still such a rascal in the world? Yu Hengyi couldn't bear it anymore, pointed to Taluts's nose and said, "Are you being reasonable? You tried everything possible to ask us to kill the mutant plants for you, and you didn't tell us the key information. Now we bring back you stole the meteorite, but you took it for yourself and continue to threaten us. You are a thief. So, what about thieves? In short, you have to work for me. If I am in a good mood, the meteorite will be returned to you. Otherwise, you will never see the meteorite in your life." Lucy was not afraid of Yu Hengyi. He said with his chest out. Yu Hengyi was about to explode with anger. When he was entertained by Taluts before, he still thought that the guy in front of him was a sensible person, but now, Yu Hengyi realized that the so-called prophet was just a villain. Shen Feng lost his patience and kicked Taluts 5 meters away. After hitting the wall, he also punched a hole in the wall. Taluts didn't expect Shen Feng to attack him directly. After being kicked out, his whole body was in pain, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. The surrounding natives quickly surrounded them. Their faces were unfriendly, and they held spears and kitchen knives in their hands. For them, the prophet is the person who led them to find a safe place and brought them hope. As long as there is a prophet, then no matter what the danger is, they can avoid it. But now, the prophet is being bullied by outsiders, and of course they can't continue watching. Yu Hengyi also walked out of the room, looked at the surrounding natives, and frowned. He ate the fruits picked by others and the cassava in the field for the past 2 days, and he was taken care of. Justified. Please listen to my explanation. Your prophet stole our things. We just want to ask about the whereabouts of the meteorite. It has nothing to do with you. Many of the Aborigines used to be tour guides and quickly translated Yu Hengyi's words, but now, these Aborigines still surrounded them aggressively, and did not flinch at all because of Yu Hengyi's words. Taluts laughed and said loudly, "The only way for you to cooperate with me is to kill the monster obediently, and I will give you the meteorite. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Yu Hengyi looked at Shen Feng and asked, "Brother Feng, what should we do?" Shen Feng looked at the group of guys with unkind faces around him, took a deep breath, and explained, "I understand now that in the eyes of these natives, there is no such option as being a friend or not. They live in the apocalypse, and they can only rely on the option of unity. Therefore, as long as someone's life is threatened, all of them will stand up. This is the so-called humane society." I did not expect that the natives also showed it so vividly. I don't want to listen to your analysis. I'm asking what to do? Do you want to do it? Yu Hengyi continued. If you were facing zombies or mutant beasts, you didn't need Shen Feng to speak. Yu Hengyi would do it directly, and you didn't need to pity these two things if you was facing a rebellious crowd, vicious gangsters, or villains who violated ethics. Yu Hengyi would also take action after hesitation, but now, facing a group of aboriginals who were able to live in harmony before, Yu Hengyi was faced with a situation of turning his face, so he hesitated immediately. Once he did it himself, it would be a river of blood. Shen Feng held Taluts's neck, and said coldly, I'll give you one more chance to tell the whereabouts of the meteorite, and this matter will be exposed, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Faced with Shen Feng's advice, Talusi still remained indifferent, and the smile on his face became more presumptuous. He had long heard that China has a set of so-called etiquette, that is, the so-called rules, one of which is it's called the law does not blame the people. Now there are more than 3,000 people on my side, can they all be killed? So Taluts shouted, hear me honestly, I am a prophet. Chapter 488 Despicable and Shameless. Shen Feng originally didn't want to tear his face apart. After all, the other party was not a heinous guy, but just stole his own things, and the crime was not worthy of death. However, this does not mean that Shen Feng is willing to be like a donkey being led by the nose, let others be at the mercy of others, let others draw big cakes. Shen Feng gave Talusi a chance, as long as he is willing to hand over the meteorite, then he can let him go, but now, Talusi thinks he has grasped Shen Feng's lifeline, and is still clamoring that he saw the news about the meteorite on the internet and knew the importance of the meteorite, so he believed that Shen Feng did not dare to bet on the whereabouts of the meteorite, because if he lost, he would lose the whereabouts of the meteorite forever. Shen Feng sighed helplessly, and said to Yu Hengyi beside him, Xiaoyu, double gravity, if Yu Hengyi exerted 5 times the force of gravity, half of the people here would die on the spot. Therefore, Shen Feng showed mercy, and without hesitation, Yu Hengyi immediately expanded the gravity field. Immediately, regardless of men, women, young or old, the group of natives all knelt on the ground. Shen Feng pointed to a group of people kneeling on the ground, and said to Taluts, now give you a chance, tell me the whereabouts of the meteorite, and return the meteorite to me. Otherwise, I will kill you every 10 minutes. A person who, I promise to do it, Taluts replied with a sneer, my friends, you seem to have not understood the situation. It is not you who are threatening me, but I who are threatening you. If you kill the people here, all the more than 3,000 people will be killed. Treat you as enemies, and for enemies, they will fight bloody battles until the last warrior remains. At this time, Talusi was already out of oil and salt, and Yu Hengyi was also very embarrassed when he saw this situation. He never thought that the most difficult situation he encountered here was brought by a group of natives. I have never been so aggrieved by the attack of the supernatural being. Shen Feng took a deep breath, and then sighed, I didn't want to use despicable and shameless methods. A man does things upright. I didn't expect that a gentleman can be bullied. I follow the rules, but some people don't. According to the rules, I have no choice but to make a bad move. Shen Feng used a company like the wind to bypass the more than 2,000 people surrounding him, and went to a distant house. The adults and teenagers were basically suppressed by Yu Hengyi, and the rest were a group of children, all obeying their parents as ordered, stay in the room. Shen Feng's target is these children. There are more children under the age of 2 and 3, and there are no children under the age of 2. Most of them are born and cannot support them. Shen Feng found a hemp rope, tied a group of children, and strung them together. In this way, more than 20 children were dragged to the side of the crowd, preventing them from entering the gravity field, and then loudly said, Taluts stealing my things, if you help him, then you are accomplices. Now, I need you to tell me the whereabouts of the meteorite. If you don't tell me, I can only take them away from the volcano and go to the distant woods. Over there are monsters. When Shen Feng said this, a group of people immediately scolded him. Shen Feng couldn't quite understand it, but it is conceivable that most of these natives scolded him for being despicable and shameless. Shen Feng doesn't care about the abuse of these people. The poor mountains and rivers make troublesome people. This sentence is applicable everywhere. A group of aboriginals think that they will be able to win everything if they unite, so they do things with confidence. Obviously they found the meteorite by themselves, but it was stolen. Cover up, where in the world is there such a reason? Therefore, To deal with unruly people, it is necessary to use a little tricky means. Talat sneered, but still didn't answer anything. He didn't believe Shen Feng would do anything. He had heard what Shen Feng did. He couldn't have done something heinous. Shen Feng turned around and left, dragging the rope, and forcibly led a group of children out of the bottom of the volcanic valley, and went outside through the canyon. The children didn't want to leave here, so they simply lay on the ground, as if they wanted to use this action to stop them. Shen Feng ignored it, dragged the rope and kept moving forward. The skin of these children was cut by sharp stones immediately, blood flowed out, and then they cried for their father and mother. The children's voices were originally, "It is so sharp that it can be heard even from a long distance." The natives were very angry when they heard the cry of the child, struggling to save the child in the gravitational field. Almost everyone could not stand upright, but even so, a group of people still resisted twice the gravity on their bodies, and crawled towards Shen Feng. In their eyes, they were full of hatred. Amos was also very angry, because he brought these two outsiders to the tribe, but they brought disaster to the tribe. He couldn't help accusing Yu Henggai loudly. "You two have no conscience at all. Then you came to the tribe, gave you fruit and food, and even vacated a house for you to live in, but now you are torturing our children. This is revenge." Being so accused, Yu Henggai knew it was true, but he didn't want to take the blame, so he said directly, "1 yard is worth 1 yard. I am very grateful that you gave me fruits and food, but please figure it out. You stole ours. The person responsible for the stuff is your prophet, and now we just want to get the stuff back. It's your blindly defending the shortcomings, which led to the escalation of the incident. As long as you return the stuff to me, we will turn around and leave immediately, and we will never stay a bit while talking." Yu Henggai also looked at Lucy. In the final analysis, this prophet is the culprit. It is obvious that all this happened because of him. But now, Lucy is lying on the ground as if nothing happened. If Lucy knew that as long as Shen Feng and Yu Henggai fought fiercely, the people in the tribe would hate them more, and his prestige would never be lowered because of this, so Lucy had no fear at this time. To add fuel to the fire, Lucy said loudly at this time, "They are lying. You believe me, I am your prophet. I got a meteorite last night, and they wanted to snatch it, so he is a complete thief." As soon as these words came out, the natives in the tribe became even more angry, wishing to get up and beat Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai stared at Lucy steadfastly. As the real leader of the tribe, this guy didn't take the people under his hands seriously at all, and kept using the people under him. This kind of guy really deserves to die. At this time, Shen Feng came back with blood on his hands, and asked directly, "Can anyone tell me where the meteorite is? If you still don't answer me, then I will go find the next group of children." When the Aborigines saw the blood in Shen Feng's hands, their eyes turned red immediately. Needless to say, the children must have been murdered. These two demons should not be brought into the tribe. Seeing that no one answered, Shen Feng cursed a lot, shrugged his shoulders, turned around and left, and walked towards the adobe house again. As soon as he got close, many children rushed out of the house and ran towards the distance. Shen Feng was not in a hurry. Not too late, he found a rope and started to catch the child. He knew that against this group of united people, some unconventional methods should be used. As long as they can be disintegrated from within, they can only tell themselves the truth. The children wanted to escape, not wanting to be caught, but it was in vain. In front of Shen Feng's speed, it was impossible to escape. Shen Feng soon got a bunch of children together. "Now, tell me the whereabouts of the meteorite, and I will release these children immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Shen Feng continued. The Aborigines still didn't respond. They still scolded Shen Feng and Yu Henggai angrily. Shen Feng shook his head, pointed at Talat before leaving, and said, "It's your prophet who caused you to become what you are now. If he didn't steal my things, you would definitely not be so miserable." At this time, some natives began to doubt the authenticity of Talat's words. Could it be that the prophet really stole the things of these two outsiders? Then Shen Feng came back empty-handed again, still covered in blood. The difference was that there were more blood stains on Shen Feng's clothes. Has no one answered yet? It's so pitiful. I'm going to catch the next batch of children. Remember, now that you have become like this, it's all caused by the prophet. If you want to resent, go and resent the prophet." Shen Feng continued. Shen Feng chose to break through the psychological defense of this group of people. For them, the most important thing is their family members. This is also the weakness of the tribe. As long as the family members are threatened, They can compromise on everything. Finally, Shen Feng's plan succeeded. When he came back with a group of children on a leash, a woman said, "I know where the meteorite is, don't hurt my children." Before this big sister saw other people's children being taken away, she was still very disturbed. Other people's children were never as close as her own children, but now, among the children tied by the rope in Shen Feng's hand, there is the big sister's child is inside. Immediately, the big sister's psychological defense collapsed, and for the sake of the child, he could only tell the truth of the matter. Talat's eyes changed, and he quickly shouted, "Don't believe what they say, they are lying to you, the children are all fine, they are all outside the volcano, they are all safe." Shen Feng gave Yu Hengai a wink. Yu Hengai immediately understood, took off his shoes, took out the sock, and stuffed it into Lucy's mouth. Lucy reached out to take out the stinky sock. Yu Hengai stepped forward. Just 2 blows broke the 2 arms of the prophet. Shen Feng said lightly, "There is a leopard outside, I see its belly is flat. Alice, it is always kind-hearted, so I let the children feed it, but I see it is followed by a group of children. Leopard, the little leopard is not full yet. If you don't answer me, the little leopard won't be hungry either." With that said, Shen Feng was about to take this group of children away from the volcano. The big sister broke down and said, "I saw the prophet come out of your room, I saw him put the stone there, I will take you to find it." Yu Hengai immediately released a gravitational field, everyone resumed their actions, and a group of bloody men immediately rushed up to fight Yu Hengai. Yu Hengai took his time and dodged these attacks, and then beat the most obvious guy who attacked him. Broken legs. Shen Feng grabbed the big sister and took it aside. Yu Hengai reactivated the gravity field and suppressed more than 2,000 people. The indigenous big sister brought Shen Feng to a small forest, dug a piece of soil from under the tree, and found the meteorite hidden by Talat's. At this point, Shen Feng found the meteorite, and the matter was perfectly resolved. Shen Feng found Yu Hengai with a meteorite in his arms, and said, "Zio Yu, let's go. This dangerous place makes me sick if I stay here." The meteorite is found. Yu Hengai immediately withdrew the gravity field, followed Shen Feng's footsteps, and prepared to leave the volcano. Before leaving, Shen Feng turned around and said, "Your children are outside, and I tied them to a tree. Go and bring them back. By the way, if your prophets can predict danger, why didn't they predict this time? Where is the danger coming?" After finishing speaking, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai left the place straight away. Some of the remaining natives looked at Lucy suspiciously, while others hurriedly went outside the volcano to look for the child. Lucy looked at the backs of Shen Feng and Yu Hengai leaving, with a look of resentment in his eyes, but his skills were inferior to others. He could only curse these two in his heart, and he couldn't do anything else. Walking on the road, Yu Hengai looked at Shen Feng's bloody palm, and couldn't help but said, "I thought you really killed someone at that time. Where did these bloodstains come from?" Shen Feng shrugged and said, "Of course it's the blood of the leopard. For acting, you have to be realistic." Suddenly, there was a forest shaking in the distance, and vines and aerial roots continued to grow in the air. After the vines entangled the trees, they began their special skill, strangulation. Plants in the rainforest must have unique skills if they want to survive, and the unique skill of vines is strangulation. Chapter 489 Food Crisis. Yu Hengai saw the movement in the forest in the distance, and asked quickly, "Brother Feng, is the mutated banyan tree here?" Shen Feng looked down at the meteorite in his hand, nodded and said, "Probably so. Let's go quickly, don't get entangled, let's talk about it after we run away." If it is a natural rainforest, the strangling of the vines is not so fast, it is based on a month. Now Shen Feng found that the growth rate of the vines and aerial roots in the forest is too fast, and most of them are mutated banyan trees who came to take revenge, also to snatch the meteorite, so Shen Feng chose to retreat. "Are we leaving like this? What about those people in the tribe?" Yu Hengai couldn't help asking. "Don't worry about these gangsters. They don't steal things. They are also xenophobic. They don't know right from wrong. This is how it is in poor mountains and rivers. Life and death have nothing to do with us." Shen Feng shrugged and said, and then went to the mangrove forest. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai put their boats in the mangrove forest when they went ashore. The reason why they are called mangrove forests is that many of the trees that grow in the beach have red sap, so they are called mangrove forests. Generally speaking, animals such as crocodiles and crabs live in the mangroves. When they came to the mangrove forest, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were silent, Because now the tide receded, the sailboat was stranded in the woods. Part of the roots of the mangrove forest were on the ground, and the ground was full of mud, and the sailboat was quietly stay on the slime. How could this be? Yu Henggai asked first. The tide is low, just wait. When the tide rises at night, the boat can move. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly. He also forgot about the tide problem. During the day, the tide has already receded. Now it is impossible to go to sea immediately. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai simply lay on the deck, put on sunglasses, and waited for the tide to rise. As for the meteorite, Shen Feng put it in the cabin. Yu Henggai asked while fishing for crabs. Brother Feng, people in Southeast Asia don't seem to communicate well. They always want to take advantage of us. What should we do if we meet aborigines in the future? Yu Henggai's method of catching crabs is very simple. There are some salted fish on the boat, and a piece of salted fish meat is torn off and hung on the hook. You can catch crabs, but only for small crabs. Shen Feng leaned on the deck under the shade of the trees, and said lazily, I have nothing to do with the troublemakers. I just try not to communicate with them in the future. As for the people here, they are used to taking advantage, and they always think that tourists want to accommodate them. Don't spoil them, aren't you an otaku? How do you know so much about people in Southeast Asia? Yu Henggai asked. Shen Feng shrugged and replied, You don't understand this. I'm an otaku. My sister is not. She used to travel here with her friends, and she always told me that tour guides like to cheat money and trick tourists into buying things. Luxury goods or handicrafts. After that the tour guide can still get a commission from these shops. According to Shen Feng's temperament, if he can stay at home, he will stay at home. Who likes to run around, that is to say, Shen Feng has to go out often in troubled times. Households, in extreme cases, go out only to buy necessities of life, but Shen Yu is obviously much more cheerful. She always likes to run around. Before graduation, she traveled to Southeast Asia with her good sisters. As a result, those who were not familiar with the place were cheated. According to her, when they got off the plane, there are taxis who kill customers, and when they go shopping, they are taken by the guide to buy various handicrafts. There are even children selling flowers and conch shells. If you don't buy them, you can't do it a street. So, after returning home, Shen Yu told the family about this matter. Shen Feng's impression of the people here is that they are swindlers and love to take advantage of petty advantages. It seems that taking advantage of small things has already penetrated into their bones. Yu Henggai nodded and said, Since everyone here is like this, then don't deal casually, lest you get taken advantage of. The mangrove forest is still a long way from the volcano, but there is thick smoke rising from the direction of the volcano in the distance. Based on what we have seen before, it can be inferred that basically the tribe is most likely to be attacked by the mutated banyan tree. As for it's unclear how these people dealt with the fire, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai sat on the boat and pretended they didn't see it. If there hadn't been an incident of stealing meteorites today, Shen Feng might have helped solve the danger. After all, we are facing the mutated banyan tree, and we are all human beings, so we should help each other. The meteorite was obviously brought back by him, but it was forcibly stolen, and he refuted himself plausibly. This is obviously a gang of hooligans. Why bother to help them? Yu Henggai couldn't bear it all the time. After all, he ate their fruits these 2 days, but he kept interrogating them. The reason why the mutated plants appeared now was probably because he snatched a meteorite, which was also a disaster he caused. It seems that his sight is a little bit too much ever since. After much deliberation, Yu Henggai felt a little uneasy in the end. At dusk, the sea rose and the mangroves were submerged. Shen Feng lowered the sail and asked Yu Henggai to untie the rope, and use his supernatural power to propel the boat towards the sea. However, at this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the woods not far away. These people were in a mess, and they dragged their families. There were women holding their children and shouting constantly. The light at dusk was like blood. In general, it looks even more weird when it is illuminated in the woods. Save us, there are vines chasing us. Amos couldn't help shouting when he saw the sailboat that had left the mangrove for these aborigines. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai are their only hope, but they never imagined why suddenly there are mutated plants attacking their tribe, but there is no way to escape in the volcano, and the exit is blocked. Therefore, after a bloody battle, only more than 200 people in the tribe escaped, and the rest were all captured by the vines. Seeing someone calling for help, Yu Henggai quickly asked, Brother Feng, shall we help them? Don't make trouble for yourself. How do you deal with these plants that are not afraid of fire? Save them for a while, what about later? Do they continue to beg us to help them find a new base? Did they ask us to protect them after finding the base? Then, wait until a certain prophet continues to steal our things and continue to slander us. Shen Feng asked directly. Yu Henggai couldn't answer. Shen Feng pointed to the golden sea in the distance, and said, "Steer the helm to the north from me. If you can't see it, you won't feel bad. In the last days, being weak is a sin. I can protect the weak, but only for those under my command." The implication is that Shen Feng chose to keep out of sight and out of mind. He knew that these people were facing the threat of death, but now he would not save them. Who let these people offend him first? Yu Henggai had no choice but to replace Shen Feng at the helm, and sailed quickly towards the north, taking advantage of leaving the mangrove forest now. If he rested overnight, he would have to stay because he was stranded the next morning. It's just that he couldn't bear it in his heart. A group of living people were about to be eaten by mutated plants, but he couldn't do anything at night. Shen Feng lit the stove on the boat and started grilling crabs. The plastic buckets were full of crabs that Yu Henggai caught during the day. Grilled on a skewer, it quickly turned red. When it was cooked, the carapace was broken off, and the inside was full of white crab meat. After Yu Henggai lowered the anchor and fixed the boat, he also started to barbecue, but he seemed a little absent-minded. Shen Feng tacitly did not mention the matter of the Aborigines, and when he was full, he went to sleep in the cabin, while Yu Henggai was lying on the deck, looking at the stars with a sea breeze, and murmured, "If you don't want to save yourself, what is this? I did it. What happened to me? Where did my kindness go?" After another half-month of voyage, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai finally arrived in the Philippine Islands, which means that half of the sea voyage has been completed. Shen Feng is very happy and feels that in the next month, they will be able to reach Zhonghua. However, the luck of the two is over here. For the northern hemisphere, it is time for spring. The Pacific high pressure has gradually formed, and the southeast monsoon has begun to move northward. The most intuitive manifestation in Southeast Asia is the coming of the rainy season. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai face heavy rain every day. Even though there are many islands here, it is difficult to find the direction under the vast rain. They just rely on the compass to move. It's gone. At the same time, Shen Feng found that the food on the boat was running out. The two big eaters ate and drank on the boat without knowing restraint. They consumed a lot of food every day. It is impossible for the son to fill his stomach. The supplies on the ship are in a hurry, so the two can only suspend the voyage and prepare to go ashore to find food. I looked at the map and passed a big volcano. This is probably Mindanao. The island is huge. To the west is Malaysia, and to the west is Zhengmu Shoal, which is the southernmost tip of China. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai stayed in the cabin. She sheltered from the rain in the cabin, and there was a stove in the cabin. Shen Feng was talking about his location. Then, "Let's go west? Go directly from the South China Sea to Zhonghua?" Yu Henggai asked. "Come on, the South China Sea is too big, and I got lost if I was not careful. Next, we will go north. After arriving in Luzon Island, we will cross the Bashi Strait, go to Baodao, and then pass through the strait to enter Fujian. If we are lucky, it will arrive in 20 days, said Shen Feng. Shen Feng doesn't want to take risks at all. After going to the South China Sea, he can only find supplies on the island, but the island is very small, and he will miss it if he is not careful. There is no navigation on the boat. If he gets lost, it will be all over. It's better to be safe. First arrive at Treasure Island, eat 2 caddies of pineapples and then reach the mainland. This route will not encounter danger under normal circumstances, Gululu. Yu Henggai's stomach groaned in disappointment. Looking in his pocket, there was only a little bit of flour left, which was not enough to eat. Brother Feng, go ashore and find something to eat. If there is no food, there is no way to sail. Yu Henggai said hastily. Well, let's search separately, drag the boat ashore together with me, so as not to be stolen by others, and meet up on the boat after we find the food. Shen Feng also had no choice. I was so hungry that I didn't eat. There is no food in hand, and I have no confidence to speak. I will talk about other things when I am full. Putting on their raincoats, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai got off the boat. First, they dragged the boat to the shore together. In this way, the boat was not on the water, and it was basically impossible for ordinary people to drive the boat away. Shen Feng thought for a while and went north, while Yu Henggai walked east. There were rainforests on both sides. After entering the rainforest, you could see many animals sheltering from the rain, including frogs, snakes, and even centipedes. Shen Feng wasn't sure whether these things could be eaten, although Hong Kigan often ate centipedes, but that was just a plot in it, and he still didn't dare to eat them himself. Hey, there's a fire. That means there's someone there. Suddenly, Shen Feng saw a fire in the distance. Several people are eating at the table. Since we want to avoid dealing with each other, then we should stop communicating and go to the kitchen to have a look. Shen Feng didn't intend to disturb this group of people, so he chose to go around to the kitchen to have a look. Chapter 490 Glue Tree. Shen Feng went into the kitchen to look for food, but found that there were only 2 cabbages left in the kitchen, and the rest were only 2 bowls of crispy rice. Damn, I don't cook much. Who can eat enough with such a little food? Shen Feng muttered to himself, then packed the rice crust in a plastic bag, carried 2 cabbages, and left through the window. Here, this kitchen also uses a firewood stove for cooking, so you must pay attention to the heat when cooking. If the heat is not controlled properly, the food in the pot will easily burn. If the rice is burned, it will be difficult to swallow. If it is crispy rice, it can barely be eaten. Wow. Shen Feng forgot to close the window when he left, and soon someone discovered the problem. It seemed that the rain in the kitchen was a bit loud. Eileen, go and see in the kitchen, is the window open? The leader was a big man with a yellow face, who was sitting on the top of the dining table. After he spoke, a woman stood up quickly and walked towards the kitchen. Go Yilin came to the kitchen to take a look, but found that the rice crust was gone. In addition, the 2 cabbages also disappeared. The window was still open, and rainwater was coming in from the outside. Looking outside, only the dark woods, the woods nothing in. Brother, maybe the monkeys in the woods came in and stole my leftover crispy rice and cabbage. Yilin said helplessly. The eldest brother looked at Yilin and said, it's okay since it was stolen, but in the future, you must be careful, and the windows must be closed at any time. It's okay to meet a monkey this time, but it will be troublesome if you meet an enemy next time. Big Yilin nodded quickly and sat down. Suddenly, someone asked, brother, we are not staying in the base during the rainy season. Why do we have to come out? The elder brother took 2 bites of rice into his mouth and explained, actually, there is no need to hide this matter. It is because the word has been passed down from above. About this time, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai are coming. They have to leave the base and disperse on the island, so we can find the 2 of them. No, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai are not our people. Why do we need them? Some people were puzzled. The eldest brother shrugged and said, you ask me, who should I ask? All in all, the task ordered by the superior must be completed. As long as the task is completed, the superior will be happy, and the reward will be unexpectedly rich. It turned out that the people in the house were all subordinates of Wang Aoi. Wang Aoi asked people to pay attention to Shen Feng's movements in Southeast Asia. Naturally, the people below did not dare to disobey orders, so they could only look for Shen Feng and Yu Hangai during the rainy season. As long as traces are found, they must be reported immediately. Shen Feng returned to the cabin with crispy rice and cabbage. He wanted to fill his stomach a little, but now the sky's dark, and it will be dark soon. Why not wait until the next day to find food, and go tonight first up? As a result, when Shen Feng returned to the boat, he couldn't wait for Yu Hangai, and he couldn't wait for him. Food, keep going. Helpless, Shen Feng put on his raincoat and walked towards the east. The forest here is very dense, and there are footprints on the ground. He walked deep with a flashlight, and shouted as he walked, Xiao, are you here? Where? After walking 500 meters, Shen Feng heard Yu Hangai's answer, Brother Feng, I'm here, come and save me. Hearing the answer, Shen Feng hastened to speed up, avoided many branches, and headed towards the direction of the sound. When Shen Feng got close to the area where Yu Hangai was, he was shocked. Yu Hangai was hugging a big tree naked. His clothes and pants were hanging on the side. The only clothes on his body were shorts and socks, and Yu Hangai was still hugging a big tree. Watching the big tree twitch constantly, I'm going, Xiao, are you too impatient? Even if you can't find someone to vent your anger on, you can't have any unreasonable thoughts about this tree, right? I've never heard of someone so fierce that he can fuck a tree. Shen Feng felt that his 3 views had been impacted. He couldn't imagine that Yu Hangai was such a person who actually fell in love with a big tree, but at this time, a Thai orchid viper drilled out of the grass beside it. Perhaps it hadn't eaten for a long time, and now seeing the heat reaction in front of it, It opened its mouth and bit it. Shen Feng had quick eyes and quick hands, and instantly fired a wind blade, cutting off the viper on the spot. Yu Hengyi was also stunned by this scene, never thought that there would be such danger in the grass. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengyi still hugging the big tree and couldn't help asking, "Then what? Do you have feelings for this tree? Are you still not letting go?" Yu Hengyi said helplessly, "If I could let go of my hand, I would have let go a long time ago. I have no choice but to do so. There is glue on this tree, and it will be difficult to separate after touching it. My clothes and everything are all stuck together. I had to take off my clothes, but I accidentally slipped and fell while walking, and hugged the tree, and now I can't move even if I want to." Hearing this explanation, Shen Feng suddenly realized, no wonder Yu Hengyi is in this posture now, so that he misunderstood him. It turned out that there was glue on the tree. Shen Feng irradiated the surroundings with a flashlight, and found that there were things like mice and insects stuck to the trees. Some animals had only skeletons left, and some animals were still struggling with Yu Hengyi's trial and error. Shen Feng was obviously a lot more careful. He must not touch the surrounding trees, otherwise he would also be stuck. Shen Feng approached Yu Hengyi, looked at the severed poisonous snake on the ground, and said, "Fortunately, I came early. If you are bitten by this snake, you will never have a happy life for the rest of your life. By then, your kidneys will be damaged. Failure. If you want to have something to happen with Qin Qa, the conditions are not allowed." Yu Hengyi said, "Help me quickly, I am still stuck. If there is thunder now, I will die." What Yu Hengyi is most worried about is when lightning strikes and thunder strikes. He has received 9 years of compulsory education and knows that he cannot hide under trees when it rains, but right now it is no longer a question of whether he can hide under trees. But he was stuck, and thunder struck at this time. That would be an unjust death. Shen Feng quickly observed Yu Hengyi's surroundings, and found that one of Yu Hengyi's hands was not glued, so he grabbed this hand and tore it outward. With Shen Feng's force, a layer of skin on Yu Hengyi's body was immediately torn off, and Yu Hengyi couldn't help shouting, "Ah, take it easy, I'm about to die, don't be so violent." One of Yu Hengyi's arms was liberated, but only at the price of a layer of skin. Blood oozes from the part where the skin was torn off. Although there are 5 layers of human skin, that is also a matter of microcosmic conditions. Now Yu Hengyi's the layer of skin is torn off, and the receptors in the skin are constantly sending out pain signals. "I thought I could pull it off, sorry, I'll try again." Shen Feng quickly apologized. Yu Hengyi said angrily, "If I could tear it off with force, I would have come down long ago. Wouldn't I know how to use force? Quickly think of another way, I can't be so reckless." Shen Feng looked at this big tree, with a diameter of 50 centimeters, which is considered tall in the rainforest, and the glue secreted from its trunk is too sticky. Even if a human being is glued to it, it is still unable to move. Unless you are willing to be torn off a layer of skin, you can't leave. If Hao Xiaohu met this kind of tree, he wouldn't need to worry, his skin is very thick. Shen Feng said to himself, "Come on, Hao Xiaohu has been cold for almost 3 months, and it's impossible for his supernatural power to be transferred to me." Yu Hengyi was speechless. Shen Feng suddenly thought of a way, and quickly said, "I thought of it, listen to me, I will cut off this tree later, leaving the section of trunk you are holding. Take a tree to the beach, soak in the seawater, maybe it can dissolve the glue. Is this useful?" Yu Hengyi felt unreliable. "Then the rest is an option, or you have to bear the pain and tear off this layer of skin. These 2 options, you consider for yourself." Shen Feng spread his hands to express his powerlessness. Cut the tree, let's soak in the sea first." Yu Hengyi had no choice but to choose the option of cutting the tree. Shen Feng immediately cast Wind of Fury, cut a gap in the glue tree. The big tree fell down immediately. Shen Feng cut off the root of the tree. Yu Hengyi stood up holding the trunk. Finally he could move. Next, Shen Feng took Yu Hengyi with him and returned to the seaside. Yu Hengyi soaked in the seawater without saying a word. The arm with torn skin did not dare to soak in the seawater. Once immersed in the water, it would be a heartache. Sprinkle it with salt and that's it. Fortunately, after an hour of soaking, the glue on the trunk was softened. Yu Hengyi struggled vigorously, and finally separated from the trunk, and the skin on his body was already wrinkled. "Okay, come and eat the crispy rice, I left half of it for you, there's still hot water here." Shen Feng said to Yu Hengyi. Yu Hengyi was also really hungry. He grabbed the rice crust and began to chew. The rice crust was very hard. It should have been softened in hot water before eating, but Yu Henggai didn't understand this. He nodded and drank water, barely filling his stomach. Next, Yu Henggai changed his clothes and fell asleep in a corner of the cabin. However, the next morning, Shen Feng woke up and planned to call Yu Henggai to set off, but he touched Yu Henggai's forehead, which was scalding hot, and he even had a fever. "I'm going. Are you still a supernatural person? You just soaked in the sea for an hour, and now you have a cold and a fever." Shen Feng felt incredible. Which one of the supernatural persons he had seen was not physically strong? "Now, what do you see? A supernatural person who catches a cold casually?" Yu Henggai opened his eyes, feeling weak all over, and said, "Brother Feng, I'll go find something to eat later. Don't rush me. Come on, you'd better stay here. Honestly, I'll go find something to eat." Shen Feng said helplessly, "If I can find medicine, I'll bring you some back. By the way, at any rate, he is the younger brother who has been following him for a long time. Shen Feng can't watch him act while sick, so he can only continue to take care of him." But at this time, Shen Feng saw some red skin on Yu Henggai's body. After Yu Henggai was burned, it took more than 10 days to recover, but the skin on his body was different from the previous skin, not to mention red and swollen. And it's often itchy. Perhaps this guy is often sick because his skin's defenses are reduced. After all, he was burned, and the regrown skin is naturally not strong enough to resist viruses and bacteria. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Next, Shen Feng had one more task, which was to find medicine to treat Yu Henggai's illness. Shen Feng put on his raincoat, covered Yu Henggai with a quilt, and then ran towards the north. Finally, after half an hour, he came to a base 50 kilometers away. This base was built on a plain with walls as a defensive force. There are still many soldiers patrolling on the city wall. Shen Feng walked in very smoothly. The people here look very similar to Chinese people. After all, many people in Southeast Asia have Chinese blood. It is completely impossible to distinguish people from that country just from the appearance. After walking in, Shen Feng wanted to look for a pharmacy, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it, so he asked others. These people couldn't understand Chinese, and they kept scratching their heads as they watched Shen Feng speak. Chapter 491 Reward Order. Shen Feng searched around the base, but he couldn't find any pharmacies, but he did find a few shops selling grain. Shen Feng bought 80 caddies of flour with a gold button, and couldn't help but secretly scolded the profiteers. "This is gold for me, but in the end I can only exchange for 80 caddies of flour. Such a small amount of flour is a big loss." Shen Feng guessed that it was probably because he couldn't understand the language, so he was slaughtered as a foreigner. Shen Feng put the flour under his armpit and covered it with the raincoat. Then he left the food store, walked around the base, and suddenly found many notices on the wall, many of which were reward orders, and some rewards were for arrest. Mutated beasts. Some offer rewards for fishing in the sea. As long as they can complete the rewards, they can get a lot of commission. As he was walking, Shen Feng saw his photo on the wall, and couldn't help but lean forward to look at it, and found that someone was offering a bounty on his head, and this bounty had been posted for a while. "I'm going. Who have I offended? Someone offered a bounty on my life. I shouldn't have any enmity with others." Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. In order to avoid being recognized, Shen Feng pulled down the hood of his raincoat, so that if he didn't get close to watch, he couldn't see his face clearly. However, at this moment, Shen Feng felt a murderous aura, and it was the murderous aura appearing from all directions. He quickly raised his head and looked around, only to find that he was surrounded by a group of people with guns. There were more than 40 people in number. All of them looked bad. "Shoot!" the leading man yelled, and the 40 people quickly opened fire. Shen Feng didn't dare to underestimate the opponent's attack, so he quickly cast the Wind King barrier, and a barrier appeared beside him, blocking all the bullets. After saving his life, he summoned hundreds of wind blades and shot them in all directions. Immediately, the group of people who shot were shot into receive by the invisible wind blade. It was just one blow, and the gang besieging Shen Feng all fell down. Shen Feng continued to look around, but found that there was no one else on the street. "Could it be that you deliberately lured me here?" Shen Feng frowned and thought. At this time, a group of people rushed out from a distance, and the leader started to blow his whistle. The harsh whistle sounded, and then there was a reaction on the city wall in the distance. Soldiers gathered one by one and rushed towards the area where the battle took place. He came over, his eyes full of fanaticism. If the rivers and lakes are dangerous, then retreat. Bye-bye. Shen Feng didn't want to continue fighting, so he directly cast accompanying like the wind and quickly left the street. When the soldiers surrounded him, Shen Feng had already rushed a long distance. In a flash, he disappeared into the corner of the base. Hurry up, hurry up. This reward is worth 2 supernatural potions. As long as you catch it, you can claim the reward, and you must not let him run away. The soldiers were shouting loudly, but they were not in Chinese. Shen Feng failed to listen to what they are saying. Shen Feng was puzzled in his heart. He had never been to Southeast Asia before, and it is logically impossible to have enmity with the people here, but now, he was offered a reward. What is going on? This incident seems to be full of conspiracy. Forget it. Let's go back first. Let's wait until Jianyi recovers before taking revenge. I want to see who is offering a reward for my life. Shen Feng didn't want to continue entanglement, so he cast a company like the wind and prepared to leave. However, when Shen Feng came near the city wall on one side, he suddenly discovered that there were also farmlands in the base, and the fields were planted with ginger. It doesn't take much effort to get it. With ginger, you can keep out the cold. Surrounding monitors are shining on the farmland. Obviously, someone is guarding against ginger being stolen. Ginger is also a special kind of material, which can be used as a seasoning at ordinary times. It is a good choice to use it to remove fishy smell, but at critical moments, ginger can also be used as a medicinal material. Although Shen Feng has never studied Chinese medicine, he has heard of some famous Chinese medicinal materials, such as hawthorn and ginger, which are both ingredients and medicinal materials. Among them, ginger is very famous for dispelling cold. In terms of health preservation, there is also a saying that eat radish in winter and ginger in summer. There is too much rain in summer, which can easily cause wind and cold, so eat some hot food. Crack. Shen Feng smashed the nearby monitor, stretched out his hand and started digging ginger. Just after digging out 5 or 6 pieces of ginger, a group of people rushed over from a distance, without saying a word, pointed at Shen Feng and opened fire gun. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet stopped 20 centimeters behind Shen Feng. Shen Feng didn't fight with this group of people, but packed up the flour and ginger in his hand, and left here quickly. Let you go crazy for 2 days first, and in a few days I will show you some color and let you know why the flowers are so red. Shen Feng said to himself. The wall outside the base was more than 3 meters high. It wasn't a city wall, it could only be called a wall. It barely stopped the zombies. If it encountered a large mutant beast, such a wall would be completely useless. Shen Feng jumped to the outside of the wall. At this time, many soldiers on the wall hadn't reacted. When they did, Shen Feng had already slipped away. Shen Feng was also very puzzled why he was offered a reward. It stands to reason that he did not offend any big shots, and he had never been to Southeast Asia, so it was impossible to make enemies with these people. As a result, he was now offered a reward. Weird breath. Moreover, Shen Feng couldn't figure it out. Since he had already been offered a reward, why didn't Yu Henggai next to him receive a reward? Are the supernatural beings who are also wandering outside, should they be treated differently? Shen Feng returned to the boat with doubts in his heart. At this time, Yu Henggai was still having a high fever, so Shen Feng could only cook ginger soup. He broke off 2 pieces of ginger that he had dug out. It weighed 60 grams. Throw it into a pot, add water, light a fire, and simmer for half an hour. Half of the pot of water boiled into a bowl, and it was delivered to Yu Henggai's mouth while it was still warm. Zio. You, don't go to sleep, take your medicine. What do you want for lunch? I will try my best to satisfy you. Shen Feng said while supporting Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai looked at Shen Feng after waking up, and said weakly, at noon, I want to eat something lighter, such as boiled noodles with eggs. Yu Henggai opened his mouth to drink the ginger soup. There was a pungent smell in the mouth of the ginger soup, and Yu Henggai was so hot now that he felt uncomfortable after drinking it. The limbs started to swim, and soon the whole body became hot, and the sweat leaked out of the skin. I'm so hot, I don't need to cover the quilt. Yu Henggai stretched out his hand and wanted to lift the quilt. Shen Feng hurriedly stopped him. Don't be stupid, you just need to sweat right now, so obediently cover yourself with a quilt and go back to sleep. I'll find a way to make you noodles. Yu Henggai then laid down and continued to sleep. Shen Feng thought for a while. He only had flour here, and the noodles were okay. Although he couldn't pull the noodles, he could still cut the noodles, but he couldn't find the milk and eggs. It seemed that he had to go to the base in the north to take another look. Shen Feng immediately set off and went to the base where the bounty was offered. Now the whole base is tense, perhaps because of the previous battle. Shen Feng killed 40 soldiers at one time, so that the base is heavily guarded. Shen Feng used a company like the wind to cross the wall and enter the base. There happened to be an evolutionary on the wall. After seeing the black shadow entering the base, he immediately took out the walkie-talkie and reported the situation to the top. The base is not particularly huge, and it can accommodate more than 10,000 people. In China, this is the level of a small town. However, the population in the doomsday is sparse, and only 1 out of 10 people can survive. If you compare it horizontally, this base can be considered medium-sized. In the most luxurious villa inside the base, a man was telling his family members, "Go, go. Get out of here. The idiots below have provoked the devil, and they just posted a reward." These Chuba really took it seriously, thinking that you can get a reward for killing someone. You are an idiot. Now the Devil King is here again. If you are caught by him, you will all die. The man is the leader of this base, and he is now urging his family to leave here. He himself is the leader and cannot leave, but in order to prevent his family from being killed, he can only ask his family to take money and hide in a safe place. If nothing happens in the end, then you can come back again, but if you really provoke the devil, the entire base on your side may be destroyed. Honey, aren't you the leader of this base? What kind of devil can hurt us? The man's wife asked in confusion. The man couldn't help but scolded. What do you know as a woman? This is a supernatural person. And he is one of the top supernatural persons in the world. I only have 400 or 500 soldiers here, which is not enough to see, unless I have a supernatural person in my hand. Thousands of troops, otherwise, there is no way to survive. After hearing her husband's description, the wife immediately panicked, and hurriedly took the child to pack things, including clothes and food, and silver and gold. Now the world's common currency is gold and silver. With gold and silver in hand, there is no need to worry about lack of supplies. The family packed up their things and went out immediately. In order to avoid attracting attention, they even left through the back door. Sitting in a luxury villa at 300 square meters, the leader murmured, "If you want to kill or cut, come." Shen Feng was walking on the street, but he couldn't see any vegetable shop at all. It's right to think about it. In this day and age, most people can't eat vegetables by themselves, so who would open a shop to sell them? It is impossible to come out to set up a stall in order to avoid being recognized. Shen Feng covered his face. There were very few people walking on the street, and they were all afraid of being killed in the event of a conflict. At this moment, someone came towards us on the street ahead. The 3 people were in a hurry. It was a plainly dressed mother with 2 children. The mother was dragging a heavy suitcase, and the children beside them were hanging baskets in baskets. Looks like a very ordinary family. Shen Feng stepped forward to stop the 3 people, pointed to the vegetable basket in the child's hand, and said, "How do you sell your vegetables?" The mother was stunned when she heard the words in Shen Feng's mouth. This person spoke Chinese. Although there are many Chinese here, generally no one speaks Chinese, unless it is an outsider. Shen Feng patted his head, forgetting that people here generally can't speak Chinese. Then he took out a gold button from his body, handed it to the mother, and snatched the food basket from the child's hand. The child was very happy. Unhappy, he wanted to rush up to fight, but was grabbed by his mother tightly. Shen Feng looked at the green vegetables in the vegetable basket, and felt rather happy in his heart. This is the kind of vegetables that you can't find anywhere without a lot of effort, and you can't find them for a long time. Now someone has brought them up. Buying a golden button and a basket of vegetables seems to be a big loss, but this is already the best situation of luck at this moment. The mother spoke up and asked, "What else do you want?" Shen Feng was taken aback. The man spoke Chinese, so she could understand it. Shen Feng continued, "Are there any eggs?" "We went out in a hurry and didn't bring eggs, but turn left and then turn left on this street, and there is a chicken farm." The woman said boldly, "Well, thank you. I will come here again in a few days. If you are still here by then, I will thank you." Shen Feng said with a smile, and walked towards the chicken farm with a vegetable basket. After Shen Feng left here, the woman hurriedly said to the 2 children, "Hurry up and go home. Hurry up and go home." "But didn't we just come out of the house?" The daughter looked at her mother suspiciously. "Be obedient. Let's go home and run with your father," the woman said firmly at this time. Chapter 492, The Demon King Arrives. After Shen Feng arrived at the chicken farm, He found that the children in the chicken farm were holding weapons in their hands, and they were all standing somewhere discussing something. Some of them even had guns. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng did not dare to appear easily. Instead, he quietly entered the chicken farm, broke the necks of 2 chickens with lightning speed, took 5 eggs away, and slipped away quickly before no one noticed. Xiao, you are lucky. You can eat noodles at noon and stew chicken soup at night. When you recover, hurry up and go to work for me. I have already been listed on the reward order, and it may not be convenient to come out next time. After returning to the cabin, Shen Feng said to Yu Hengai. Yu Hengai had also recovered a lot at this time. He drank the ginger soup, sweated all over his body, and his head cleared up a lot. When he saw Shen Feng coming back with big bags and small bags, he couldn't help asking, "Are you going to rob? Is it? Why do you have so many things on your body?" "Don't talk nonsense. I gave the money. At best it can be regarded as forced buying and selling. You are recuperating honestly. The reason why you are weak is because the skin and mucous membranes on your body have been seriously damaged. Wait until your body the skin will also recover, and then all diseases will be cured." Shen Feng muttered while getting ready to make lunch. Yu Hengai leaned on the cabin, and couldn't help asking, "You have been offered a reward? What does it mean? What did you do that is outrageous? How do I know? I can't remember what bad things I did. Besides, this is my first time here, so I shouldn't be targeted. Besides, I was offered a reward. Why didn't you get a reward? It doesn't make sense, right?" Shen Feng said helplessly. "From this point of view, I can only wait until I recover to find out the situation. I will never go into the woods, especially the rainforest." Yu Hengai was very emotional, never expecting that there are so many in the rainforests of Southeast Asia. Danger exists. Even trees that look harmless to humans and animals can still stick to supernatural beings. Yu Hengai never believed that his body was weak before. After all, he was already a 5th-order supernatural being. Anyone who saw it would not be respectful. He had also experienced a lot from the mountains to the ocean. Only then did I realize that my physique might be worse than that of ordinary supernatural beings. Shen Feng's cooking skills are not particularly good, but only at an edible level. He has no opportunity to practice cooking skills before, and his level is only slightly better than that of Chu Qiaoyan, who can't cook. When Chu Qiaoyan has someone to guide him, he will learn systematically after cooking. Shen Feng's cooking skills are the worst in the family. However, even so, Shen Feng still tried his best to make a delicious meal. At noon, he boiled noodles in egg soup. The noodles were very wide, but they didn't have much toughness. He eats big fish and meat, because it is too greasy, but he likes the noodles made by Shen Feng very much. He keeps eating noodles with his mouth open, and he eats all the noodles in a big pot. At noon, Shen Feng continued to boil ginger soup, and after Yu Hengai drank it, he continued to fall into deep sleep. After such 5 days passed, Yu Hengai finally recovered, his spirit improved, and his body temperature returned to normal. Yu Hengai, who recovered his body, couldn't bear to move his body, but the sky outside the cabin was still gloomy, and it would rain every once in a while. Shen Feng also told Yu Hengai not to stay away from the shore. However, when Yu Hengai was walking around, he suddenly noticed a group of people slowly approaching in the woods, so he quickly turned back to find Shen Feng and said, "Brother Feng, someone is approaching us. There are more than a dozen people approaching us." Personal. Shen Feng quickly drilled into the woods to observe, and found more than 100 meters away, more than a dozen people were holding machetes, chopping branches all the way forward. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately became vigilant. Pass. Shen Feng quickly turned around, found Yu Hengai and said, "I stole the crispy rice and cabbage from these people before. They are probably here for revenge. Let's go, now." Shen Feng has recognized the group of people in the woods. These people are the group of people in the house before. They all carry guns and other weapons on their bodies, and some of them are evolutionaries. He also stole the crispy rice while they were not paying attention. He was guilty of being a thief, and now he wanted to leave. Yu Hengai said helplessly, "You say that you are an upright man. How can you do such a petty theft? It's really embarrassing for us supernatural beings. Stop talking nonsense. Come here and move the boat into the water. Let's go north. You ate the crispy rice I brought earlier. You are an accomplice." Shen Feng said angrily. The two then worked together to move the boat into the water. Shen Feng pulled down the sails, steered the helm, summoned a strong wind, and set off towards the north. Here was a shoal surrounded by forests. Now he unfurled the sails and headed north. The gang couldn't find anything after boarding the boat. Yu Henggai still felt that something was wrong, and couldn't help asking, even if you stole the rice crust, there is flour here, and you can just return them to caddies, why run away? If the story of me stealing rice dumplings is spread, I will really be laughed to death. The rice cake is a small matter, but being caught on the spot is a serious matter. I can't afford to lose this person. Shen Feng said. Yu Henggai shrugged, feeling helpless against Shen Feng's stubbornness. He is obviously a very powerful supernatural being, but he just likes to haggle over every little detail. Soon, a group of people got out of the woods, saw a pile of chicken feathers on the shoal, and fell into deep thought. It seemed that someone had lived here, the chicken feathers were still on the ground, and some household garbage could be found nearby. Yilin asked, "Boss, are these traces left by Shen Feng and the others?" Hearing this question, the boss couldn't help touching his chin, and said, "It's possible, but not necessarily, and the others haven't contacted us all the time, so I don't know if they have gained anything." Then, "Shall we go back?" someone asked. The boss thought for a moment and said, "If it's these two people, they have no reason to live here for a while. These traces of life are not formed in a day, so it may be other people, most likely mercenaries or something. Let's continue search south, everyone." Then walk towards the volcano in the south. If Shen Feng was not found on the entire west coast, they could only go back. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai drove 40 kilometers north and found a sandy beach surrounded by an abandoned house and a lot of woods beside it. There was no one in the house, no zombies were seen, and all supplies were taken away. Gone, only empty rooms? Okay, let's rest here. I'll check the situation and avenge you. By the way, you are guarding the boat here, Yu Henggai said to Shen Feng, and after finishing speaking, he put on his raincoat and was about to set off. Remember to find enough food to come back. Don't think about sailing for a long time without hundreds of caddies of food. Shen Feng shrugged and said to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai nodded and set off towards the base described by Shen Feng. After walking halfway, it started to rain again. The rainy season in Southeast Asia is like this. It rains frequently and rarely has sunny days, but it is also because of that there is a lot of rain, so the grain yield is high, and it is planted 3 times a year. When Yu Henggai came to the base, he found that a group of people were fleeing with luggage. Now that the world is doomsday, the base lacks gasoline. Therefore, the most popular means of transportation is bicycles, which only need manpower to move forward. A bowl of rice is consumed every hour. If someone has a tricycle, it is the most beautiful boy on the way to escape. Yu Henggai couldn't help but start looking for Chinese people. Generally speaking, Chinese people have fairer skin, while local people are darker. Just look for people with fair skin. When you find them, ask about the current situation. Someone who understands Chinese heard Yu Henggai's question, and quickly replied, "I heard that someone in our base has provoked the Great Demon King, and they will come to destroy our base in a few days. We have to run for our lives, so I won't tell you any more. We have to hurry, go to a base in the east before it gets dark." Yu Henggai was puzzled when he heard this. Great Demon King? What kind of person is called the Great Demon King? What kind of big demon king can make you so afraid? How many people are fleeing? Yu Henggai asked. The Chinese replied, "Don't talk about us, the leader's family has run away with people. Now all those who want to survive in the base have left, at least 10,000 people are running out. I heard that this big devil can summon people with a wave of his hand. Tens of thousands of wind blades, if raindrops fall, it will be knives from the sky. Who can survive? Moreover, he can summon typhoons to come, and when the wind and rain come, all our bases will be submerged." After speaking, the man pushed Yu Henggai away and ran for his life. There are 4 gates in the base, all of which are open. More than 10,000 people fled to other bases with their families. For this base, after the population is lost, decline is inevitable. Without the population, any base can only decline. Hearing this person's description, Yu Henggai suddenly became puzzled and thought, after listening to this description, why do I think it's Shen Feng? But Shen Feng said that these people are offering a reward to kill him, and these people also said that Shen Feng wants to kill him. Destroy this base? What's going on? Yu Henggai couldn't figure it out, walked into the base and took a look. Except for the widowed, elderly and children, basically everyone who wanted to survive had left. Looking around while walking, there were reward orders on many walls. Among them, Shen Feng's reward order is hung on it. Damn. It's a bad start. It's basically impossible to find out the situation in such a ruined base. Yu Hengyi was very depressed. Yu Hengyi walked to the large villa in the center of the base. No one dared to approach here, and they were all afraid that they would hurt themselves if they were seeking revenge. Walking around, I found a lame man who also looked Chinese. As for whether he could speak Chinese, it was unclear. Hey, can you speak Chinese? Don't you run with him? Yu Hengyi asked directly. The cripple leaned against the eaves, staring at the mud in the street in a daze. After hearing the question, he said helplessly, I am like this, can I run away? I am waiting to die. If the big devil doesn't kill me, I will live. After coming down, you can find a better room to rest, and if you die, it is not a shame to die in the hands of the great demon king. Yu Hengyi thought for a while and asked, then what? How did you provoke the great demon king? Since you are afraid, then don't provoke him. The cripple smiled wryly and said, how do I know what those people think? I heard that a small captain saw that the bounty was very generous. What about 2 supernatural potions? Can you win the fight, and lead more than 40 people to besiege the big devil? I saw clearly at the street corner, and the big devil beat all these people into briquettes with his hand. This is the same style as yours, Yu Hengyi slandered, not only the same style, but also the same piece. Afterwards, Yu Hengyi continued, since you have all been wronged, why don't you go to the great demon king and make it clear? The devil's speed is too fast. We want to clarify this matter. We can't do it even if we want to make an apology. Who can catch up? Moreover, the leader's wife met the devil a few days ago. At that time, the devil I just said, come here in a few days. Calculate the time, it will be these 2 days. Hey, if you want to survive, run away. The cripple said distressedly. Yu Hengyi has now figured out what happened. It turned out that a greedy team leader wanted to get a reward, so he led people to attack Shen Feng, so that there was a misunderstanding. Ordinary people may be massacred. Okay, you'll be fine. Find a place to live. By the way, is there a place to sell food here? Yu Hengyi asked immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493. But Shen Feng tied the sailboat to the coconut tree, put on a quilt and entered the nearby empty room, put down the closet, covered it with a quilt, and lay down on it to rest, lean on the building to listen to the wind and rain. Sleep well in the house, let's rest for a while. Shen Feng muttered a few words, leaning on the quilt to rest. When it rains, Shen Feng likes to sleep, especially when he hears the sound of rain outside the house. The sound of rain falling on Shen Feng's ears is a lullaby, and he falls asleep soon. However, when Shen Feng was taking a nap, the sound of cars came from a distance. Shen Feng was woken up by these sounds. He was woken up by the sound, and immediately became angry when he got up soon. More than a dozen cars arrived here. Seeing the desolation of the village, they prepared to rest here. Acquaintance. Shen Feng saw a family of people getting off from the lead off-road vehicle, and the woman among them was the woman with the vegetable basket he had seen before, and the son and daughter beside her were still the same as before. More than 30 people came down, basically all armed, wearing body armor and holding submachine guns. Hey, big sister, come this way. Shen Feng's aura of getting up suddenly disappeared, and then he waved his hand to greet the family in the distance. Seeing Shen Feng appearing here, the family was stunned. They never expected to see the great demon king in a strange place. It's really unlucky. I just wanted to escape to appear here, but I didn't expect to be blocked now. What should I do? The leader was dumbfounded when he saw Shen Feng appearing here. He brought his family and confidants. Leaving the base that has been in operation for a long time is to be able to avoid Shen Feng's pursuit, but he did not expect to run into the enemy head-on at that time. The situation of Xianli, earth and fire was critical, and they hid themselves to avoid the enemy. Now, unintentional mistakes have penetrated into a desperate situation, and they can't get through iron shoes. Fortunately, the madam was still calm at this time, and leaned close to her husband and whispered, "It's okay. He probably doesn't know us, so let's pretend we don't know anything, and we can definitely hide it. If he recognized me before, otherwise, I would have been killed long ago." After hearing his wife's answer, the leader also nodded. He had no choice but to survive. He prayed in his heart that Shen Feng didn't know that he was the leader of the base. Otherwise, he would be retaliated if he really settled the accounts. The team leader under his command wants to kill Shen Feng for credit, and he doesn't want to think about whether he can beat the supernatural beings. The result is that he brings danger to the base. Ordinary supernatural beings are just fine. This is the world's top. Who dares to underestimate those with supernatural powers? The leader's family came to the house where Shen Feng was, but they were cautious. As soon as they saw Shen Feng, they began to introduce themselves. My name is Xiaoan, and this is my wife. Hello, Fleelin. Shen Feng saw the tense look of this family, and asked casually, do you know me? Do not know, no. The couple's answers were different. Some said they knew each other, some said they didn't know each other. Shen Feng shrugged and said, don't be so scared, I just want to ask for some information. I'm not a devil, I don't know how to eat people, and I don't want to kill people casually. Don't be nervous. Shen Feng guessed that the couple must have seen their own reward order on the wall of the base, so they thought they were some kind of vicious person, and the most important thing now is to let these two people not be afraid. Mr. Shen Feng, what do you want to ask? Xiaoan asked carefully with sweat on his forehead. Shen Feng thought for a while and asked, I saw my reward order in your base before. I want to know, who issued the reward? What organization allowed the existence of this reward order? What Shen Feng is most concerned about is who is plotting against him, or in other words, who is the enemy. It is unreasonable for someone to buy his own HUD with a price of 2 supernatural potions. It is impossible for someone who is not in a daze to make this decision. Shen Feng sat on the cabinet, while Xiaoan stood up and replied, I don't know about this. As for the organizations that post reward orders, there are too many organizations. Every base can issue reward orders independently. Some of the reward orders also come from abroad, and they are all rewards that can be cashed in. There are too many organizations, and there is no way to investigate what organization issued the reward order about you. There is always a place to receive the award, right? Why don't you know what organization released it? Shen Feng continued to ask Xiao and explained, that's not the case. Regarding the bounty, all the bases are involved, and all the publishers are kept secret. After completing the bounty, first find a base to produce evidence, and then the person who issued the bounty can use a secret channel, sending the rewards to the hands. All of this is done in secret. Hearing this answer, Shen Feng felt a little helpless. In this way, he couldn't even find out who was plotting against him. Shen Feng looked at the standing family, and quickly said, sit down, be casual, I'm very easygoing, I won't hurt you, Xiao. And quickly sat down with his family, but he couldn't believe the word Shen Feng said easygoing. After all, what kind of easygoing person can kill more than 40 people with a single wave? Shen Feng thought for a while and asked, where's the base that produces the most food on this island? Who is managing it, Xiao? And quickly replied, it's at the seaside on the north shore. There are many people. They found a mutated sago tree. After planting, the yield is very large, and the harvest is also very fast. It can be harvested in half a year, but I heard that the managers are from China. These people are very powerful, and they have mastered the power station. After receiving this answer, Shen Feng was very satisfied. As long as there is a base that can produce a large amount of food, it is enough, and he can continue sailing if he finds food. Shen Feng chatted with his family for a while, but they left on the pretext of rushing away. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and did not stop them before leaving. Xiaoan took out a big basket full of ginger, gave it to Shen Feng, and said, it's just a small profit, please accept it, although it's nothing, but it's something we can afford. Gone. How, you guys actually know what I'm missing, it's not easy, so I'll take it, I have a piece of gold here, just treat it as me buying your ginger. Shen Feng didn't want to take advantage of others, so he started. Gold was taken out of his pocket, ready to be traded, but Xiaoan quickly refused, and quickly left the village with his family and confidants, and his back was very hasty. It wasn't until dusk that Yu Hangai came back from the northeast slowly, without taking anything with him. After returning, he began to complain, the life of a person, the shadow of a tree. Brother Feng, you said that you want to take revenge on that base. The base, all the people who could run in it ran away. I found out that there was a team leader who was stunned and assassinated you before, but you killed him. It was taken. Yu Hangai originally wanted to find enough food to continue sailing, but the warehouses in the base were full of rats, and he couldn't find any food at all. It was not a heroic act to snatch other people's remaining rations, so Yu Hangai could only come back empty-handed, nothing found. Shen Feng continued to ask. Yu Hengyi nodded and replied seriously, "That's right, I didn't find anything. I heard that the leader's wife planted 2 acres of ginger, and she dug it up and took it away before she left. This is Sanguang. Grab it all." At this time, Shen Feng looked at the ginger in the basket on the side. Now he finally understood why the family looked at him so nervously. It turned out that they were the leaders of the base. No wonder he saw himself trembling and cautious. Forget it, don't bother with this base, since everyone has run away and there are no supplies, then forget it, go hunting in these 2 days, at least bring dry food for 10 days, and then go to the north of the island. Shen Feng thought about it and decided, although he could catch up with the leader's convoy, but seeing their fearful performance, it is likely that there was a real misunderstanding, so forget it. When Yu Hengyi heard that he was going to hunt, he could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he was going to eat barbecue again during this period of time, and he was already tired of eating it. If he could, he still wanted to eat the staple food for the next journey. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi hunted for 3 consecutive days, and finally got enough food. In order to preserve the meat, they had to dry it and make it into jerky. Otherwise, it would be impossible to dry it in this weather. It attracts flies, and it will be corrupted. Bring enough prey and set off again. This time, Shen Feng took Yu Hengyi around the west coast and came to the north coast of the old island. If you go to the east coast, the distance will be much faster. After all, there is a stretch of land on the west coast, and the distance will be twice as long if you go west. But the east coast also has a problem, that is, it is not safe on the west side of the island. There are shallow seas, the wind and waves will not be particularly large, and giant sea beasts will not appear here. But if it is to the east, there is a huge Philippine trench, and there may be giant sea beasts hiding here. If you encounter an attack, you will definitely die. To be safe, go west on this day. Shen Feng saw a huge wind turbine appearing on the mountain in the distance, and suddenly realized that he had found the power station. That is to say, he had found the base for food production. "Xiao, follow me to steal food at night. I probably don't have enough money to buy food, so I have to do something wrong. Be smart and don't get caught." Shen Feng pointed at the rows of people in the distance. Said the big windmill is for the source of electricity on the island. It could only rely on thermal power and wind power before, but when the end comes, there is no source of coal, no source of natural gas, no choice but to rely on wind power. But the power station is occupied by a group of Chinese people. Others can't beat it, so they can only pretend that they didn't see it. Wind power generation also has disadvantages, that is, when the temperature is too low, once the temperature drops suddenly, the fan will be easily frozen, and it will be impossible for the fan to continue to generate electricity. However, the Philippines has no such concerns. This is a tropical place, and it will snow, and the fan blades are unlikely to be frozen. Moreover, the monsoon climate is obvious, and wind power generation is simply the only choice. Hearing Shen Feng's story, Yu Hengyi asked, "Stealing from one's own people is inappropriate, isn't it? The managers are all Chinese, and everyone is from the same village. Why don't you go to IOUs and return their food later?" "Nonsense. I'm still hanging a reward. I can't expose my position casually, so as not to cause trouble. Besides, are these people familiar with us? If you say white papers, they will let you call white papers. Don't cause trouble at that time. If you are dissatisfied, shoot us while exposing our tracks." Shen Feng immediately rejected Yu Hengyi's suggestion. Yu Hengyi is right when he thinks about it. It is difficult to draw a dragon or a tiger. Knowing people and knowing the face but not the heart, even a Chinese fellow may stab himself in the back. You can't trust others just because of the fellow. It's better to steal. That night, Shen Feng was masked, wearing black clothes, and Yu Hengyi in the same outfit set off. First, he touched the periphery of the base. This base is very large, surrounded by more than a dozen mountains, and all the trees on the mountain have been cut down. Use barbed wire to pull up a circle of defense, and there are many watchtowers on the top of the mountain, and searchlights are fired on the mountain at any time. The people at this base have foresight. Although they didn't build walls, they built the base by relying on the mountain. The commanding heights are all occupied. Looking down, it's easy to defend and difficult to attack. There are also water and food. As long as the inside, if there is no problem, then basically it will not be easily conquered. Shen Feng looked at the base in front of him, feeling very surprised. Is there such a talent here? Chapter 494. There are various base choices. Some people prefer the defensive type, some prefer the resource type, and some prefer the offensive type. According to the needs, the positions of the bases are also different. Those who want the defensive type, it is best to build on the mountain, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If the resource type base is built on the plain, there will be no pressure on food production. For the offensive type, it is often set up near a dangerous area, and it is impossible to survive without fighting. Period. Before Shen Feng occupied the city, he chose to build a base in Jiangxinsao and defend the dam. Can break into the base, but right now, Shen Feng saw this base built against the mountain, only to realize that in many cases, the choice of base can be offensive or defensive, and it can also control resources, so that electricity and food production can continue. Hearing Shen Feng's praise, Yu Henggai said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you talking so much? At this moment, don't you want to steal food? Hurry up and find a good route. Don't be a mother-in-law, just leave after stealing. Don't ruin your reputation for the rest of your life." Yu Henggai didn't want to be a thief either. His family education said that there are thousands of industries in the world, and being a thief is the last choice. Now that life is forced to steal food, it seems that there is a suitable reason, but people will laugh at this kind of thing if you tell it. If you don't believe it, look at Liu Bang. He was born as a pavilion chief, hasn't he been ridiculed for 2,000 years? Shen Feng looked at the mountain and said, "Let's go in from the top of the mountain, below the watchtower. Wealth and wealth are in danger, as long as we are fast, others will not be able to spot us." Regarding Shen Feng's suggestion, Yu Henggai felt that it was unreasonable, and said, "What do you think? The watchtower and searchlight on the mountain are always watching. Entering from the top of the mountain is easy to be discovered. We enter from the foot of the mountain, or it's more reasonable to go in from the mountainside." Hey, how dare you question my brother's decision? Do you think I don't know this truth? You can think of entering from the foot of the mountain, and I can think of entering from the foot of the mountain, but others can't think of it? The more loopholes, the more likely it is a trap. Instead, enter from the top of the mountain, and you can use a trick to catch people by surprise. Shen Feng said seriously to Yu Henggai. It was only then that Yu Henggai realized that Shen Feng's considerations turned out to be psychology. Smart people can often think of one thing, so there will be heroes who cherish heroes. The strategy is to predict, know what smart people think, and then avoid falling into the trap. Brother is right, let's enter from the top of the mountain. Yu Henggai could only admit that Shen Feng's idea was correct, and the two came to the top of the mountain. Yu Henggai broke open the barbed wire with his bare hands. Fortunately, the barbed wire was not powered on, otherwise it would take a lot of work to get in. Taking advantage of the fact that the searchlights were not shining, the two entered directly. Shen Feng quietly looked into the watchtower. The guard had already fallen asleep in the watchtower, holding an old-fashioned rifle in his hand. Following Yu Henggai, he went straight to the interior of the base. When the two came to the depths of the base, they were surprised to find that the entire base was brightly lit, and every household was illuminated by electric lights. It would be nothing unusual if it was before the end of the day, that is, the most backward place. There are no electric lights, otherwise, who doesn't have high-power electrical appliances? But now is the doomsday, unless it occupies a place with sufficient energy. Otherwise, what base can have electricity all day long? Entering this base is like entering a civilized society. Brightly lit is the most gratifying thing. This group of people really enjoy themselves. There is electricity. The air conditioner and refrigerator must be usable. Maybe there are computers and TVs inside. Brother Feng, where's the food you mentioned? Yu Henggai looked at the base. Tens of thousands of people here can live a civilized life, and I can't help being a little envious, but I still haven't forgotten the business of coming here. Shen Feng thought for a while, pointed to the distant woods and said, "Over there, it's in the woods over there, there are many tall trees in the woods in the distance." The two quickly entered the woods. Yu Henggai looked around, but found no food. He did not forget to search upwards, only to find bananas on a few plantain trees. Some bananas had already bloomed. It's yellow, and it looks like it's edible. Such a dozen bunches of bananas count as food? Don't be kidding. Yu Henggai said, looking at the rubber tree. Shen Feng patted the big tree beside him and said, "This is food." Yu Henggai was full of doubts, and continued to look up, but he didn't see anything. It would be fine if there were coconuts, but he couldn't even see coconuts. Eat bark? Yu Henggai asked. No. Shen Feng asked, "Have you ever had yogurt sago milk?" Yu Hengai shook his head and said, I like to drink burnt jelly grass. Seigo do, I see others drink it, but I haven't drunk it myself. Shen Feng patted the big tree next to him, and said to Yu Hengai, no, this is the raw material of Seigo do. This kind of tree seems to be called Seigo coconut tree, but instead of eating coconuts, they eat the core inside the trunk. It's full of starch, and when you dig it out, it's called Seigo, understand, Yu. Hengai has gained a lot of knowledge. Looking at the big trees around him, he thought that these trees were used to build houses, but he never thought that these trees are food. He never thought that food can grow from trees, but how do we take it away? We can't cut down more than a dozen big trees to fight back. Yu Hengai continued to ask. Shen Feng also touched his chin. Indeed, this is a big problem. Even if these Seigo palm trees are more than 20 meters high, even if each tree can produce 100 kilograms, if you want to sail, you have to take 8 or 9 of them. A big tree will do, such a big goal, it is not easy to act. Go and have a look around, maybe you can find something. I don't believe it, there are tens of thousands of people living in this base, and they don't have any food. Shen Feng thought for a while, he couldn't cut down trees, the goal was too big, so he went to look around. Look, if you find the warehouse, you can find the food. The two walked around in the forest, and suddenly saw a huge tree in the middle of the forest, which was estimated to be 40 meters high, more than twice as tall as the surrounding coconut trees. It seems that this is a mutated Seigo tree. The surrounding Seigo trees grow from its roots. Unfortunately, it can only live in the tropics. Otherwise, it can be brought back to Yazhou to plant. Shen Feng watching the big tree talking to itself. There is a light over there, let's go and have a look. Yu Hengai didn't have Shen Feng's thoughts so much. When he saw a good thing, he wanted to take it for himself. It is inappropriate to steal other people's food crops. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai walked out of the Seigo forest following the lights, and then saw a factory building. Even though it was dark now, there were still people working in this factory, probably 3 shifts, or maybe 2 shifts. The two quietly approached the factory building and observed the work in the factory building through the window. A group of workers in white clothes were making Seigo. They sent the felled Seigo trees to the machine, cut them into sections, and then cut them into pieces. Open, take out the pith, grind it into starch, then add water and mix it into paste, then sieve it into granules. This is Seigo. It turned out to be made in this way. I thought Seigo rice was Western rice. I've learned a lot. Yu Hengai couldn't help but said. After reading the process, Shen Feng said, follow the process of these Seigo and see where the Seigo is sent. The two followed the footsteps of the workers, and finally found that the finished Seigo was dried to remove moisture, and then sent to the truck outside the factory. The truck then drove to the distance. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai hurriedly chased the truck and set off. It is still very difficult to avoid being discovered by others along the way. Fortunately, the speed of the two is too fast, and ordinary people can't see clearly at all. After following the truck to the other end of the base, the car stopped, and a dozen people from the warehouse curry came out and began to move the Seigo on the car. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai looked at each other, made a gesture, entered the warehouse together, and hid first. After 2 hours, when the moving was over and the guards fell asleep, the two began to act. How much do we want to steal? Yu Hengai asked. Shen Feng said displeased, can you not say the word steal? We are scholars. How can you say that you are a scholar? Oh, how much do we want to steal? Yu Hengai responded quickly and continued to ask. Shen Feng looked at the Seigo on the side of curry in the warehouse. It was about 50 kilograms in a bag, and after a little calculation, Shen Feng replied, let's move 800 kilograms first. If we arrive in Luzon Island, we don't need to stop. Just go straight to Treasure Island. Yu Hengai nodded, and after thinking about it, he found the rope on the curry side of the warehouse, tied 400 caddies of flour, and carried it on his back. Shen Feng did the same, but found a problem, that is, he couldn't get out through the window. There is really too much food to go. People can go out through the window, the food is tied together, there is no way to take it away, it will get stuck. Shen Feng thought for a while, pointed to the door of the warehouse and said, let's go through the door. The warehouse door is locked from the outside. Once it is broken, it will make a loud noise and attract the attention of others, so don't be so reckless. Yu Hengai persuaded. Shen Feng shook his head, pointed to the door frame on the side of the gate and said, look carefully, the door frame here is embedded in the door. and there is no corresponding fixing means, we can just remove the door frame. There is no need to destroy the door. Oh, as expected of Brother Feng, he observed carefully and found a way out so quickly, but there are still a group of guards outside. How should we deal with these people? Yu Hengyi continued to ask. Shen Feng shrugged and said, just take a step and watch. I pray that these people don't pay attention to the movement in the warehouse. If they are spotted, then run quickly. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi immediately clamped the gap between the door and the door frame with a rope, and then pulled hard to remove the door frame embedded in the warehouse. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden sound from the door. Boom! The iron chain outside the gate hit the iron gate and made a noise. Shen Feng quickly put down the door frame and said, run, maybe the guards have been alarmed. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi carried a large bundle of bulging grains and quickly moved away from the warehouse area, and started running in the direction they came. They thought they had alarmed the guards, but until Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi rushed out of the warehouse area, they didn't blocked. It seems that the people in this base are not all smart people. The outer defense is so strong, but the inner defense is so poor. Shen Feng said while running. Yu Hengyi looked at the brightly lit residential area in the distance, and said enviously, it would be great if I could live here for a while. I haven't touched electronic products for a long time. If I can find a game console, then great. Come on, if you waste your time because of the game consoles, it will not be worth the loss. When you return to China, I will give you a bunch of game consoles. Shen Feng replied casually. The two quickly returned to the side of the sailboat carrying the food, and then began to cook dinner, cooked a pot of meat porridge, went to bed after drinking, and prepared to wait until dawn to continue setting off. However, while the two were sleeping soundly, the guards in the warehouse area also started patrolling, and suddenly found that the gate of the warehouse had fallen inward, and they couldn't help but wondered, well, why did the gate fall down? Is there a thief? When I walked into the warehouse, I found a lot of footprints on the ground, and there was a lot less food on the warehouse. There is only one explanation for this situation, that is, burglars. Chapter 495 Missing. When the food disappeared in the base, he immediately reported to his superiors and caught the guard who had been sleeping soundly. At this time, he was in a deep sleep and woke him up after calling for a long time. You were asked to guard the warehouse. Why did you fall asleep? The food was stolen. Let's see how you explain to the boss. Everyone said to the sleeping guard, I'm really sleepy. I've been guarding the warehouse for 3 consecutive days without closing my eyes. I didn't expect that the warehouse would be stolen just after sleeping for a while. The guard was also aggrieved and helpless said, okay, the manpower in the base is insufficient during this time. If you steal it, you steal it. The main thing is to find out who did it. Go and get them monitoring. The supervisor said helplessly. The supervisor also counted the food missing in the curry side of the warehouse, which is only a few hundred caddies missing. The food lost is not particularly large, and the loss is not particularly large, but this matter needs to be dealt with seriously. If it is someone in the base, if you steal food, as long as you find it, you must kill it to make an example. Then a group of people rushed to the monitoring room, called the monitoring on the curry side of the warehouse, and began to observe. The monitor is infrared monitoring, which can shoot even in the dark. On the monitor, everyone found the perpetrator. 2 people, each carrying 400 caddies of flour, left. Seeing the middle screen of the monitor, the supervisor couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and murmured, such a strong physical quality, either an evolutionary or a supernatural person, but I have never seen it before. Could it be someone from outside? It's definitely not just this surveillance camera that captured the trace of the thief. There must be other surveillance cameras that have also successfully captured the traces. Let's continue to call the surveillance and let everyone be vigilant. By the way, it is very likely that the enemy has sneaked in. Someone came up with an idea. The supervisor also nodded quickly, and while asking people to call for the surveillance, he reminded the people below to be vigilant. Finally, the supervisor saw a clear picture captured by the surveillance next to the street lamp. 2 people were fleeing quickly carrying food, but the monitor happened to capture this picture, and their faces also entered the shooting range. Hey, isn't this Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi? Why did they show up in our base? Also, why didn't they contact us? The supervisor was stunned when he saw the real faces of the 2. The thieves who appeared in the warehouse turned out to be Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi, both of whom were supernatural beings anyway, and ended up doing something like stealing. Isn't this the person the superiors ordered us to find? For this reason, We sent more than half of our people to search around the island, but they haven't found these two people. Someone asked suspiciously. The supervisor frowned and thought for a while, then said, take 100 people, and we will immediately search along the beach. These two people are the ones that the above said that we must find them. As long as they are found, they will be rewarded generously. In addition, let us know as soon as possible. The matter of the superior cannot be delayed. After finding out the identity of the thief, everyone in the base got busy. Finding Shen Feng and Yu Henggai is the most important thing right now, and other things can be put aside for the time being. It was only at this time that the supervisor found out that Shen Feng and Yu Henggai left from the top of the mountain. There are many searchlights and watchtowers on the top of the mountain, so they chose to leave here. However, if the other party really walked from the foot of the mountain, there would be surveillance everywhere in the woods, so it would be easy to get caught. It can be seen that the route chosen by Shen Feng and Yu Henggai has also been carefully considered. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai slept soundly for 2 hours, but were suddenly awakened by a noisy sound in the distance. Well, a group of people by the seaside are searching for us with flashlights, probably looking for revenge. Shen Feng scratched his hair helplessly, and said, this is too unlucky, isn't it? Isn't it just a few hundred caddies of grain? As for the rush to catch up, it seems that we have to go to sea again early, although Shen Feng is not worried about the issue of combat power. No matter how many people come to seek revenge, he can deal with it, but he just stole 800 caddies of grain. If he starts to do it, he will be at the wrong side. So, Shen Feng had no choice but to leave. Yu Henggai pulled down the sail, fixed the sail, then lifted the anchor. Shen Feng took the helm, and sailed to the north with his supernatural power. Shen Feng, don't run away, we belong to the King Hong Gang, our leader said, we must keep you here. Seeing that Shen Feng was about to leave without a word, the supervisor shouted loudly, trying to stop Shen Feng. Feng fled, and hurriedly called out his identity in desperation. Hearing this, Yu Henggai couldn't help looking at Shen Feng, and asked, do you know anyone from the King Hong Gang? I don't know. I've never heard of the King Hong Gang in Yazhou, and I don't know their leader. Let's go, so as not to cause disputes. Shen Feng looked blank. He had never heard of the King Hong Gang. If it was King Bang, he still knew about it, but it was gone 100 years ago, and it was even more impossible for him to know it ever since. The two continued to head north, leaving more than 100 people shouting on the shore. The supervisor could only watch helplessly as the person the leader wanted to find kept going away. No matter how much he shouted, the other party had no intention of returning. I'll go. I've already called out our identities. Why are they still running away? Did the boss say that he has a good relationship with Shen Feng? I can only watch that the credit has already flown away. The warehouse manager thought for a while, took the people back, and said while returning, notify the people on the island to return to the base, and say that Shen Feng and Yu Henggai have left, so there is no need to look for them. Alice, let's notify Luzon Island. Let them be careful not to let the credit slip away. In the middle of the night, Wang Aoi from Mizhou was still sound asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a rapid knock on the door. He couldn't help but ask, who is it? Bothering me at this time? Yi Xing's voice came from outside the door. Brother, news came from the Philippines that they saw Shen Feng heading towards Luzon Island, and the people at the coconut tree base failed to stop them. He and Yu Henggai stole hundreds of caddies of our grain. Wang Aoi stood up dissatisfied, pushed away Gusu's palm, and comforted him. You rest first, I'll go out and deal with some things. Gu Su said softly, then you go, the things outside are important. Wang Aoi put on his clothes and went out, and said to Yi Xing outside the door, can you not bother me with trivial matters? Isn't it just a few hundred caddies of grain? A little bit of grain, if it is gone, it will be gone. Why bother? Yi Xing said in a low voice, but our people inquired and found that in most of the bases in Southeast Asia, there is a bounty for Shen Feng's head, and the price is 2 supernatural potions. During this time, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai they are all deliberately hiding their whereabouts. Maybe they are worried about their location being exposed. When Wang Aoi heard this, he immediately became puzzled, and asked, who dares to offer a reward for Shen Feng's head? Are you full? Aren't you worried that if you fail to kill it, it will eventually lead to revenge? Wang Aoi really couldn't understand it now. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai just wanted to go back to the country, but they could still cause pursuit, which is really incomprehensible. Yi Xing pointed in the direction of the office and said, shall we go to the office and talk? Wang AOI came to the office and sat down. Yi Xingzhong quickly said, I haven't been able to find out who issued the reward order, but the power that dared to directly offer rewards to Shen Feng and Yu Henggai is definitely not small. I suspect that it is Yanjing who sighed. Over. There at Yanjing? It's Yanjing again. Qin Qi couldn't get in touch before. What is going on at Yanjing now? Wang Aoi frowned, puzzled at this time. Yi Xingzhong made a cup of tea for Wang Aoi, and then made a cup for himself, and then told the news he had received recently, and said quickly, I heard that the headquarters of Yanjing has established a new organization of supernatural beings has been established, but what members are in it, we don't know at all. We don't know what they are going to do, and will this matter have anything to do with these people? What is the headquarters thinking? Don't they already have 2 organizations of supernatural beings? They are reorganizing at this time. Do they have so many supernatural beings? Wang Aoi was very puzzled. Yi Xingzhong analyzed, Master, in winter, more than 40 people with supernatural powers went to sea, but only 4 people came back. The Xiangsong Bureau is about to be disbanded, and Chief Gong found out that he is still in confinement. The Bureau is also nearly disabled, and important personnel are still solving the pipeline problem in Siberia. At this time, the Yanjing headquarters lack supernatural powers for the town, and it is understandable to form a new organization. Summon it back. The domestic situation is getting more and more complicated. It seems that we must seize the time to develop our power in Southeast Asia. Let the people in the country fight if they want to fight, and let the people in the base in Luzon find a way to find Shen Feng. If you really can't find it, forget it. If Shen Feng is lucky, he will be back in a month. Wang Aoi shook his head, feeling more and more bizarre about the current situation, which seemed to have exceeded the range he could predict. Fortunately, most of his forces are in Southeast Asia. Wang Aoi himself also wanted to be like Shen Feng and wanted to make a big splash in China, but it was no longer possible for him to have the opportunity Shen Feng had back then. Shen Feng also occupied Yazhou by chance and coincidence. Yanjing was threatened, so the headquarters chose to back down in exchange for Shen Feng's help. But when the battle in Yanjing was over and the troops from all over the country were able to return, it would be a shame to try to compete with the headquarters for territory. After much deliberation, Wang Aoi chose to develop power in Southeast Asia. After establishing a base in Southeast Asia, he will be able to obtain superior conditions for food production, and cooperate with a domestic smuggling network to do a profitable business without paying taxes. Don't look at it on the surface. Wang Aoi is not as good as Yazhou Shen Feng, who has a great family and business, but he has accumulated a lot of wealth and resources behind his back. Shen Feng in the sea didn't know that he just missed out with his friend's men. He felt guilty. Since he stole something, he didn't dare to face anyone, and fled to the sea. Shen Feng finally felt relieved. People are confronted. Spring has arrived, and the Pacific high pressure is gradually forming, and the southwest monsoon appears. Shen Feng no longer needs to use his supernatural powers to propel the ship. When the sun appears on the eastern sea level, Shen Feng handed over the rudder to Yu Henggai, and drilled into the cabin to rest. Yu Henggai himself is from the north, and the city he lives in is an inland city, and the water resources in the north are scarce. He basically has no experience in handling boats. However, in the past few months, Yu Henggai has learned to sail. In order to go home had to learn to sail. I don't know if someone will assassinate us on the road ahead. It seems that the closer we are to the country, the more we must be careful. Maybe our enemies come from the country. Yu Henggai said to Shen Feng in the cabin. Shen Feng leaned on the bed and yawned, and said while yawning, I have no enemies in China. You think too much. I think it must be ordinary people in Southeast Asia who don't know the power of heaven and earth, and want to kill me to obtain supernatural powers. Haven't we met a group of frogs in a well, then? Why do others offer a reward for 2 supernatural potions? Isn't this a loss? Yu Henggai continued to ask. Shen Feng pointed to the small box on the boat, and said, What's more, I carried 7 supernatural potions with me. If you kill me, these things will all belong to those people. With so many potions, who wouldn't be tempted? What, Yu Henggai was right when he thought about it. Shen Feng had 7 supernatural potions on his body, and he had 2 on his body, and there was a large meteorite on board. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? If you let me know who is offering a reward to us, I will definitely kill him first. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Yu Henggai couldn't help muttering. Chapter 496, A Thunderbolt from the Blue Sky. Taking advantage of the southeast monsoon in Southeast Asia, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai rushed all the way to the north, passed through the archipelago, and went straight to the Bashi Channel. As long as they pass the Bashi Channel, they will arrive at Treasure Island, and then they can eat pineapple from their hometown. While laughing at the fellow's accent locomotive, unfortunately, after half a month of sailing, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai ran out of food on board again. At this time, the two had arrived at the west side of Luzon Island, and they were still sailing in shallow seas to avoid the deep-sea giants that might appear at any time. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai looked at the scorching sun above their heads, and went ashore helplessly, preparing to collect supplies. If there is no food, there is no way to successfully reach Treasure Island. Between Bashi Channel and the ocean far away, once the route deviates, then it may take 10 days and a half months to find an island, so the food and fresh water on board must be sufficient. Let's go. Xiaoyu, you are in charge of entering the base to look for food. I will give you the gold buttons here as currency. I will go hunting. Who will let me be on the bounty? Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai previously. Shen Feng had always been the first to find the base by relying on speed, and then make a transaction, but now, Shen Feng has been offered a reward in Southeast Asia, and Yu Henggai is not among them, so the task of entering the base to exchange supplies is entrusted to him. Shen Feng chose to go hunting. Although carbohydrates are enough to maintain life activities, unbalanced nutrition is not enough. Therefore, although the problem of staple food is handed over to Yu Henggai, the problem of meat and vitamins still needs to be solved by Shen Feng. Shen Feng was carrying an illustrated book in his hand and a pannier on his back. He observed the illustrated book while walking. The crew members who sailed in the deep sea often suffered from a strange disease called scurvy, which was actually caused by vitamin deficiency. Later, this problem was solved. It really relies on a kind of fruit, that is, citrus tangerines can be kept on board for a month without damage, and they are rich in vitamin C, which can provide the crew members with vitamin needs. Shen Feng also wants to find orange trees. If it is impossible, he can find a grapefruit tree, but the sky is not fulfilling his wish. Shen Feng only found other fruits on the island, such as mango and passion fruit, and could not see the shadow of the orange tree. Forget it, you'll be fine if you don't take vitamins for half a month at sea. Let's go hunting. Shen Feng chose to give up, because he couldn't find the orange trees, and it was impossible to stay here and not walk around casually. He might as well go hunting. First solve the problem of protein and fat on Yu Henggai's side. After walking more than 20 kilometers on the island, he finally found a road, followed the road, and found a small base, within the scope of a small town, where more than 2,000 people live. These people are busy during the day incomparably. There are orchards around, but they don't seem to produce food. It seems that the trip is for nothing. You can't get full from eating fruit. Let's ask the way and find the next base. Yu Henggai thought silently. When Yu Henggai was thinking like this, he suddenly found a suspicious man behind him who seemed to be following him all the time, which immediately attracted Yu Henggai's attention. Although only Shen Feng was offered a reward, as his companion, now he was also targeted, which makes sense. Come on, let me see who dares to trouble me if you don't open your eyes. Shen Feng is the big devil, so I am not. Yu Henggai accelerated his speed and quickly disappeared when he crossed a street corner. The man following Yu Henggai hurriedly followed, but when he also turned the corner, he found that the street was empty, as if Yu Henggai had just disappeared. It's strange, where did you go? You were still here just now. The follower was puzzled. He wondered if he was thrown away by Yu Henggai. Suddenly, a person fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Yu Henggai. When turning the corner of the street, Yu Henggai climbed up and came to the window on the third floor. Sure enough, he waited for the pursuer to appear, and then Yu Henggai fell down. Yu Henggai, Just as the tracker was about to speak, Yu Henggai immediately punched him, directly hitting the man's abdomen. The tracker immediately bent over and squatted on the ground. The pain in his abdomen made him speechless for a long time. Come on, Yu Henggai looked at the guy in front of him and sneered. Aren't you too young to follow me? Today, I'm going to let you taste the power of Grandpa. After speaking, Yu Henggai dragged the guy by the arm and walked into the depths of the alley. Judging by his current posture, it seemed that he was about to interrogate the tracker. Bringing the tracker to a blind corner of the alley, Yu Henggai immediately asked, "You, what do you do? Answer honestly, or I will let you die here." "I'm not an enemy, I'm from the King Hong Gang, and I'm here to help you." The tracker said quickly regarding this answer. Yu Henggai sneered and asked, "Are you talking nonsense? Help us? Then why do you follow? Is it because we robbed you of food, so you want revenge? Do you still want to hold our heads to exchange for a reward?" The man quickly introduced himself. "Of course not. Our boss is Wang Aoi. He asked us to find a way to find you in Southeast Asia. Just follow me, and I can find a way for you to contact us for help. By the way, my name is Fu and you is also from China, Wang Aoi. You said you are from Wang Aoi? I'll go. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Yu Henggai suddenly realized that he had misunderstood, and he had been on the sidelines before, passing the news to China through Wang Aoi, but now I almost dealt with his subordinates. The flood rushed to the Dragon King Temple, and the family no longer knew the same family. Fu and Yu hurriedly asked, "By the way, why didn't you see Shen Feng, Mr. Shen? Didn't you all act together?" Yu Henggai explained, "He is now offering a reward, so he is worried that he will be hunted down if he shows up, so he has been hiding from people." "You said you are from the King Hong gang. What do you mean?" Fu and Yu replied, "Actually, our guild leader had already named the guild when he determined the direction of development. It's just that this matter can't be announced, so only the guild members know about it. We didn't think carefully. If we said the name of the guild leader before if there is no number, then there will be no misunderstanding this time." Yu Henggai thought of something very important, and quickly asked, "By the way, how is the situation in China now? Have the counterfeit goods been caught? Who let them pretend?" Fu Un looked around angrily, and said in a low voice, "We have already notified the deputy city lord of Yazhou, and they exposed the other party's conspiracy that night. We have also notified about your family. As for Qin Kui, we have tried to notify you, but we can't get in touch at all. Captain Qin Kui hasn't shown up for several months." After getting this answer, Yu Henggai was immediately stunned. He never expected such a thing to happen. Why didn't Qin Kui notify him? Why hasn't she shown up for months? What is the problem, Mr. Yu? If you ask Mr. Shuangshen to go to our base, I will find a way for you to contact the leader. The leader has a better understanding of the domestic situation. It is better to ask him directly if you want to know." Fu Anyu said quickly. Now Fu Anyu really hopes to bring Yu Henggai back to the base. In this way, even if he completes the goal of finding Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, the rewards above will be very rich. I heard that there are evolutionary bases to reward him, so he can evolve again. However, Yu Henggai panicked at this moment. He speculated the worst ending from Fu Anyu's answer, that is, Qin Kui might have been deceived by the guy pretending to be himself. "Where is the food in this base? Tell me quickly." Yu Henggai asked quickly. He was already very nervous at this time. He was worried that if he went back too late, Qin Kui would be deceived in the end. Fu An thought about it angrily, and replied, "This base is the base of the locals. Only the warehouse curry has food, which is hidden in the manor of the base leader, but I don't know how much there is. I still suggest you follow me to the base of our King Hong gang." "No need, since Sister Qin may be deceived, I don't have time to make long-term plans. I must go back to China immediately, as quickly as possible. I'm leaving today." Yu Henggai said in a deep voice after finishing speaking. Yu Henggai was about to get food. He was in a state of confusion. At first he thought that he could tell the truth about domestic affairs through video, but now he realized that he seemed too naive, and Qin Kui might not see him to this video. Therefore, for Qin Kui's safety, Yu Henggai didn't want to delay for a moment, and now it's time to return home. Fu Anyu didn't dare to stop Yu Henggai, and he couldn't, so he could only ask quickly, "Then how should I reply to the leader after I go back?" "Mr. Yu, you always need to leave me some information, right?" Yu Henggai thought for a while and said, "Just tell me when you go back. Shen Feng and I are going back to China quickly, within half a month at the shortest time, and 20 days at the longest, and we will definitely go back as soon as possible. After returning to China, I will definitely give him a corresponding reward." After getting this answer, Fu Anyu hurriedly returned to the base, ready to inform his superiors about the incident, while Yu Henggai walked towards the manor with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was in a bad mood. "Sister Qin, I'll rush back with Shen Feng right away. You must be safe. I can't live without you." Yu Henggai thought silently in his heart. He was already worried about Qin Kui's safety. If Qin Kui suddenly had an accident, what should he do? Stop, this is the residence of the leader, no trespassing allowed. When Yu Henggai arrived outside the manor of the leader of the base, someone immediately stopped him, threatening him. Yu Henggai didn't talk nonsense. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa, boom. The two guards fell to the ground immediately. A triple gravity field appeared. Many people around were pressed to the ground, and it became difficult to breathe. It's best not to stop me, otherwise, no one in this base can survive. Yu Henggai threatened directly regardless of whether these people could understand his words. Yu Henggai's actions directly stunned the people in the manor. This person can easily suppress the ordinary people in the surrounding area, and even the actions of evolutionists will be affected. People are supernatural beings. Boom. Yu Henggai kicked open the door of the warehouse, and saw more than 10 tons of rice. The whole room was full of them. Yu Henggai found a trolley and came over. Without further ado, he started loading rice on the trolley. The owner of the manor also came over at this time. Hearing that a person with supernatural powers had broken into his manor, he immediately panicked. It's not enough to see, and it is likely to anger the supernatural being, so he dare not act rashly. Seeing Yu Henggai carrying the food, the leader couldn't help swallowing, and then said to the servants beside him, "What are you doing watching? Didn't you see that the supernatural being is already sweating now? Why don't you go up and help carry it? The supernatural power as much rice as Master Zhe wants. Give him as much rice." The servants didn't dare to approach the warehouse at all. Now that they heard the leader's order, they had no choice but to approach. But just after entering the warehouse, before they could get close to Yu Henggai turned his head and said, "Get out, didn't you hear that the supernatural being told you to go away? Why don't you come out quickly? I've offended the supernatural being. I'll kill you and feed you to the dogs." The leader continued to yell at Kang Curry's servants. The servants were filled with grievances, saying that you were the one who helped carry it, and that you were the one who let us out. Is there any reason? Is everything we do wrong? Chapter 497. Waiting for a long time. When Yu Henggai pushed the trolley and returned to the shore with 500 caddies of rice, Shen Feng had already caught 2 pheasants, plucked their feathers and was roasting them. The aroma was already wafting under the charcoal fire. It turns out that pheasants are thinner and weaker than domestic chickens. After all, domestic chickens do less exercise and have enough food. Over time, they grow fat and fat, while pheasants run around all day to survive, and their exercise directly depends on exercise. It came out, and it was hungry and full, so it was naturally not big enough. Seeing Yu Henggai came back smoothly, Shen Feng couldn't help but praise, "Xiao, you acted very fast today. This pheasant is here for you. Eat it quickly. If you are still not full, go cook a pot of rice. I know you can eat it, but fortunately you brought so much rice, enough." While carrying the rice into the cabin, Yu Henggai said indifferently to Shen Feng, "Eat by yourself, eat quickly, and go on the road after eating." Seeing Yu Henggai like this, Shen Feng couldn't help but joked, "You seem to have a problem with your words. What do you mean you go on the road after eating? It's as if I ate a meal with a severed head." Usually, if Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were joking, even if Yu Henggai was unhappy, he would answer Shen Feng with a few words, either out of yin and yang, or outright ridicule. But now, Yu Henggai was rarely in the mood to answer Shen Feng. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "Xiao, did something unpleasant happen? Tell brother, I'll help you solve it." Yu Henggai carried the rice silently, completely ignoring Shen Feng. Shen Feng felt that he was making fun of himself, so he could only shrug his shoulders and start eating pheasant. The meat quality of pheasant is worse than that of domestic chicken, so pheasant should be made by stewing. Although it is very fragrant after roasting, in the final analysis, the taste is not as good as that of home-raised chicken. Then, "What, Xiao, I can't set off right away. There is no more firewood on board. Let's rest for half a day and chop some wild vegetables while chopping firewood." Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai unhurriedly after eating the pheasant. Yu Henggai was carrying the rice at this time and was staring blankly at the north, seemingly lost in thought. After hearing Shen Feng's explanation, he jumped 3 feet high and asked in surprise, "Why didn't you say it earlier? What did Chai Ho say? Just tell me." After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai was about to push the cart and take the axe to cut down the trees. Shen Feng shrugged and said, "You didn't ask me. Besides, didn't you agree to take a day off to collect supplies? Why are you so anxious now?" Yu Henggai turned his head at this time, and said coldly to Shen Feng, "You are wasting my time now. Let me tell you the truth, I just met someone from the King Hong gang, and they told me that Qin Qi can't get in touch at all. Your luck is really good, your family is fine. As for the person I like, they have fallen into a situation of being deceived. After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai set off pushing the small cart, found a big dry tree, put it on the ground in 2 or 3 strokes, then quickly decomposed the dead tree and put it in the small cart. Shen Feng thought about Yu Henggai's angry words, guessed the reason why Yu Henggai was so anxious, and suddenly realized that Yu Henggai was in a bad mood because he got the bad news. He is a person who values love and righteousness, especially for Qin Qi as an inexplicable feeling, and it is reasonable to be so anxious now. Okay, am I ignorant of the truth? I'll help you chop firewood. Shen Feng also felt a little guilty about teasing Yu Henggai, and hurried forward to help Yu Henggai chop firewood. Shen Feng can understand Yu Henggai's anxious mood. After all, if Chang Jianyi or Chu Qiaoyan were deceived, Shen Feng will also rush back to the country desperately, and use the fastest speed to find out the counterfeit goods. To prevent family members from continuing to be deceived, Yu Henggai silently felled the tree, and soon got 300 caddies of firewood, which was enough firewood for cooking and heating on the boat. Shen Feng didn't waste any time, and immediately pulled down the sail and weighed the anchor. Yu Henggai stood at the helm at the bow, his eyes were cold while sailing. Yu Henggai turned his head and said to Shen Feng, "Please make the wind stronger and the boat faster, I must return to Yanjing quickly." Shen Feng shrugged and said, "It's not impossible if the wind is stronger, but it will definitely consume a lot of energy. If you encounter danger, you must remember to fight. You don't need to say that. In order to go back as quickly as possible, I will protect you." Yu Henggai said in a deep voice when he heard the news that Qin Qi could not be contacted. Yu Henggai felt as if he had been hit by a thunderbolt from the blue sky. The more Yu Henggai cared about Qin Qi's safety, the more complicated his mood became. Seeing Yu Henggai's nervous expression, Shen Feng could only shake his head helplessly. The current speed was already very fast, but Yu Henggai was still not satisfied with the current wind speed. Shen Feng took a deep breath and summoned the strong wind to blow. Nan Feng blew from behind and blew on the sail, which instantly filled the sail and almost completed the hemisphere. The dispersed mist can also be blown away in an instant, relying on the strong wind speed, and the range of influence can reach 5 kilometers. If this trick is performed on the Yunnan Gizhou Plateau, even the clouds in the sky will change accordingly. After Shen Feng performed this move, the speed of the ship suddenly increased, and it shot towards the north like an arrow from the string. Shen Feng looked at the map and compass, and estimated his position. If he moved forward at full speed, regardless of physical exertion, he would be able to reach Treasure Island in about a day and a half. By then, Shen Feng would be exhausted and had to rest a period of time. However, at dusk, when Shen Feng had exhausted most of his physical strength, Yu Henggai, who was standing at the bow, suddenly noticed a ship appearing on the sea in the distance. It seemed to be a cargo ship, and it looked huge. There are many containers, and people on board can be vaguely seen shaking. "Brother Feng, there's a boat, so slow down," Yu Henggai said to Shen Feng quickly. Shen Feng took advantage of the opportunity to stop using the ability, and chose to rest. While resting, he started cooking dinner. He worked hard all afternoon to use the ability. "Let's cook when we're full." As for Yu Henggai, he doesn't think about food now, but when he's really hungry, he'll still eat. Yu Henggai stood at the bow of the ship, watching the freighter getting closer, and suddenly saw a group of people on the ship. There were probably a dozen people, and all of them were wearing masks, which gave people a strange look. It's a strange feeling. The average sailor doesn't wear a mask at sea. "Brother Feng, come out and take a look, there's something wrong with these people." Yu Henggai couldn't help turning his head to remind Shen Feng. Shen Feng went to the deck to have a look, frowned suddenly, and said, "Damn, maybe you met Wang Luffy." "What? Wang Luffy? Do you know these people?" Yu Henggai asked. Shen Feng shook his head and explained, "I mean, this group of people may be pirates, also known as pirates. Otherwise, who would appear on the sea wearing a mask? Besides, the current maritime trade cannot be so large the scale. There are at least 70 containers on this ship. How many supplies are there in it?" Thinking of this, Yu Henggai quickly said, "Since this is the case, then you should be prepared. I may cast a 5-fold gravity field at any time. Once the opponent wants to attack us, then I will use the gravity field regardless. They will definitely not be able to withstand it." Living at this moment, A voice suddenly came from the freighter in the distance. Shen Feng. Yu Hengai. We have been waiting for you here for a long time, and I didn't expect you to come here now. The speed is too slow. Yu Hengai spoke. His voice was loud and full of air, and he said, "Guys, we don't seem to know each other, do you? You're blocking our way. What are you trying to do?" There was a burly man on the container above the freighter. He was standing at the top, more than 40 meters away from the sea surface. He looked at the boat on the sea surface with a look of contempt in his eyes, and then said, "You don't know us. These little characters, but we brothers and sisters have already heard about your great achievements, the strong grass in the wind and the gravitational force, and your reputation is thunderous. However, your reputation ends here, because we will end your legend." Hearing such an answer, Yu Hengai was also very angry at this time, and immediately asked, "Do you think you can eat us safely? Don't be too confident, be careful of capsizing in the gutter. I don't dare to treat the two of you as gutters. To me, you are like a mighty river. Anyone standing in front of you will be killed. However, it's a matter of trust and loyalty. Taking advantage of others, we have to do things, right? Now, we can barely beat the two of you." The man said. Although this person's words revealed a modest tone, at the root of it, he still had contempt for Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, as if he didn't look down on the combination of Shen Feng and Yu Hengai at all. Shen Feng has exhausted most of his physical strength at this time, and he has no strength to fight. If his physical strength is still good, Shen Feng can rush over directly, but now, Shen Feng suspects that he has fallen into the enemy's trap, so he quickly told Yu Hengai, Most of the helpers are here for my bounty. They must know our strength. I suspect that the other party also has supernatural powers. Be careful, try it out first. If you can't beat it, we will retreat immediately." Yu Hengai nodded and agreed, although he was anxious to return to Yanjing, but in the current situation, he had to deal with it first. Having said so much, I also want to try the level of the two, so let's accept the move. The man stood on a high place and shouted loudly, "Everything is everywhere." Yu Hengai didn't dare to underestimate the other party, especially when he saw that the other party had a large number of people. There were more than a dozen people, all wearing masks, and the visitors were not friendly. At this time, he also used his supernatural power, 5 times the gravity field. Boom! The surrounding seawater instantly subsided, as if an invisible big hand was pressing hard here. Everyone on the freighter was instantly crushed on board, unable to move around, and breathing became somewhat difficult. Hold on, they are still within my sphere of influence now. As long as you keep going, they will be the ones who can't bear it. The man who was crushed on the container said hastily. The rest of the guys wearing masks responded one after another, "Don't worry, boss, we can hold on." On Shen Feng's side, he suddenly found that the surrounding seawater became pitch black. In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, there are giant sea beasts on the bottom of the sea, and they are floating up. Otherwise, it would not be this way. Xiaoyu, hurry up and remove the gravity field. Let's go. There are sea beasts in the sea. Shen Feng saw that the seawater turned black, and instantly realized that something was wrong. Now he is fighting with people. Who would have thought that there are giant sea beasts in the sea? The presence? There is no choice but to retreat now. However, no matter how Shen Feng called Yu Hengai standing at the bow of the boat was still unmoved, still using the gravitational field, and had no intention of withdrawing the gravitational field at all. Chapter 498, Illusion. Shen Feng watched a giant sea beast appearing on the surface of the sea, and suddenly felt fear in his heart, and said in his heart, "I shouldn't have used such powers so desperately, so that now my physical strength is seriously exhausted." The sea beast came up, but the gravity field still. How can I run? When the gravitational field appeared, the boat sank instantly, and the strong gravity made the supernatural being unable to move at all. Shen Feng quickly looked at the freighter in the distance, wanting to see how these people dealt with it, but, in Shen Feng's eyes, the huge freighter suddenly disappeared at this moment. When Shen Feng saw this scene, he was shocked. How could this happen? Why did this boat disappear? At this moment, a huge black figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, its body protruding from the water, like a huge island, its black back like a mountain. Puff and crash, a huge water column suddenly erupted from the top of the mountain, making an earth-shattering sound. Is this a blue whale? The leader of sea beasts, a kilometer-long blue whale. Shen Feng looked at the monster in shock, never expecting that this thing would appear in Bashi Channel. Shen Feng is completely dumbfounded now. It stands to reason that giant beasts generally do not appear in shallow seas. After all, they are likely to run aground. Sea beasts are almost invincible in water. Their only weakness is their huge bodies. Once they run aground, they will be sentenced to death, so the sea beasts will act in the deep ocean. But now, a huge blue whale appeared in front of Shen Feng, which completely overturned Shen Feng's cognition. Zio, you, quickly remove your gravity field. If we don't run, we will die. Shen Feng hurriedly shouted at Yu Hengai. Yu Hengai still didn't move at all. He was still standing at the bow of the boat, as if he had lost consciousness. It was impossible to run now. The blue whale surfaced, opened its mouth and swallowed the boat. Shen Feng's whole body was completely dark. At this time, Shen Feng could only cast the Wind King barrier, let the barrier protect him. The surrounding whalebone is constantly filtering. Shen Feng failed to leave the whale's mouth, but Yu Hengai also disappeared at this time. What the hell, you kid? Yu Hengai just tricked me. Now I can't run even if I want to, and my life is over. Shen Feng was already desperate. He was swallowed by a sea snake before and could resist a little bit, but now, he was swallowed by a sea snake. The blue whale was swallowed because of lack of physical strength. The barrier couldn't last too long, and now I was in the blue whale's stomach. If I lost the strength to support the barrier, wouldn't it be dissolved by stomach acid instantly? Afraid of something, Shen Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking carefully, he didn't know when. His arm had been soaked in stomach acid, and the flesh on his arm melted instantly, leaving only white bones besides. Yu Hengai, when he found out that the opponent had started to attack, he immediately attacked, and if he didn't make a move, it was the strongest attack, a 5 times gravity field within a kilometer at this time. Yu Hengai saw that the freighter in front suddenly fell apart, and a dozen people wearing masks all fell into the water. Help! Help! The group of people who fell into the water hurriedly called for help, but Yu Hengai didn't care. He didn't need to be kind to the assassin who wanted to kill him in the end. These assassins who blocked the way were drowned at sea, and the crisis was resolved. HMPH, dare to fight against our brothers. This is your fate. You deserve to be drowned here. Yu Hengai said proudly to the many corpses in the sea. Don't look at the arrogance of these people. They are not dead in the end in your own hands. Afterwards, Yu Hengai turned his head to look at Shen Feng in the cabin, and asked, Brother Feng, do you want to move on? Looking back, Yu Hengai was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. Shen Feng was lying on his back in the cabin, with blood flowing from his mouth and nose, and his eyes were fixed on the ceiling. He was gone. The action is dead, brother. Feng, don't scare me. Aren't you a 6th-order supernatural being? How could you be crushed to death by gravity? Answer me quickly. Yu Hengai panicked, and quickly shook Shen Feng, hoping that Shen Feng would give him some help. Answered by himself, but Shen Feng even lost his breath. Shen Feng died. Why? Why did this happen? Yu Hengai collapsed on the boat, completely unexpected that such a situation would happen. Obviously, Shen Feng could hold it when he used the gravity field before, but now, Shen Feng actually died on the boat. This kind of thing happened before Yu Hengai's eyes, and it was a heavy blow to Yu Hengai for a long time. Yu Hengai has always followed Shen Feng's actions. Moreover, Shen Feng took good care of him when he fell ill twice. The only way to go is to let yourself go on, brother. Feng, I didn't expect you to leave me. Obviously we are going back to China soon, and the road left is not far away. In the end, you failed to cross the door. Don't worry, I will bring your body back to Yazhou, and I will visit you every year in the future, and your deeds will be spread among the survivors. Yu Hengai said sadly. Yu Hengai cheered up immediately after being sad. He knew that he had to go back to China as quickly as possible, find Qin Qiui, and explain the truth, so that Qin Qiui could not be deceived. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew from the southeast, causing the sailboat to move forward rapidly, and continued to advance towards the northwest. It only took more than a day to reach Guangzhou. Yu Hengai vaguely felt that something was wrong. Even if it was sailing with the wind, it's impossible to reach the mainland so soon. Right, when Yu Hengai noticed something was wrong, he heard an even more surprising thing. That was, something happened to Qin Qiui in Yanjing. Mr. You are finally back. News came from the headquarters today that Miss Qin Qiui of Yanjing was assassinated. Someone attacked Miss Qin and cut off her head. The murderer is still at large. Someone told Yu Hengyi this news immediately. Yu Hengyi fell to the ground and murmured, "Why? Why am I still one step late?" Thinking of the experiences of these days, Yu Hengyi felt like he was having a nightmare. First, Shen Feng died accidentally at sea, and when he finally returned to China, he heard that Qin Qiyi had also been assassinated. The files seemed to be full of confusion. Yu Hengyi turned his head to look at Shen Feng's body in the cabin. At this time, Shen Feng was still staring at the ceiling with wide-eyed eyes, but his eyes were completely empty and full of dead silence, as if he was dying on the pier. Thousands of people were watching Yu Hengyi, pointing at the same time, saying, "This is the man who couldn't do anything, and he was killed because he was in a hurry to return to the country. I lost my good brother." Hearing the comments from the people around him, Yu Hengyi didn't know what to say, because it was indeed true, and it was because he lost his temper that Shen Feng had to give in, which eventually led to danger at sea. It's all his fault. Suddenly, someone separated the crowd on both sides and walked over. After a closer look, it turned out that Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan appeared. At this moment, both of them were full of tears, and when they looked at Yu Hengyi, hatred bloomed in their eyes light, and then asked, "Why? Why did you kill our husband?" No, I didn't do it on purpose. I just want to come back as soon as possible." Yu Hengyi panicked. When he saw other people's hateful eyes, he didn't dare to look at them, as if he had done something terrible. Bad things. Chang Jianyi was full of tears, hugging a child, standing on the pier, crying sadly, while Chu Chaoyan accused, "You selfish villain, you are the one who caused these tragedies. I won't forgive you. A person like you is a complete disaster." After Yu Hengyi heard these accusations, the whole person fell into silence. He lowered his head and said to himself, "That's right, it's my fault. I should die. I killed Shen Feng, and I couldn't save Qin Qiyi. I'm a waste. I'm a villain." Yu Hengyi thought of the fact that he had killed Shen Feng, and with grief in his heart, he began to look for a sharp weapon, preparing to kill himself. Pa! Yu Hengyi suddenly felt that he had been slapped twice, and the severe pain on his face forced him to cover his face. If it was Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan who came over, then he would feel much more comfortable in his heart, but Yu Hengyi opened his eyes at this moment, only to find that the person who was slapping him was Shen Feng. At this time, Shen Feng was looking at him anxiously, and asked, "Are you awake? If you haven't woken up, I will slap you to death." Shen Feng said directly. Yu Hengyi stared blankly at Shen Feng appearing in front of his eyes. He was almost stunned, and said tremblingly, "Aren't you dead? Brother Feng, could it be that you don't want to die, and you have to go to hell before you die? Looking for revenge on me? Bah, nonsense. How could I die so easily? Don't you understand now? We've fallen into an illusion." Shen Feng grabbed Yu Hengyi's collar and said, "Illusion? Isn't this the only plot in TV dramas? Could it be that what I saw just now was all fake?" Yu Hengyi began to look around, but found that he was still on the boat. The sun in the west was about to set, and the sea was golden yellow. Looking forward again, the freighter is still parked in place, and the figure of a person on board can still be vaguely seen. Shen Feng explained, "Human cognition is formed in the brain, so as long as the brain is affected, what you see or hear may be false, or even what you think you smell. That's all hallucinations. I heard that mushrooms can make people hallucinate, but now it seems that our enemies can do it too. I guess it's probably a kind of ability that affects brain waves." After hearing Shen Feng's explanation, Yu Hengyi finally felt relieved. It seems that Shen Feng is really not dead, and he has not returned to China, and is still at sea. Then, what should we do now? Yu Hengyi asked hastily. Shen Feng said with difficulty, "Hurry up and remove your gravity field. I'm almost out of breath. I'm going to cast a supernatural ability. Let's run away first." Yu Hengyi nodded quickly, but he suddenly thought of something, and asked quickly, "Could you be my hallucination too? Are you tricking me to stop using the ability now?" Shen Feng didn't bother to answer, and slapped him across the face. A burning pain appeared on Yu Hengyi's face. At this time, Yu Hengyi woke up and said, "That's right, this is not a hallucination. This can't be a hallucination. I will remove it immediately." Yu Hengyi finally believed that Shen Feng in front of him was a real person. Thinking of the scene he saw in his dream just now, he still had lingering fears. He almost fell for it. If he died in the hallucination, it would be too bad. Who are these guys? Why are they so powerful? After Yu Hengyi lifted the gravity field, the doubts in his heart became deeper and deeper. He had never heard of the other party's such powerful strength. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. If there is no powerful force behind these people, Yu Hengyi doesn't believe it at all. I don't know who they are, but judging from the fact that they are wearing masks, they definitely don't want to be recognized by us. In short, when we return to China, we have to investigate carefully. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Yu Hengyi took the helm and returned to the south. Shen Feng cast a supernatural power, changed the wind direction, and fled in the direction of Luzon Island. Shen Feng is trying his best to display his abilities, but before going from south to north with the wind, now it is against the wind to return from north to south, so the speed of the sailing boat is naturally relatively slow. Chapter 499 Wrong Route. Facing an unknown and powerful enemy, Shen Feng did not dare to underestimate him. Now that his own physical strength is insufficient, and the strength of the opponent is unclear, for safety reasons, he can only choose to retreat temporarily and quickly return to the south. Yu Hengyi also thought of an important question at this time, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, since other people affect brain waves, why aren't you affected?" Shen Feng smiled with bitterness on his face, and said, "Why haven't I been affected? I have seen myself being swallowed by sea beasts. Fortunately, my luck is good. By coincidence, I came from the illusion. I broke free. If you don't believe me, look." As he said that, Shen Feng pulled up his sleeves and showed Yu Hengyi his arm. At this time, on Shen Feng's arm, a large area of redness appeared in the air, and there was even a fester on his left arm. "Brother Feng, have you been burned?" Yu Hengyi saw the wound on Shen Feng's arm, and immediately realized that this injury was a burn, which caused too much damage to the skin and muscles, and it was easy to cause infection later on. Shen Feng pointed to the things in the cabin, and said, "Didn't I prepare to cook before?" As a result, the battle started, and I fell into an illusion on the spot. Fortunately, the wind and waves at sea were relatively strong, and the stove and pot were knocked over. A big pot of hot rice porridge poured directly on my arm. There was no way, my arm was scalded directly, and I woke up under the severe pain. Speaking of the previous experience, Shen Feng still has lingering fears in his heart. If it wasn't for his luck, a storm knocked over the stove, and he wouldn't be able to wake up at all. It was only then that Yu Hengyi realized that it seemed that Shen Feng couldn't resist the influence of the illusion. The other party must have supernatural powers. Perhaps the dozen or so people on board were all supernatural beings. This kind of strength must not be underestimated, otherwise, I will also overturn. By the way, what did you dream about? Shen Feng asked casually. Yu Hengyi thought for a while, and said seriously, "I didn't dream about anything else, but I remember dreaming about your two daughters-in-law, and they cried when they saw me." You'd better reorganize the language, otherwise, I will let you know what terror is. When Shen Feng heard this, his eyes immediately became unkind. How could his daughter-in-law appear in other people's dreams? Is Yu Hengyi still a potential CAO thief? Shen Feng can't tolerate others being greedy for his lover, even if he has been following his brother. "Say, that is pure love, warrior," Yu Hengyi quickly explained. "Brother Feng, it's not what you think. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is that I dreamed that I killed you by mistake, which caused my two sisters-in-law to settle accounts with me. I felt so guilty at that time and was about to commit suicide. Apologize? Joke. Can you kill me?" Shen Feng had a look of disdain on his face, because there was no place to run in the sea. Otherwise, he would have walked out of Yu Hengyi's gravity field long ago. Could he still be trapped by the gravity field? Yu Hengyi looked back at the freighter in the north, and said suspiciously, "Why didn't these people catch up? Is it just to prevent us from returning to China? Or is there some other conspiracy?" Shen Feng rubbed his chin and said, "I'm not sure, but since these people are here to trouble us, they definitely won't let it go." When the sailboat turned to the south, the freighter was in great chaos at this time, and some people were shouting, "Hurry up and catch up." Some people are asking, "Where's the sniper rifle I put here before? Let me shoot these two first." Stop arguing. The sailors and captain on the ship had their internal organs ruptured and died. Whoever knows how to drive the ship, go to the pilot house to operate it. The leader standing on the container did not expect such a thing to happen. He was about to win, but the opponent suddenly woke up. He had never missed his ability before, and no matter who he was, he would sink into the illusion. In the end, he had a nervous breakdown, became a lunatic, or died directly. But now, his tried and tested methods have failed, which is unexpected. Is it because these two have evolved more times, so the spiritual level is very strong and not easy to be influenced? The more expert, the less likely to be affected by illusions. The man stood on the container and pondered. Suddenly, someone jumped onto the container and said to the leader, "President, no, boss. The ordinary people on the ship were all crushed to death by Yu Hengai's gravity field. No one is sailing the ship now. Besides, there were no casualties among our own people. Everyone is ready, and we can continue to pursue. Don't worry, these two people are on guard now. It's not easy for us to succeed, and they are also wary of my illusion. If we continue to chase them, once they land, we will lose all their traces." The leader Shen at this time said loudly, "Then, what should we do?" The subordinates immediately became nervous. Could it be possible to let the enemy run away? The leader thought for a while, looked at the sky and said, calculating the time, "The typhoon is coming soon. Tonight, there is no moon, oh, and then." The subordinate continued to ask with a blank look on his face, "Notify Lao Qi, let him change the magnetic field. Point the magnetic needle paper to the southeast. Tell Shen Feng and Yu Hengai to drive in the direction and drive them towards the typhoon." The leader said with a sneer, although Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were not killed at once. However, I also have backhands on my side. In front of the typhoon, it is just a sailboat, and it must not be able to carry it, but, in this way, we will also encounter a typhoon, won't we? What should we do? The subordinates were a little panicked. Obviously they didn't expect the boss to have such a plan. "What are you afraid of? Will I still harm you? Just follow my orders. As long as you follow my orders, the credit will be easy to get. We have a ship full of goods under our feet, and the waterline is deep. Even if there is a typhoon, nothing will happen." The leader immediately said angrily. Obviously he had a big opinion on his subordinates' fear of death. "Yes, I understand. I'll go and inform Lao Qi immediately." After receiving the order from the boss, the subordinates immediately started to act. The most important thing now is to kill Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, and they must not be allowed to return to the country. Otherwise, the follow-up plan on my side will definitely be destroyed. The only people left alive on the freighter are a group of masked supernatural beings, and many ordinary people before have died in Yu Hengai's gravity field, and the bodies of ordinary people have not been strengthened, so once in danger, it will be killed first. For the ordinary people who have been killed, the masked people on the boat have no mercy. They catch these people and throw them into the sea. After staying on the boat for 2 days, they will stink. It is better to throw them into the sea, which can also benefit the ecosystem. Make a contribution. Some of the masked men had learned how to sail a boat, so they restarted the freighter immediately and chased it in the direction the sailboat was leaving. The weather conditions at sea can change at any time. The sky still cloudless 1 second, but the next moment is covered with dark clouds. The sun had completely set, and the dark clouds gathered in the sky, blocking the light of the stars and the moon. The entire sea was pitch black, like a space full of nothingness in the depths. Shen Feng lit the fire on the boat again, and the cabin was filled with warmth. Immediately Yu Hengai took out a compass from his body and was about to observe the direction, but it was terrible. The direction was wrong. "Brother Feng, you are going in the wrong direction. We are now heading southwest. It is difficult to encounter islands on this road. Hurry up and correct the course and head south. We are going to Luzon Island." Yu Hengai handed the compass to after Shen Feng watched. Shen Feng looked at the compass, and the direction in which he cast the ability was indeed wrong. "It's strange. I obviously let the wind blow to the south before. Why did the direction change without knowing it? Could it be that there is something wrong with the rudder?" Shen Feng was puzzled when he saw this. In memory, there is absolutely no mistake in the direction of progress. "I can lie to you, but can the compass lie to you? Let's correct the direction," Yu Hengai said hastily. Shen Feng thought about it the same way. He quickly changed the wind direction, and Yu Hengai took the helm and headed south. As long as he reached the island, the battle would start at that time. With Shen Feng's extreme speed and his own strong gravity field on his side, he would definitely be able to win in the end victorious. No matter how many enemies there are, it is useless. Quantity cannot make up for the gap in quality. When Yu Hengai changed its course, the freighter following the sailboat also changed its direction, trailing behind the small boat and slowly chasing after it. The freighter was moving forward with propellers, and its speed must have surpassed the sailboat on Shen Feng's side. But they were not in a hurry at all, as if they had already made up their minds. While cooking, Shen Feng stared at the following freighter, feeling deeply uneasy. He didn't understand why the other party didn't advance at full speed and attack him. Could it be that there were other plots? Could it be that these guys also have ambushes on Luzon Island and are driving us into the encirclement? But as long as I can go ashore, at my speed, it's impossible to be caught. They can't. I don't know about this. Shen Feng pondered in his mind, but couldn't figure it out. Yu Henggai walked into the cabin at this time, and said to Shen Feng, "Brother Feng, is the meal ready? Aren't you hungry? Don't you think about tea and food? Why do you want to eat now?" Shen Feng asked with a smile. Yu Henggai sighed helplessly, and said, "Isn't there no obstacles from these gangs before? At that time, I just wanted to go back to China quickly and solve the troubles around Qin's big sister, but now it seems that I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You have to walk step by step, the steps are too big, click, it is easy to tear the egg." Seeing Yu Henggai's answer, Shen Feng could only shrug his shoulders and said, "Now that you understand the truth, it's best, you can eat in 10 minutes, and there are 2 salted fish on board, let's grill them together, although there are no vegetables, but it is still important to recover your physical strength now, as long as his physical strength is sufficient, Shen Feng doesn't worry about fighting at all. As long as he rests overnight and waits until his physical strength recovers, he can perform long-range attacks. Thousands of invisible wind blades fly out. I don't believe the enemy can stop it. By the way, the existence of pain can make people avoid hallucinations. I have 2 needles here. You can hold them in your hand at any time. As long as you feel something is wrong, you can immediately make a fist. When you are stimulated by pain, you can come out." Shen Feng thought of something important, and hurriedly said to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai took the embroidery needle that Shen Feng handed over and held it in his hand, not daring to relax at all, and then asked, "What about you? Are you also holding the embroidery needle?" Shen Feng shook his head, pointed to the festered flesh on his left arm and said, "The pain in my hand will not go away for a while. With this injury, I am always clear-headed." Yu Henggai thinks about it. There is a large ulcer on Shen Feng's arm. He has experienced this kind of severe pain. The injury will not recover in a short time. Within a few days, Shen Feng will not be affected by the illusion-give influence. Both Shen Feng and Yu Henggai have discovered that the illusions cast by the enemy directly affect the brain, and can also arouse the most fearful emotions in people's hearts. The more afraid of encountering something, the more something will happen. For this kind of ability, the best way is not to have any fear in your heart. It's a pity that there are no people without any fear in the world, because no matter who they are, there is something to be afraid of. Some people are afraid of the devil, some are afraid of the enemy, and some are afraid of the separation of their loved ones. Even a fool is afraid of being bullied by others, so once entering the illusion, it is almost impossible to break free. Chapter 500 Storm Eye. During the daytime, Shen Feng used all his superpowers. In order to speed up his progress, he had to continue to use Dongfeng Mighty. Naturally, I dare not sail with all my strength. After all, I have to save my strength to fight. As a result, Shen Feng only changed the wind direction when advancing at night, but the wind speed was not very fast, so that the speed of the ship was relatively slow. Yu Henggai sat on the bow of the boat, blowing the sea breeze. He wanted to see the stars in the sky. Since he entered the boundary of the northern hemisphere, he could see the Big Dipper at night. Unfortunately, the sky is full of dark clouds now, so he can see everything. Not long ago, there was a slightly bright light in the distance. Needless to say, this was the light on the freighter. Sigh, I have a hard life. I didn't expect to encounter danger on the last part of the road. If I want to know the identity of these people, I must take revenge. These people still speak Chinese, and most of them are members of a certain force in the country. Yu Henggai resented the group of guys who blocked his way, but it was a pity that his side was not blocked on land. Otherwise, these people would have died after walking in the dark for several hours. Neither Yu Henggai nor Shen Feng dared to sleep. After eating a full meal, they regained a lot of physical strength. The battle can continue, but the terrain is not good for him now. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai still wanted to go ashore as soon as possible. Only on land could their combat effectiveness be the strongest. However, at this moment, light rain suddenly fell in the sky, and Yu Henggai quickly got into the cabin. Shen Feng sat next to the stove, adding a few sticks of firewood to the stove from time to time. Under the light of the fire, he was looking at the map, and couldn't help frowning while looking at it. Brother Feng, did you find anything? Yu Hengyi couldn't help asking. Shen Feng pointed to the top of his head and said, the wind direction outside seems to be wrong. It stands to reason that we are now on the Bashi Channel, and the wind direction we encounter should be the southeast monsoon, but now, we are encountering Zhengning. Here the direction of the wind has been changed by me. You may not feel it, but my ability is the wind, and I am still very sensitive to changes in the direction of the wind, which makes me think there is a problem, but there is no problem with the compass. Could it be that the wind direction has changed in the past few days? Yu Hengyi looked at the compass and confirmed that his current direction is no problem. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it. It seems that this is the only possibility now. Otherwise, the direction indicated by the compass cannot be explained. You also need to use a compass in Feng Shui. Look for the dragon and divide the gold to look at the winding mountain. One level of winding is one level of barrier. Shen Feng thought for a while, although there are some changes in the wind direction, but these wind directions are not particularly obvious. Besides, this is his first time in Southeast Asia. The climate here may be abnormal. It has been used for 1,000 years compass. It's impossible to go wrong thinking of this. Shen Feng controlled the wind direction and continued to move towards the south. I thought that according to the current speed, as long as it was dawn, I would be able to reach Luzon Island no matter what. But when the sky was getting brighter, Shen Feng unexpectedly discovered that there were still vast waves ahead. Speaking of islands, you can't even see a shadow, and you can't even see seagulls in the sky. It's not right. It's not right at all. According to our speed, we should have seen the island a long time ago, but now, we still can't see anything. I suspect that we are going in the wrong direction. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Yu Hengyi looked up at the sky, trying to rely on the sun to tell his direction, but he couldn't do it at all. The sky was gray, and it was still raining, and the rain was getting bigger and bigger. The sun was covered by thick dark clouds covered it, and it was wishful thinking to see the sun billowing. Black clouds rolled in the sky, and from time to time, there would be thunder across the sky. When lightning appeared, the entire sea was pale. Damn it, what kind of broken compass is this? It's still pointing in this direction. When Yu Hengyi got angry, he grabbed the compass and threw it to the ground. It's the compass that caused him to go the wrong way now. Shen Feng also found another compass in the cabin, and this compass was also pointing forward. It seemed that the direction of progress was not wrong at all at this point. Shen Feng had a guess. I think this must be a good thing done by the guys behind. This has nothing to do with the compass. Pull up the sail and drop the anchor. Prepare to fight to the death with these guys. Now that he has lost his way, Shen Feng can only choose the option of breaking the boat and sinking the boat. The brave wins when he meets on a narrow road, and there are two powerful supernatural beings on his side. If the battle continues, it is still unclear who will win. Hearing what Shen Feng said, Yu Hengyi could only nod his head, and said seriously, since we can't run away, we can only fight on. If it's really not possible, Brother Feng, you can run away by yourself. I'll hold them back, as long as I can help Qin's big sister when I go back. This is my last wish. Yu Hengyi knows that it is very difficult to escape at sea, and the only person who can do this is Shen Feng. He can walk on water, and he can survive alone, but he is his burden. Therefore, if you really can't beat it, preserving your vitality is the most important thing. Yu Hengyi is ready to sacrifice. This is his worst plan. But when Shen Feng heard Yu Hengyi's unambitious words, he immediately became angry. We haven't really started a fight yet. Why did you start to build up other people's ambitions and destroy your own prestige? Can you have a little confidence in yourself? Yu Hengyi smiled and said nothing, as if he didn't take what he said just now to heart, but the smile on his face was somewhat bitter. Shen Feng stopped changing the wind direction, and a gust of wind mixed with rain entered the cabin immediately, and the two people in the cabin were immediately drenched. Yu Hengyi also put down the sail at this time, and then threw the anchor into the water. The boat stopped moving forward. The freighter was also approaching quickly at this time, and an arrogant voice came from the ship. Why don't you run away? Do you know that you can't run away? So you are going to give up? The freighter was slowly approaching, and the figures on the ship became more and more clear. On a row of containers neatly stacked, 13 people stood neatly. These people were all wearing black robes and masks on their faces. It's very unique. They are all in the shape of Yasha and evil spirits. Sure. Enough. It's your fault. Why are you killing us? If it's for money, it's unnecessary. How much did your employer pay? I'll give you double. As long as you tell who ordered you to do it this matter. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. The leading man was wearing a mask of a demon king, which seemed to be made of silicone, with 2 red horns on it. While laughing, he said, Mr. Shen Feng is the owner of Yazhou City. Of course, I believe in the price he can offer. Even if you prepare a house full of gold for me, I believe it can be done. However, it is absolutely impossible. You must die at sea today. What kind of enmity do we have? Or did our brothers offend you? Shen Feng continued to ask. Of course he didn't intend to bribe this group of people, and he also knew that bribery was impossible. These people came prepared, know he might be easily instigated by himself, and now he is trying to delay time. Shen Feng has already noticed that the wind speed around him is accelerating, that is to say, a heavy rain will follow. To borrow Gorky's famous saying, that is, let the storm come more violently. As long as the storm comes, Shen Feng will have the advantage in the battle in the storm, because as long as he opens the Wind King barrier, he will not be affected, but the enemy can't. The enemy will definitely be attacked by the storm affected by the weather on the side of the freighter. The Demon King on the container also has his own ideas. He knows that a typhoon is coming, and there is a heavy cargo ship on his side. The hundreds of tons of cargo on the ship are ballast stones, which can help him resist the typhoon. As for Shen Feng here, there is only one small boat, and it is completely impossible to withstand the typhoon, so if you delay, the advantage is on your side. Both sides are stalling for time, so a delicate balance has formed on the surface. The existence of this balance directly makes the two sides continue to talk under the tense situation. Mr. Shen is a great hero in the mouth of the people, and he has the title of Fengshen, and is respected by countless people. How can we unknown people get married with you? In the final analysis, it is because of Mr. Shen that you blocked our way of making money. As the saying goes, cutting off one's fortune is like killing one's parents. How can one not avenge the killing of one's father? The Demon King said. Shen Feng frowned and looked at this group of people, and said coldly, you people are all supernatural beings, so you can say that you are unknown, right? Speaking of which, I have been away from Zhonghe for more than 5 months. When did you powerful people appear? I really want to know your true colors. When we defeat you, we will build a tomb for the two of you, and when we burn the paper, we will tell you the truth, so that you can be sensible ghosts, so that you won't report to Lord Hades in a daze. Said lightly. Yu Henggai also interjected at this time, I'm sorry, but young people like me in the new era don't believe in gods and Buddhas. It's probably impossible for me to report to King Yan. Are you young people in the new era? Like me, why don't you go to Marx to talk about your ideas? Is that okay? The devil laughed, full of disdain, as if he had already won at this moment. Yu Henggai couldn't bear it any longer, shouted loudly, and said, I think, let me send you to Marx to repent. After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai cast a 5 times gravity field in an instant, covering all within 1 kilometer around. Immediately, everyone except Yu Henggai was affected. A group of people on the freighter knelt on the container, their knees. There was a crisp sound when it came into contact with a steel plate. Shen Feng was also affected at the same time, and immediately half-kneeled on the ground. Someone on the freighter couldn't help it anymore, and a guy wearing a yaksha mask said, I won't talk nonsense with you, I'm at sea now, and this is my home field. After finishing speaking, this person cast his supernatural ability, and the rain falling from the sky gradually took shape, and it turned into a water dragon, attacking the 2 people on the boat. This person's supernatural ability turned out to be to control the water flow. Isn't his home field, the substances he can control, everywhere? The water dragon in the sky is huge, it can be more than 30 meters long, and it will attack the boat facing the sea. Once it hits the boat will definitely fall apart. Shen Feng didn't dare to underestimate this attack, gritted his teeth and cast Eye of the Hurricane. A tornado appeared out of thin air, and in the center of the tornado was a boat, and when the water dragon came near the tornado, it was instantly swept up by the strong wind, and the water dragon came again. It was also uncontrollable and turned into a stream of water. In the face of the strong wind speed, the water dragon could only be torn apart. After the water dragon was torn apart, Shen Feng withdrew the Eye of the Hurricane, and the water flow fell from the sky, drowning Yu Henggai and himself, which also meant that the enemy's attack failed. Can't you directly create waves to attack? Using water dragons to attack is too inefficient. The Demon King was a little angry when he saw this behavior from his subordinates. Obviously, The most effective attack method of water-type supernatural beings is to use large waves. The waves attacked like mountains and seas, almost unstoppable, but the people under him didn't understand this principle. He was very disappointed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.